Do we have the? Do we have? Okay, Mr. McKinnon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Government orders supported by the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans that the debate not be further adjourned.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Yes, the. Okay.
Mr. McKinnon, seconded by.
Okay, that doesn't say here. So, Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Ms. Thompson, moves that the debate be not further adjourned. Questions and comments? Okay. The honourable member for Ponoka Didsbury.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government is now moving closure on their piece of legislation in order to, what they claim, say, fast-track projects for our nation, but without getting rid of Bill C-69, without getting rid of Bill C-48, without getting rid of the industrial carbon tax, and without getting rid of the production cap. I'm going to ask the Minister, what is the point in fast-tracking legislation to have a one-stop shop where people can just hear the word no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would point the member to page 1 of the Liberal platform. We just had an election, as the member probably recalls, where we solicited a mandate to move very, very quickly on 2 important fronts. To reduce interprovincial trade barriers, which cost us billions of dollars and points on our gross domestic product, therefore making Canada poorer. And secondly, to accelerate, indeed, accelerate the construction of major projects in the country.
Questions and comments, honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like the government leader to explain. The Bloc members have expressed in recent days of debate different concerns that we believe are very serious, particularly in terms of the adoption of this bill so quickly. Does the government House leader, or did he listen to what the members of the Bloc have said? I think it makes sense. Does he not think that we should study this further rather than rushing this bill through, a bill that could have a very serious impact for the future of Canada and Quebec?
The Leader du Gouvernement.
The Honourable Government House Leader. I'll say in French what I have just answered in English to my honourable colleague from the Conservative Party. We have just had an election, Mr. Speaker. On page 1 of the Liberal Party's electoral platform, we mentioned the necessity to act quickly in the interest of the Canadian economy. First, to create one single economy and not 13, and thus enrich Canadians, each individually. And secondly, to move forward quickly with major projects across the country.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
It's nice to hear that the government wants to build special projects, pipelines in specific that Alberta has been asking for a long time. But the same exact government have put barriers for these projects to go through. Bill C-69, Bill C-48, and they're still in place. I'm not sure how can they explain to Canadians how they're going to build the projects while the barriers that they put in place is going to prevent those projects from happening.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as that member surely well knows, I know him to be a very studious member of Parliament and a constructive member of Parliament. As he sure knows, this is a major step towards accelerating the kinds of projects that that member himself purports to support.
So I'll just remind colleagues, this is the first time this type of debate has happened during this Parliament, that when we do the questions and comments, preference is given to the opposition members for this type of question and comments, not to the exclusion of government members, but the preference is given. Yes, the honourable.
Point of order. Yes. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my understanding of going through this process is you're correct that government members will get questions, but then that would take priority over independents.
Yeah. There is a preference given, obviously, to the opposition, but yes, government will get not to the exclusion of independent members, but they will. There will be that preference given. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill 2.5 was just introduced to the House for debate on Friday. We've only had a few hours of debate on this already. Liberals are up to their old tricks again, trying to ram through legislation without giving Parliament the opportunity to actually debate this bill. We know that it's already not repealing the No More Pipelines Act. We know it's not repealing the No More Tankers Act. We know that this is not going to help with anything in resource development. So my question to them is, why are the Liberals back up to their old ways of shutting down debate and undermining democracy?
The honourable government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would point the member to the support of, just this morning, Canada's building trades unions, 13 premiers from provinces and territories, and to say nothing of an election campaign where we extensively debated the very issues that that the member is purporting to support. This is the government's response to those. We have outlined a process for accelerating major projects into the future. This bill is an important first step.
Honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, we have a government that is hiding behind its election platform, saying that it's promised this, but never mentioned in their platform that the government would come forward with a motion to amend 13 laws, many regulations, including those on the environment, and to accelerate approval for projects like pipelines. They seem to have superpowers that have never been seen in the history of a government. Even Stephen Harper would have not dared to propose this. Can the government explain why it is in such a rush to muzzle the Parliament and go ahead with legislation that's against public interest? Clearly, the member did not read our election platform, and we did debate to quite some extent this document during our election campaign. It is time to unite people in our country and invest in infrastructure of national interest at a scale that has never been seen for generations. National projects to unite Canada in a sustainable way for generations to come. And I could go on, Mr. Speaker. Quebecers, Canadians expect from us, all of us in this House, to take action and take action quickly.
Deputy Government.
Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank the Minister for taking questions. Maybe the Minister can expand on what this bill is going to do to remove the barriers that are preventing a lot of workers from being able to work amidst these unjustified and illegal tariffs, Mr. Speaker, and the importance of fulfilling the mandate to remove internal trade barriers across Canada.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
That's an excellent question, and we know that internal trade barriers, they have a cost. They come at a great cost to our economy, to the personal, individual wealth of all Canadians, but the member makes an extraordinarily good point. It also comes at a cost to working men and women in the skilled trades, in private sector unions, right across this country, Mr. Speaker. Men and women who want a chance to, say, move across the country with their credentials to be enabled to work on these major projects. That's why Canada's building trades unions, IBEW, go check it out. Endorsements across the board from Canada's union movement.
Some comments. Our member for Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, we just heard from the Grand Chief of the Anishinaabe Nation, the Ontario Regional Chief, Abraham Benedict. They cited the potential infringement of the constitutional their rights in terms of their obligations around free, prior, and informed consent, and that, Mr. Speaker, this violates the United Nations Declaration on the Rights on Indigenous Peoples. Mr. Speaker, they're asking for time for this bill to be studied properly so that their voices are heard. Why is this government ramming through this legislation without giving the Indigenous peoples an opportunity to provide insight and input on this legislation, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, I thank the honourable member, and of course, Section 35 rights are constitutionally protected in Canada, and UNDRIP, as we know, has a principle of free, prior, and informed consent. It's about working together, Mr. Speaker, in an atmosphere of partnership and respect. We are, of course, seeking meaningful participation and partnership from Indigenous peoples, and I would remind the member that that includes Indigenous peoples who are advocating for major projects to be accelerated in their regions to foster high-paying jobs and prosperity for their people.
Questions, comments? I'm a member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it appears that the Liberals not only don't want to answer questions, but they don't even want to take the questions. Questions that we've asked and they have failed to answer. Questions like consensus. What does consensus mean moving forward with these major projects? We've seen that Premier Eby from BC has said no pipelines through BC. Who has veto power and what is consensus is what I'd like to ask this minister.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you. Well, the honourable member well knows that the way we get things done in this country is by working together with Indigenous peoples, with provinces, with cities, with unions, with private sector investment. That's the way we are going to move forward. We're going to move forward, yes, with consensus, getting those investment decisions made, having good, strong, well-paying jobs involved in the construction and operation of these major projects. Consensus is what is at the heart of this very bill, Mr. Speaker.
That's right. The honourable member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has said we presented our program during our election, but there's nowhere in their program that says that it would grab unprecedented powers for a government to be able to take power through executive orders and remove any promoters from any legislation. We heard my Conservative colleague talk about GC strategies and ArriveCan, and now they're also muzzling us and giving the government the power to remove promoters from any application or enforcement of the law, even if they've said that there's concerns and it could endanger people's health. So I don't understand at all why my colleague, they never said during their election that they would take such power. I think that the member did not listen to our leader when he mentioned the necessity, the necessity to move forward with royal consent of such a bill before Canada Day, which will give my esteemed colleague to celebrate because we will free up investment opportunities in our country while removing barriers that separate Quebec from other provinces and each other that will create wealth, opportunity for Quebecers. The Bloc was against us during our campaign, and now we're 44 Quebec Liberals on this side of the House.
Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, and it's just like the Liberals typically, they'll say one thing during an election and do something completely different once they've been elected. They refuse to repeal C-69, C-48, the shipping ban, but also the minister is talking about all these jobs this is going to create, but at the same time, they refuse to repeal C-50, the just transition, which will cost 200,000 jobs in energy, 290,000 jobs in agriculture, 1.4 million jobs in construction. So why won't the government send a clear signal to investors and working Canadians by repealing C-50, C-69, and C-48 and truly show Canada's open for business?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, that question betrays that member's absolute lack of consultation with working people in Alberta, with working people in Alberta and across this country. Of course, workers in this country want to be in on renewable technologies and the new economy. That's what sustainable jobs is about. But we also want to create new openings, new possibilities, new infrastructure, and yes, new resource development in this country, in Alberta and elsewhere. This member knows that, and that question betrays a profound lack of knowledge of the stake.
Questions, comments?
Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, seems surrealistic. We have the government that's saying, with somewhat of a condescending manner, that you didn't read their election platform. Of course we said this. What I have noticed this morning is that we're facing a very government that's in a rush to push through a highly controversial legislation because they know both Canadians and Quebecers would not react favorably to the study of this bill, which would be unacceptable. What they're trying to do is wanting to put people in front of a fait accompli and denying democracy. Nowhere was it written by this Liberal government that they would push away democracy.
Monsieur le Président, par définition.
By definition, everything that happens in this chamber is democratic. The member across the way is criticizing our bill, and I would suggest that he should go speak to Quebec's government and all of the players in that area, whether they're economic players, the Chamber of Commerce, or the FTQ, or union members. He should speak with them. United people who are standing behind this possibility of starting big projects and having a wide vision in Quebec and creating wealth in Quebec.
Comments. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know well, as the Government House Leader has explained in his opening remarks, was the fact that at the end of the day, we had an election on April the 28th.
That's right.
And let there be absolutely no doubt there was a mandate that was given to every member of the House of Commons, no matter what political party. And that was that they want to see a stronger, healthier Canadian economy. And the leader of the Liberal Party, the new Prime Minister with a new administration, made a commitment by July 1 to pass this type of legislation. Without this form of a procedure, Mr. Speaker, we will not be able to achieve that. The opposition knows full well.
The Honourable Minister. Order. Order.
That's an extraordinary question that goes to the heart of this issue. The heart of this issue, Mr. Speaker, is that we hear about democracy in this chamber. We just had the ultimate democratic test. And you know what we heard? All of us, everyone in this chamber, we heard, get moving, get this country moving. We need a response to the threats coming from down south. We have a plan, a Liberal plan, to put before the people and pass before July 1st. That's what we're doing.
Questions, comments. I remember Prince George, Prince River, Northern Rockies, in that order.
Mr. Speaker, I find it ironic the member from Winnipeg just got up and said our Canadian economy's on the rocks. Well, guess which government's been in power for the last 10 years? It's his government. But the part that I think is more difficult for Canadians watching today is they were sold a bill of goods that this was supposed to be a new Prime Minister, a new government. But this government's doing exactly what the previous government did for the last 10 years. When it didn't get its way, it would ram things through this Parliament. Please, for all Canadians, explain how this government's different than the last 10 years of the last Trudeau government.
Good question. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, guess which party's been in opposition for the last 10 years? And that means that they should, I think, rally themselves to a solution, a set of solutions that will enrich Canadians in every one of their ridings, contribute to our gross national product, that will create opportunity for working men and women, investments in this country from coast to coast to coast. That member should look in the mirror, get behind our plan.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The government's saying anything and everything today. There was nothing in the Liberals' election platform about limiting debate, democratic debate, and preventing the opposition from doing its job with legislation that gives superpowers. It's almost like the War Measures Act. They're repealing their own democratically voted on rights. It's bad for the environment, all this without public debate. It wasn't in their platform. They should say where they indicated, because nobody voted for this. The Honourable Government House Leader. I would encourage my colleague to go to page 1. You don't have to look very far. It's on page 1. There's a mention of the need for action. The Prime Minister abundantly spoke about the need for action. He said that when we arrived here, we were going to table legislation and we were going to pass it before July 1st to give people a present for Canada Day, and it would create jobs and investment opportunities and the rest.
The Liberals are presenting Bill C5, their so-called Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act, as a serious effort to strengthen the economy. But once again, it's all promise and no plan. They promised homes, none built. Promised pipelines, none delivered. Promised a budget, still missing. Now they've tabled another bill filled with talking points, but no mention of pipelines, no plan for infrastructure, and no answers on how this will actually move our economy forward. It's the same Liberal formula. Big talk, no delivery, no pipelines, no housing, no budget, just headlines. So, Mr. Speaker, if the government wants to unlock the economy, why are pipelines and major infrastructure missing entirely from this so-called productivity plan? Or is this just another press release?
Minister.
Well, I welcome the member to the House, and hopefully she can convey the same urgency that she just conveyed in her question to her own caucus colleagues. Canada is at an economic crossroads, Mr. Speaker. Canada does require measures that will provoke investment and create opportunity for working men and women right across this country. That is precisely what this bill knows. I suspect that member knows it all too well, just hasn't been able to convince her colleagues of it yet.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague, and I've been hearing that about the campaign promise to pass this by July 1st. I find that a bit ironic because either they expected to have a majority or they really just fully disregard the work of Parliament by making a promise like that. Which is it, the Honourable Minister? Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows full well, yes, indeed, we have a minority Parliament, and you know what? It makes the other side uncomfortable. It means they have to make choices. They have to make choices, and that's what Quebecers have asked us to do, what each province, what unions have asked us to do, what business people have asked us to do. Basically, in all segments of civil society, they're calling on us to take action on behalf of the economy, to respond to the U.S. and create opportunity here. And that's precisely what we're doing.
Toby McTaquack.
Mr. Speaker, I just have a couple of simple questions here. It really is quite perplexing. Who's been in power for the last 10 years? Who passed legislation that shut down pipeline expansion and development? Who put in the no-tanker ban? Who brought in all of these types of legislation that have constricted our economy, held back our economy, and talked down our oil, gas, and natural resource and energy sector for 10 years? It wasn't this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, it was that side of the House. Now all of a sudden they want us to believe that they've had a backflip and a road to Damascus, that they now believe in energy development? I wonder if they can please explain this to the People's House.
Government House Leader.
Thank you to the member whose riding I know well. I very much doubt there'll be a tanker going up the St. John River anytime soon. But what I will say, Mr. Speaker, what I will say is that in New Brunswick and right across this country, whether it be in St. John, whether it be in any other province in this country, major projects have been put on the table. Those major projects require our attention, and that means that member's attention too. He doesn't get to shirk his responsibility. Yes or no, up or down, major projects now, yes or no?
The
Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I hear our colleague on the opposite side saying that it is in our platform that we mention the need. Well, the need is not to limit debate. The need reminds me of that expression, the ends justify the means, that you can justify anything, including violence, with that kind of attitude. So here we have a government that say they're going to consult the provinces and the First Nations, but they don't even want to consult the members of Parliament. So it's unacceptable, this closure motion, and I hope that opposition members will vote against it. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, by definition, everything that happens here requires choices to be made, and those are democratic choices. I'm not sure I understood the member's question, but I would suggest he speak to the Premier of Quebec, that he speak to Quebec unions, that he speak to Quebec business people and all the players in the Quebec economy who have been saying loud and clear, take action now. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, as my colleague said, we're at a crossroads. Canadians have spoken clearly, and Canadians deserve better than the type of debate that's happening here today, which is just for sound bites for social media. Canadians deserve a real conversation. So I'd like my colleague to talk to me about the criteria in the bill that will ensure that consensus and keeping our commitments to protect the environment are truly at the heart of this bill. What are those criteria? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague who just asked a substantial question, because everything we've heard this morning so far has been questions about process and proceduralism. But as my colleague knows full well, and I know she has consulted the wording of the bill, which in no way exempts us from environmental considerations and from consultations with First Nations. It is in no way a departure from other statutes. We're picking up the speed, is all.
I remember when I stood in that corner when the Liberal Party was the third party in the House, and they protested so strongly against Stephen Harper starting to use time allocation on bills. It had happened at that point 9 times in 40 years, then it began to be every bill. But nothing was as breathtaking from the Harper government as the programming motion put forward for C5. I ask the Honourable Government Leader to reconsider and respect parliamentary democracy in this place.
Hear, hear.
House Leader.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, and it is indeed an interesting question for this reason, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are asking this Parliament to act. They elected the Parliament that they did. It is a minority Parliament. It requires parties from all sides of this House to weigh in on the substance, on the issues of the day. That means that obstruction for obstruction's sake. We had a privilege motion that lasted 3 months that every member on that side knew was fake. Mr. Speaker, this government will proceed responsibly, democratically, according to the rules, but it will proceed.
Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This old, tired government creates imperatives with their inaction and then introduces half-empty measures. When will this government introduce that they are going to be repealing the oil and gas production cap?
House Leader.
It's very interesting to me, Mr. Speaker, that they get up and they decry the procedure on this very bill. They want to debate the next bill. We want to give them time to debate this bill. So I'm very interested as to why the member gets up and talks about other bills that may come before this House. Let's get down to business. Do something for unions. Do something for investors in this country. Do something for investment.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We said this is a minority government, and out of respect for democracy, there are people watching. We've just come back. A minority government means consultation. It means going through all the steps, all the democratic steps. We need to have an opportunity to debate. There's a lot of things we agree with in this bill, but Mr. Speaker, no, we're not cutting a blank check here. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians did not give the Bloc the right to initiate government bills. We initiate government bills in this place. Yes, it's a minority government, and that means that they too will have to make choices. Choices that are required, choices we need to make in order to move Canada forward, move Quebec forward. They have an opportunity to move Quebec forward here. The people want it. The Bloc should want it.
To inquire from the Minister if he sincerely believes
that the bill will meet constitutional scrutiny. We know that the bill prescribes that projects of national importance will essentially be treated as a foregone conclusion. We also know that the duty to consult identified by the Supreme Court has repeatedly held that it has to be in good faith. You have to consult in good faith. But how can you have a consultation in good faith when the government comes with a foregone conclusion? Does the minister truly believe that the bill will meet constitutional
The Honourable
scrutiny?
Minister.
Yes.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsui Abbotsford.
During the election, the Prime Minister made many references to the legislation before this House today. The expectation in British Columbia is that after this bill is passed, British Columbian farmers will be able to sell their wine in every other province and territory in Canada. Can the leader of the House for the government state clearly today, will all trade barriers for the distribution of BC wine be eliminated?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, as this member well knows, we act in federal jurisdiction. This bill eliminates federal exemptions to interprovincial trade and is an important piece of leadership as we move forward. And I would also note that that member's premier, that member's province, even that member's region have come to various arrangements that facilitate just that. And yes, we would like Okanagan.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a sad moment for democracy. I can see it in the faces of the Liberals even. Many are uncomfortable with what's going on here. Not only does every bill need study, what's more, depending on how significant the changes proposed are, we need to debate and inform the public. The role of the opposition in a democracy, despite what the member opposite is saying, we are here to inform people, to ask questions, and what they're doing this morning is preventing us from doing that. The Honourable Minister, 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, the member, I believe, is repeating the same question. I think it's a bit exaggerated. We, on this side, have members who are very excited at the prospect of keeping such an important election promise. This is what we promised Quebecers. We promised major projects, major development that will create jobs and investments in Quebec and all across Canada.
Order. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Monsieur McKinnon.
Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Ms. Thompson, moved that in relation to the consideration of government business number 1, the debate not be further adjourned.
If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to record a division, I would invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We request on division.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader. Recorded division. I therefore call in the members. The question is as follows. Monsieur McKinnon, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Ms. Thompson, moved that in relation to the consideration of government business number 1, the debate not be further adjourned.
Period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Belanger, Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Ms. McKnight.
Mrs. McKnight.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Ménard.
Madame Ménard.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Leitao Au.
Mr. Leitao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Ms. McKelvey.
Ms. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles. Madame Sudbury, pardon.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Ms. Harrison.
Mrs. Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Sarai. Saini, pardon me.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser.
Ms. Tessa Dirksen.
Mr. Watchorn.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dedtel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkagawak.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkagawak.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Ms. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean Calgary Centre.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies Niagara South.
Mr. Davies Niagara South.
Mr. Gill Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill Brampton West.
Mr. Gill Brampton West.
Mr. Gill Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill Windsor West.
Mr. Gill Windsor West.
Monsieur Grelot.
Monsieur Grelot.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Gulielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Conans.
Ms. Conans.
Mr. Currick, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Currick, Hamilton.
Mr.
East
Mantle.
Stony Creek. Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Fortier.
Monsieur Fortier.
Monsieur Perron.
Fortin.
Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau. Barcelot-Duval.
Oui. Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
The technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 307, 307. Nays contre 29, 29.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government business. Resuming consideration of motion number 1, the proceedings on Bill C5, an act to enact the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act, and resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Order. Order. I would just ask members who are exiting the chamber to do so quickly and to allow us to carry on with the debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to be able to join today's debate on Bill C5, the One Canadian Economy legislation. But before I get started, Mr. Speaker, I do want to recognize that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Mississauga East, Cooksville, this afternoon. Speaker, we are living in a very uncertain world. As I speak right now, there are missiles being exchanged between Israel and Iran. There's great tension in the Middle East. War continues to ravage Ukraine after 3 years of brutal Russian onslaught, naked aggression against that democracy who's simply trying to defend its self-sovereignty. Authoritarian regimes are on the rise, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's fair to say that this is probably the most uncertain time in the world, certainly since the Cold War. Parallels can be made, the most dangerous time since World War II. And in the backdrop of all of what I just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, and we could spend an entire debate talking about that today, we have a U.S. administration and the United States being our largest trading partner, that regardless of your partisan affiliation or your ideological viewpoint, is seeking to reestablish and to reimagine the relationships that it has in the world. Maybe less on multilateralism, certainly changing the relationship that the United States has in relationship to trade. We as parliamentarians sit in this place today with tariffs on Canadian products into the United States, unjustified, illegal, and I'm sure that all members in this House would agree with that, but they exist. And so if you're a steel worker in Hamilton, or if you're in Quebec, or you're in the Sioux, there is great uncertainty right now for our Canadian workforce and particularly certain industries across the country. And Canada is at a crossroads, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what we do next. This Prime Minister, this government was elected in part in April to be able to handle the world that we live in, that we're living in, and the economic uncertainty that has been presented because of all the factors I just laid out. And that brings us to the legislation that is before the House here today. See, the Prime Minister has been very clear, Mr. Speaker, that we as Canadians, we can give ourselves so much more than anyone can take away from us as a country. And the legislation that is before consideration here in the House aims to do just that. It aims to ensure that we can strengthen our Canadian economy that is under duress from U.S. tariffs, that is facing an uncertain world for all the reasons I just laid out. And the bill seeks to do two things, Mr. Speaker. It seeks to establish one Canadian economy, not 13. Now, this has been a concept for quite some years, many decades, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's fair to say that some Canadians, maybe indeed some members of this House, could be cynical about the idea that we can break down those interprovincial trade barriers that cost the Canadian GDP in this country approximately $200 billion. 20% of our national gross domestic product is from services, goods, and products being moved within our federation, Mr. Speaker. And for far too long, there has been impediments to that free mobility, the ability for products to move easily between jurisdictions, or certainly for labor, for the accreditation of professions, services in this country to be able to be recognized between provinces, but also between provincial, territorial, and the federal government, Mr. Speaker. That is exactly why this government has introduced this bill, which would remove all remaining federal barriers to interprovincial trade. Now, there are very few, Mr. Speaker, but it is incumbent on all of us, and it is certainly incumbent on the Prime Minister and this government. We want to show leadership. Show leadership such that the provinces and territories will follow suit. There is certainly political will right now, and Canadians are looking for their elected leaders to be able to break down these barriers, to find an ease of doing business, and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this is about growing our Canadian economy. Now, over the last 10 years, Canada has had the second highest overall growth in the G7, but productivity remains an issue. This is something this Prime Minister and this government is serious about tackling and wanting to get started in earnest in this domain. This bill helps to do that. This bill helps to break down barriers to allow small businesses across this country to be able to send their product east-west as opposed to necessarily looking to other international markets. And I want to give you an example, Mr. Speaker. I represent the Annapolis Valley. I represent Kings Hants in Nova Scotia. We have an emerging wine industry. Mr. Speaker, it is easier for our wine growers in Nova Scotia to send their bottles of beautiful handcraft product to France than it is to New Brunswick or Ontario. That is just but one of the examples. How about the accreditation for surveyors? An Ontario surveyor who has accreditation in this province would have to re-register in order to work on a federal project in the same city, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of things that we just can no longer be able to take for granted and not move with a sense of urgency and action. And so the bill is very clear. This bill is only 25 pages long. The first half is dedicated to interprovincial trade and the mobility of workers in this country. I look forward to a member of parliament that would suggest that that's not a good idea, because I don't think it'll be where public opinion is, and I certainly don't think it's where public policy should be in the moment of the factors I just laid out to this House. So we are going to be moving. It allows the bill, Mr. Speaker, the ability for federal regulatory agencies or departments to be able to ensure that where there is comparable, the word is comparable legislation in a provincial or territorial sense, that it will receive the same accreditation as federal. That is something that is ultimately important. This legislation lays the foundation. There will be a lot of heavy lifting to ensure that we actually can exercise that. The legislation is step number one. The sooner we can pass this through the House, the better. Now, the second aspect of this bill, Mr. Speaker, again, we need to get our economy going. We have major projects, and the world needs what Canada has, whether it's in critical minerals, whether it's in agriculture, forestry sector. We are blessed to have natural endowments and an ingenuity of our people that people want our products and services around the world. And on major projects, this government is delineating a process to be able to try to approve major projects more quickly, Mr. Speaker. It is something that is extremely important, and proponents have talked about the ability to want to move faster on this, and the legislation allows there to be a major national projects office with one governor and council, one minister, who would set the conditions for these projects. The cabinet would have the ability, of course, with engaging with Indigenous partners, with provinces, with other stakeholders, to identify major projects of national concern. Now, there's 5 criteria that the legislation lays out. I want to cover them for all members of this House, for the public at home, so they can understand what would actually constitute a major project in this country. It would have to strengthen Canada's autonomy, resilience, and security, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, would have to have a clear economic or other benefit to Canada, have a high likelihood of a successful execution in terms of the ability for these projects to actually move forward and happen. It has to advance the interests of Indigenous people and contribute to the clean growth and Canada's objectives in relation to climate change. That is the criteria that the government would use. A few things that is extremely important to highlight, Mr. Speaker. I go back to the piece around Section 35 rights and UNDRIP. There has been some concern outside this House that somehow this legislation would disallow or to lessen the constitutional rights that Indigenous people are afforded in this country. That is not what is happening whatsoever. Any project that would ever find its way onto this list of national projects of concern would have to be deeply consulted with Indigenous people, and one of the actual provisions is that Indigenous communities would have to be able to be consulted as part of this. Nothing from this bill takes away from UNDRIP, which this House passed. Nothing takes away from the ability for Indigenous partners to actually benefit. And I have a member from the NDP heckling me here today on today's point. What she doesn't understand, Mr. Speaker, is that this actually represents an absolute tremendous opportunity for Indigenous people in this country. She wants, I guess perhaps, to limit the economic opportunities that are available to Indigenous people in this country. We have increased the loan equity in this.
I'll just remind, order. I'll just remind members there will be a question and comment period. Let's hold our comments till then. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member from Winnipeg Centre can wait for her time in this place. She can happily ask the question. But my position and the position of this government is we need to be able to move projects of national interest that include Indigenous equity in this country, Mr. Speaker. There are Indigenous communities that want to move on national projects.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member from Winnipeg Centre knows her behaviour is inappropriate. It's a constant direct heckle to the member, and would ask that if she can't contain herself, she should be asked to leave the chamber.
I thank the honourable member for the intervention. I will encourage all members to withhold their comments when they do not have the floor, and allow the Parliamentary Secretary to finish his comments. There's about 30 seconds left. I'll call on the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation is crucial. We are in an economic crisis. This legislation moves forward with the ability to move on interprovincial trade, reduction of barriers, and it allows major national projects to get built. This government is committed absolutely to advancing Indigenous participation in major national projects. Projects will not be listed if there is not adequate consultation, if there is not Section 35s recognized and UNDRIP. Members in this House can argue otherwise, but this government has been very clear and committed. This legislation is crucial, Mr. Speaker. Let's get it passed because it matters for Canada.
Comments, question on commentary. The honourable member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for his speech. And I heard him talk quite a bit about trade. One group of products that are really being hit hard right now by tariffs is Canadian seafoods. And lobster, of course, is a very important seafood export of the member's province and of mine as well. And since March, there's been a 25% tariff placed on Canadian seafood by China. And it seems as though seafood and the seafood industry is just collateral damage in a trade war that the member's government has started with China. So, given his high-profile position and how connected he is to the PMO, could he explain to the fishing industry of Atlantic Canada if he's doing anything
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we know the value of the Canadian seafood industry, particularly in our home region of Atlantic Canada. I'd like to thank the member for the question. The Prime Minister has been very clear. He had a very constructive conversation with the Premier of China. We are going to be regularizing communication with the Chinese government, but he needs to also understand the geopolitics involved, because the seafood industry also benefits from exports into the United States. This is an important conversation that the Prime Minister is having at the G7 summit right now. At the end of the day, this is a difficult situation because the U.S. government is also very hawkish on China. So any pathway that we move forward has to be measured against finding a balance with the Canada-U.S. relationship in a continental sense, while also engaging constructively with the Chinese government to make sure that we can continue to move our seafood products and our agriculture products to the world. Our government is committed to making that happen.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from King Hants for his speech and his sensitivity to Indigenous issues. But in recent days, the Liberals have been banging away on this one economy, not 13 theme. And that shows that even before that election promise was made, respect for provincial jurisdiction wasn't all that great, and the Liberals ignored Indigenous economies because each First Nation has its own economic value and it varies. So when he says 13, I assume the Liberals are talking about the provinces and territories. But what about the First Nations? Is it possible to consider them?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Look, I would say this government this is a new government, but the members who have been involved in the last 10 years, I think the honourable member hopefully will agree that reconciliation was an absolute cornerstone of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's tenure and time here in this place in terms of his service to Canada. We have consistently invested and put equity for Indigenous partners to be involved in major projects. This government has actually increased the equity loan program for Indigenous communities to be able to take advantage and to be able to be involved in major projects to help move communities forward, to help be able to bring some communities out of poverty. There is tremendous opportunities out there. We respect, of course, the fact that we want Indigenous partners across this country to be involved in major nation-building projects. It's the right thing to do. It makes sense economically, and it makes sense for reconciliation, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Nipissing Temiskaming. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleague, a question. We're very fortunate in Canada to be blessed with many great financial institutions, and within these institutions they have economic departments with great economists that are leading these departments. And I was wondering if he could comment on what is the position of our Canadian banks with respect to this particular bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I will say is I chair the Prime Minister's Economic Growth Caucus. We had the opportunity to have chief economists from the major national banks who were supportive of the type of legislation that allows big projects to get built. I don't want to speak for the banks in this country, but I would say that this is the type of legislation that is about building economic resilience in the country. It's about making sure big projects happen. It's crucial to make sure that we can drive productivity in this country, and I would encourage all members to be able to support this bill as soon as possible because it matters in a crucial time for the country.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and what a privilege it is to rise in this House today on behalf of the people of Mississauga East Cooksville. It's a pivotal time for our country and for Canadian families alike, and Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I'd like to thank and congratulate all the dads out there for a belated Happy Father's Day to everyone. And Speaker, yes, and they do a great job, and Canadians sent us here, Speaker, with a clear message to make life more affordable, to make our economy work for everyone, and bring this country together and stronger, fairer, and more united than ever before. And that's exactly what our government is doing. When I'm speaking with a young couple in Mississauga trying to buy their first home, a small grocer who wants to expand their business across provincial lines, or a retired couple feeling the pressure at the checkout line, one thing is clear. Canadians are looking for action and not slogans. They're getting that action, Speaker, through bold, focused leadership under our Prime Minister and our new government. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just about responding to challenges. It's about seizing the opportunity. All eyes today are in Kananaskis, Alberta, as Canada hosts the G7 summit. This is a moment to showcase what makes Canada strong: our resilient middle class, our clean and conventional energy leadership, our commitment to building a modern, unified economy where no one is left behind. We'll stand on that global stage and show the world that Canada isn't just keeping up, we are leading. Here at home, we're moving quickly to deliver real relief for Canadians. Bill C-4, now before this House, delivers on the 2025 campaign promise to cut taxes for the middle class, reducing the lowest tax bracket. That means more money in the pockets of 22 million Canadians, up to $840 a year, Speaker, for an income family of two. And Speaker, this relief starts on July 1st, so the time to act is now. Families can't afford delay. They need this support, and they need it now. And we're not stopping there. We're tackling the housing crisis with a targeted GST exemption for first-time homebuyers on homes up to $1 million. This is especially impactful for families in cities like mine of Mississauga. We're helping young Canadians enter the housing market while investing in housing supply to make sure that the next generation has that same shot at success. This past weekend, Speaker, I had the honor to attend a Luso Charities event, which raises vital funds for individuals living with cognitive disabilities. And what stood out to me was just how the generosity in that room was just tremendous. But there was developers, there was union leaders, there was construction workers, people from every corner of the building sector came together for a common purpose. And you know what they told me, Speaker? They said they're optimistic. They are optimistic. They believe in the direction our country is going, the way that we are headed. They know that by working together with government, community, industry, and labor, we can build the homes Canadians need while creating good jobs and delivering inclusive, progressive growth. This is what nation building looks like, and it starts with partnership. Partnership, Speaker. This is what it means to build fairness. Now, let me speak about trade, infrastructure, and opportunity because these issues are deeply connected. Also, this weekend, I had the pleasure of attending, it was a busy weekend, North America's biggest halal food festival, right in the heart of Mississauga. 50,000 people came out, families, entrepreneurs, business leaders from across our country. Mayor Shamsi, the founder, he took me around to speak with many of the businesses there. And from the ground up, many of them, newcomers, women-led, youth-run. Speaker, they told me they were ready to grow. They want to move their products. Yes, they want to move their products across provincial borders and access new markets abroad. But right now, they're hitting red tape, different standards, fragmented rules, unnecessary costs, Speaker, and we need to fix that. That's why Bill C-5, the One Canadian Economy Act, is so important. It is vital that we do this. The bill tears down those barriers, creating one unified marketplace across Canada. It helps small and medium-sized businesses like those at the Halal Festival expand faster, hire more workers, and compete globally. But trade policy isn't enough. Nation-building infrastructure is the backbone that supports our economic growth. And that's why Bill C-5, the One Canadian Economy Act, will help unleash strategic trade and energy corridors, projects that connect our natural resources to markets, our businesses to ports, and our goods to global demand. We need to modernize Canada's ports from Halifax to Vancouver to handle large volumes and higher efficiency, Speaker. We need to expand rail and highway infrastructure to reduce congestion and speed up delivery. And we need to build clean energy corridors that will move electricity across provinces so that Canadian Power can fuel our homes, our factories, and our vehicles from coast to coast to coast. This is, yes, Speaker, this is how we unlock the full potential of the Canadian economy, by investing in the hard infrastructure that makes trade real. This is inclusive, bottom-up trade, where the benefits start with the people on the ground in places like the great place of Mississauga and ripple outward across our country. And at our borders, where economic and national security meet, well, we're acting with Bill C-2. This bill modernizes trade routes, strengthens enforcement, stops the illegal flow of guns and drugs while speeding up the legal flow of goods. That's good for safety, that's good for business, and it's essential for a modern economy. Right. Now, Speaker, these are just bills, but they are all part of a unified vision, a 2025 Liberal vision, Liberal plan that Canadians voted for. Tax relief for working families, housing access for the next generation, strategic infrastructure to support trade, innovation, and energy, a clean economy that grows with people-powered innovation, and a strong Canada, united from coast to coast to coast. It's a plan to build on economic expertise, empowered by the values that Canadians hold dear, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we have a Prime Minister with real-world experience in global finance and public service, who held a job as the Governor of the Bank of Canada, the Governor of the Bank of England. Mr. Speaker, this person comes with this experience and brings us all together. To a new government, a cabinet team that reflects Canada and delivers for Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, you've probably heard of the announcement that Michael Sabia will be the incoming clerk of the Privy Council. We have someone again who understands both business and public policy, Speaker, and brings those together. He's done it in Quebec, he's done it across our country, and that will help. It will help as we build our Team Canada. This Canadian team working together with all of us, and I say all of us because I speak to all members and all members in this House, our provinces, our territories, our Indigenous partners, the private sector, Labour, 41 million Canadians, Speaker. We will unlock Canada's full economic potential. That is what real partnership, that is what real leadership looks like. Speaker, what unites all of this is simple. We're focused on people, not partisanship, not posturing, people, Mr. Speaker. This is how we restore faith in government, by showing that it can work, that it can deliver for our people. So, Speaker, as we show the world in Kananaskis today that Canada is leading, not just with words, but with action, let's build one economy, let's support every family, and let's continue building a Canada that works for everyone. Canada strong, Mr. Speaker. Canada strong.
Here, here.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I appreciate the sentiment of the member from Mississauga, I'm worried about the details in the legislation before us today. Can the member confirm will the breakdown of interprovincial trade barriers allow BC wine producers to sell their goods without any federal rules in place to any other province or territory? And secondly, why has forestry been excluded from projects of national interest?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question, and I have to say we have great wines right across our country, Mr. Speaker, from BC, Ontario, where I'm from, the Atlantic, Quebec. I'm not even all the provinces, Mr. Speaker. We have great wine. And what I can say to the member, I want to commend, first let me say, the provinces for have taken their leadership stand to be able to break down those interprovincial barriers. But what I can also say to the member is, federally, we will eliminate those barriers that are all that the federal government has, eliminating those barriers.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech, and where are the guarantees? We've already talked about, a blank check, but here I'm talking about not only 13 laws and 7 regulations that the government will be able to ignore. I mean, these are things that need to be discussed before we move forward. So I'm asking my colleague, they're talking about how we need to seize opportunities, but here they're governing without consultation. Where are the guarantees?
East Cooksville.
Well, I want to thank the member for the question, the opportunity to share with the member in this House and all members. I know we were home in our constituencies over the weekend. I had an opportunity in my remarks to talk about many of the people that I met on the street, at festivals, at different events. And what they all spoke to me, what they said, Speaker, is we are in a crisis moment right now. We need urgency. We need to get things done. And that's what our government is doing, ensuring that we're doing that with efficiency, Mr. Speaker, so that we could deliver for Canadians. I would think it would be the same in that member's riding, that her constituents are looking for those deliveries, those results, to be able to help those families in her riding as this will help families in all of our ridings.
Comments, the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did want to take this time to cede my speaking time to the member who had been heckling and wanting to speak and ask Government House the questions, but unfortunately she's not in the room, so I will...
Order. Honourable members, no, you can't make reference to the presence or absence of members in this place, so I just asked the member to carry on without that particular piece of commentary.
Thank you.
Point of order, the member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for reminding the member that you can't identify who's here and who's not. But I can tell you, I'm here from the NDP, and I'm happy to take her question.
Order. It doesn't quite work that way, but the honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, on that note, I wanted to ask my honourable colleague for to expand a little bit more on the internal trade barriers that Canadians give us a mandate to address, and the importance it's going to have on ridings like his and riding like mine in the Southwestern Corridor. Maybe the member can take that question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the opportunity to talk about these interprovincial barriers. You know, since our Confederation, since 1867, I think we've had this discussion about interprovincial barriers and how they're stopping our entrepreneurs and stopping our economy, really putting the brakes on our economy from being able to develop. But this is the moment, Speaker. This is the moment in Canadian history where there is an opportunity for us to take down those barriers, to work together with our provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, to be able to show Canadians that government can work. So I will seize this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I know we'll do it as a House here together, and this will strengthen our democracy. Thank you.
A very brief question, the member from Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, on one hand, the Liberal government looks to the last 10 years on Indigenous relations to reinforce their record, but they won't look to the last 10 years for their economic record. I wonder if the member could comment why the highest impact item, oil and gas, has not been included in their economic plan.
The member for Mississauga East Cooksville, about 25 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to growing our economy, to making our economy the best economy in the G7, Mr. Speaker. And I say to the member, that includes clean and conventional energy, that includes agriculture, that is about manufacturing, all sectors, Mr. Speaker. This bill speaks to all sectors, speaks to all Canadians. It's about our prosperity, it's about our future.
Resuming debate, we're pleased to debate the honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be dividing my time up with the member from Saskatoon University. My first speech in a House, and I'd like to thank all the supporters from Skeena, Bulkley Valley, and this does take me back to how I got started in politics in the first place. And it's ironic of sorts, because as a First Nations member in Kitimat, where I come from, I got my start on the environment file, meaning we were trying to repair the damage done to our territory over the last 70 years. Damage to the river, damage to the forest, damage to the air. So that took up the bulk of our time. And in that time, I had to research what an environmental assessment is, what a permit is, what Aboriginal rights and title is. This took me years. And as a laborer, at a time when the internet wasn't readily available to us, we had one computer in our condemned band office. It used to be a residential school. This was hard. It took years to understand this. And nobody in my organization could really explain to me the full extent of what an environmental assessment is. And now I'm back. And over the years, I used to think about all this information in my head being useless because I thought nobody cared and I couldn't use it anywhere. And then I end up here talking about the same things that I was talking about in 2003. But this time it's flipped. And I think Canadians should understand Bill C-5 is in two parts. One is about breaking down provincial boundaries. I will not be talking about that. I'll be talking about the second part. the exemption of environmental assessments in Canada. The environmental assessments are responsible for LNG Canada, the largest private investment in Canadian history, being built in Kitimat to the highest standards with transparency and accountability. Everybody understood what was going to happen because there was federal authorities involved and provincial authorities involved, and more importantly, what strengthened that process was Aboriginal rights and title. All First Nations from Prince George to Kitimat were part of that process. We all got it. We understood it. And there was an emergency of sorts back then. There was a crisis. Aboriginals were in poverty. And the violence of poverty that goes along with that. Now we have a new crisis. But nobody on the government side is talking about some of the conditions that led to this crisis in the first place. Bill C-69, that extensive bill with all those words in it that actually shut down the building of pipelines. Bill C-48, no tanker, the ban on tankers coming off the west coast of British Columbia. The weakened state that we're in, and the reason why Bill C-5 is on the floor in the first place, is because of tariffs. But I'll go further to say, Canada has lost its place in the geoenergy world, the geopolitical world, and the geoeconomics world. And it was all self-inflicted. I mean, forget about the tariffs for a second and just think, without a strong economy, you got a weak country. That's just basic, simple math. That's just common sense. First Nations understand this. And now we're talking about Bill C-5 that will basically exempt environmental assessment from major projects at the federal level. It won't reduce it or eliminate it at the provincial level. That's yet to be seen how much time will be reduced. There's no word on how the federal government will actually replace the consultation and accommodation of Aboriginal rights and title that's protected by Section 35 of the Constitution. And these processes have been in place in the formation over decades. And now on one day, we're going to wipe that all out. We're going to say, no, we don't need environmental assessment. I agree, environmental assessments take a lot of money, they take a lot of time, and they're risky. You could do all the work you can and still not receive an environmental assessment certificate. Not to mention what will happen if you have a harmonized environmental assessment with the provinces. So many different ways to say yes and no, and now you're getting that from BC that will say no to pipelines. So what we're talking about here is almost a waste of time. If you do, by some miracle, get to a point where, yes, you do get an approval on a pipeline, you're going to end up in court. Because there's a tremendous amount of gaps that are proposed by this bill. Gaps that were in place back when I started as council in 2003. Back when not only were we trying to figure out how do we make our way in a new world as First Nations, but how do we strengthen the environmental standards in BC and Canada? How do we get BC and Canada to actually live up to the conditions in a permit? That took a lot of work. So when you hear First Nations saying that they strengthened the permitting regulations, they strengthened the environmental assessment, and they used the rights and title to do it, that cost First Nations a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of political capital because you're trying to balance economics with the environment and the welfare of your people for the next 50, 100, 150 years. Difficult. But in Kitimat Village, we reached a happy medium where everybody benefited, not just First Nations. Even First Nations, our neighboring First Nations, benefited. But it was on a basis of processes in the province of British Columbia and Canada. We figured it out. Yes, environmental assessments cost money, incredible amount of money. For a major project, I recommend to proponents, you'd better have $50 million of disposable money just to get your certificate. And that's no guarantee that you're going to get your certificate. But Bill C-5 is now saying we will forego an environmental assessment. We'll give you an exemption if politically it's acceptable to government. That will cut down time and it will cut down money. But how many groups will now be lobbying the government to get on that exemption list? How will government ensure that that lobbying is done openly, transparently, and fairly? We're just going through one of the debates already about contracts that were issued to a company to the tune of 60 million plus, where processes were in place to ensure there was no fraud or corruption in these contracts being issued. We still haven't got resolve on that. What are you going to do when a $30 billion project comes through the pipes, the pipeline, or a $40 billion project? None of this is actually making any sense to me, except for the fact that there will be no environmental assessment for a major project. Unless, the way I saw it, you find ways to cut corners. And where are you going to cut corners? You're already going to do it with the environmental assessment, but surely you're not going to cut corners with Aboriginals on Aboriginal rights and title, consultation and accommodation. Now, there's a lot of First Nations that understand these processes, but number one, First Nations in our area, we address the environment first. That's what we do. And we use our rights and title to do that. We understand there's jobs. We understand there's money, training. There's everything that comes with a project that's associated. But you have to address the environment first. And the best way to do it is to engage in environmental assessment. Now, usually, Aboriginal rights and title run parallel to environmental assessment, both provincially and federally. But if there's no environmental assessment, then what is the process? How will Aboriginals ensure that projects are done to the highest standards? We've always bragged, Canada, we have the highest environmental standards in the world. How do you ensure that with Bill C-5 going forward? There's many questions here, but the Liberal government actually just proposed closure, meaning we will not get to debate this in full. This got tabled last week. I have never come across a bill this extensive, and we only have a week to debate it. Not everybody's going to get up and get a chance to talk on behalf of their riding. And Canada, you've got to hold this government accountable. You've got to know what's happening with Bill C-5 in the future for the next 5, 10, 20 years, because exemptions, they're going to be a big issue.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his maiden speech. But I do want to remind him, just not that long ago, the member and the Conservative caucus actually voted in favour of us having the legislation go through in a timely fashion by Friday, Mr. Speaker. So it's important for him to note that. And he did it for all the right reasons. We just came out of an election platform, Mr. Speaker, in which there was a substantial debate and concerns. The idea and the principles of this legislation is a reflection in terms of what it is that Canadians are expecting the government and the official opposition to do. And I appreciate the fact that the Conservatives actually voted for this particular process. My question to the member is, recognizing the importance of sustainable economic development is indeed a very, very serious issue and is on the minds of all legislatures as they push forward with this legislation, and if he could provide his thoughts in regards to why it is that he believes the legislation should ultimately be passed, because...
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is basically federal Liberal legislation. And we all understand there's a crisis. And the reason why, I'll speak on my own behalf, why I voted for it, because I believe in the economy, I believe in a strong country. But I need to see more details. I've got to go back to my riding and explain why there will be exemptions coming to the environmental assessment. I got to explain why there'll be no environmental assessment for the federal government, but there will be for provincial governments. I've got to explain somehow that First Nations who have a right to carry out their own environmental assessments may or may not be heard. We still got more questions on this.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher-Patriote-Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for my Conservative colleagues. Since I've sat here, I've often seen the Conservatives getting all upset about scandals and corruption, collusion, whether it was imagined or real, on the behalf of Liberals. And I won't hide it. I don't have a lot of esteem for the government's ethics or the Liberal Party, but this bill with Article 21 allows national large projects to be excluded from any legislation in Canada. For example, criminality and ethics laws could be affected by this, perhaps? What does he think?
For Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, it's First Nations, actually, under the Indian Act, are forced to understand good governance, and that includes transparency and accountability. In fact, under the funding agreements, if you get a deficit in First Nations territory, you get punished. If you get a surplus under the Indian Act, you get punished. And when we're trying to understand self-governance and we're trying to understand self-determination, transparency and accountability actually always rise to the top. So when we're talking about the scandals here, I've been here a month. I haven't seen transparency and accountability in any of the questions that we've asked the Liberal government. So I agree with my colleague. Where is this going to end up?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York Centre.
And I thank the Shadow Minister for his thoughtful comments. And I have articulated a concern earlier today because it appears that the legislation is playing fast and loose with the Charter. Specifically, we know that the legislation proposes that projects of national importance are effectively a foregone conclusion. But we also know that the Supreme Court has been very clear time and time again about the duty to consult Indigenous peoples. And that duty specifically requires good faith. So how can you have good faith when the government comes to the table with a project that is already a foregone conclusion? I'm hoping that the member can speak to that and whether he believes that the bill will meet constitutional scrutiny.
As short a period as possible, the Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Well, thank you for the question. And you know, it's a great question because really, I know my colleague have already questioned this in terms of the consultation and accommodation duties in terms of this bill. Either the Liberal government understands the case law and ignored it, or doesn't understand the case law to begin with. Because to consult on a bill has a specific definition and process for over 600 First Nations. It's not simply a matter of sending an email or sending a letter and hoping for the best. It's got to be followed up on. It's an elaborate process that costs money and time. So I'll be watching this with my colleagues with the House as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
How to destroy a country from within. A case study on how not to build a nation. To understand how bad this bill and government is, we need to understand how we got here, if we are ever going to get through this as a country. Since day one, the Liberal Party of Canada has been trying to reshape Canada into this weird reality. Many Canadians don't recognize this country, a post-national state that doesn't have an identity. Over the past decade, Canada has had the worst record on economic growth in the G7. For every category, Canada is dead last because of Liberal policies that have weakened our country and made our citizens poorer. There are countless stats to confirm how far we have fallen. But just look at our country, with over 2 million people every day relying on the food bank just to sustain themselves. This has been caused by Liberal inflation because of terrible policies like printing of money, but maybe more importantly, has also been the laws they've enacted to ban growth within Canada, like C-69, the No More Pipelines Bill, or the tanker ban. And this has real-world implications. There's real Canadian suffering. Right now I'm thinking of the youth which are facing record unemployment right now. Whole generations have given up on the dream of ever owning a home. And the Liberals want a nation of renters. We are a country in decline because of the terrible policies of this government. It's almost every way possible the Liberals have made us more dependent on the state. We don't talk enough about natural resources in Canada. We should be a stronger nation because of our foundation built on natural resources, but that will never happen while the Liberals are in power. The Keep It in the Ground gang has kidnapped our once proud country. We used to build in Canada. We used to celebrate new production in Canada, not cap it. Our citizens are hardworking. We are a country, or we used to be a country, of doers. After a decade of decline because of the terrible Liberal anti-development laws have killed communities across our country. As a country, we have spoken endlessly about the North and the importance of protecting and growing our presence in the territories. But because of new Liberal regulations, the North are hurting. And this bill will not address that. I've traveled to the North. I've heard firsthand how C-69 has stalled and ultimately killed every new mining project in the territories. And I've been told in the territories there's two main types of jobs. There's one, you can work for the government on the taxpayer's dime, or you can work in the mining sector. And this government has stalled and changed regulations so that no mines currently are being built in the territories, and soon there will be only government jobs. And all those mining jobs will be evaporated, and now everyone's just going to get on the payroll of the government. That's the strong country the Liberals are building. A country that happily fires its own citizens and ships production and jobs to foreign countries. The Liberals have made our economy more beholden to foreign interest and a weaker Canada. Because of Liberal anti-pipeline policies, we don't have ways to move our product to market. This results in America buying our oil at a discount. You, the citizens of this country, own the resources in the ground, all the resources. There's no one special group that has more say over it other than the citizens of this country. We are the owners, not the corporations, not the government. The citizens are, for our benefit. But now, this once great country owes that resources, or this government wants to keep it in the ground as long as they could. And the managers of that resources of the government has done a lousy job in managing your assets and your inheritance for the next generation. These brilliant Liberals are layered on so much regulation that pipeline companies such as Brookfield invests in pipelines around the world, but not here in Canada. Elbows up against your own people and resources. We have closed all growth opportunities to export the product that we all own, making it easier for Americans to literally have us over a barrel. We have forced ourselves to sell to the Americans for a discount on every barrel of oil, upwards of $15 on every barrel that we just give away because of the crazy policies that the Liberals have enacted for our country. If you add up that with every millions and billions of barrels of oils, there's the money to reinvest in schools and hospitals and highways and true infrastructure because we would have the revenue because our economy is growing, because we would have ability to get our product to market, but not under the Liberals. Your record of selling out our country and for what the Liberals claim for its environment. But if the world, just stop that for a minute. The whole idea is that we got to keep it all in the ground and stop everything to save the planet. But just on the oil and gas equation, if the whole world would use oil from Canada, our emissions as a planet would go down by 25%. So I'm not sure if you're hurting our country or the environment more with your crazy Liberal policies. It even gets even worse when we talk about LNG. There isn't a country in the world that wouldn't want what we have, but we have squandered this opportunity. This is the worst missed opportunity in a generation. And I'm so embarrassed for our country for what has happened. When this Liberal government formed government 10 years ago, there was 15 LNG plants lined up for Canada. Not a single taxpayer's dime in these projects. But it was all private investment that would have drove our economy for the decade. And these projects are billion-dollar projects. They're located on coastal communities that are so desperate for these good-paying jobs that allow families to buy a home, raise some kids, and retire in a safe community. This is what those paychecks would come from liquefied natural gas plants. But unfortunately, the Liberals have changed the policies, and only one is progressing. We still haven't have it up and operational. And if you remember the resource that is in the ground, the natural gas, it's owned by all of us. It's owned by you. And what we're doing right now, if we were going to sell an ounce of natural gas outside of Canada, guess where it goes? Guess who our only customer is? United States of America. America is our sole customer for natural gas. They take our gas, transported in the capacity we do have in pipelines to the States, and it goes to liquefied natural gas plants, some of which are the same companies that were proposing those plants in Canada. After the Liberals said no, they went to the States. Now we send our gas to the States, and the Americans get the profit of liquefying it and selling it around the world. The profit goes to the Americans and the jobs because of Liberal policies. This is the country that the Liberals have built. All those jobs and opportunities have been lost to America because of Liberal regulation. So after a decade of crazy Liberal policies that have weakened country, these crackerjacks are proposing fast-tracking a limited number of nation-building projects. It's like Willy Wonka and the chocolate factory. It's like, I hope your family's not waiting. If you're one of the many families that have their careers and they're tied up in a project that is waiting for approval from this government, this is the Willy Wonka's magic golden ticket that they're claiming. And if you're waiting for that, hopefully your project to go ahead. And this is the kind of the sweepstakes that the Liberal government thinks that is a best way to build a nation. We have a country desperate for growth and all the good things that flow from economic activity. And the Liberals only want a handful of those opportunities. Limiting your growth, Canada. The Liberals have weakened our country at the worst possible time. This government has had 10 years to improve interprovincial trade and hasn't. The Liberals have benefited from a divided federation so that no one was benefited from a divided federation. So no one is believing the Prime Minister that the barriers will be coming down by Canada Day. Frustrations with Liberals have never been higher in Saskatchewan, and for good reason. Many families I know work in the uranium sector and don't trust what C5 or this government is up to. Nuclear energy and uranium mining has been stalled in our country because of multiple overlaying of regulations. Want to build a nation? I got a project for you. It's ready to go. NextGen, Rook Project. 1,300 high-paying jobs in northern Saskatchewan, ready to go. It would produce, or it would result in over $10 billion in government revenues. This is the project. This is one of thousands of projects across Canada that could actually build a nation. And I plead with the Liberals, please put Canada first for a change and get this project done. And that's just one of the uranium mining projects that are on the go in Canada and northern Saskatchewan. And just pause for a minute for the...
A perfect place to pause as we move on to questions and comments. Question et commentaire.
Honourable member for Sudbury.
Speaker, it was interesting when the member talked about natural resources, and certainly as the MP for Sudbury, where we are the mining capital of Canada, and I would say the world as well, mining is very important, and critical minerals is of increasing importance as well. This government invested $3.9 billion in the critical mineral strategy, to which the member's party voted against. And I would be interested to know if the member understands the need to support that. I'll give you one example, that the United States is dependent on 80% of nickel from Ontario, essentially Sudbury, for its aerospace and defense work. So the importance of investing in our natural resources and certainly in critical minerals, $3.9 billion.
I do have to interrupt the member to provide a time for response. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
$3.9 billion you claim has been put in this project. How many mines have been built? Zero. And I'm thinking back to my province of Saskatchewan. BHP, the largest mine that is getting built right now, Only reason why that mine is going forward is it got grandfathered to the old regulation, not under C69. So this is a failure on the Liberals. You spent billions of dollars on a critical minerals strategy, such as the potash is one of those minerals, and there's no other plants that are going, or no other mines being proposed and or being built right now because of the over-regulations that you guys have burdened our industry. So I wouldn't be proud about your mining history.
Order. Through the chair. Comments, questions, sir.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Timiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech in today's debate. Something happened that was kind of strange. There was a adoption through a muzzle, and the opposition accepted that for the whole chamber to be muzzled. What precedent does this create, particularly when you're talking about a project that will give tremendous power to the Privy Council to do anything that's in the national interest, and they'll just go over Indigenous and provincial jurisdiction. So I'd like to hear about what the colleague thinks about this morning's vote.
University.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I share some of his frustrations as the provinces have been told from by Ottawa what to do and what not to do and how to do it. We've heard from the courts that how unconstitutional what the Liberals have done in the last 10 years are, and that...
Order.
Point of order, the honourable member. The translation did not happen for a certain period. I'm not sure if it's working.
Translation working en français. Ça fonctionne? The
honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, and I'm not sure if you caught all that, but it's pretty much, yeah, Ottawa has messed things up in our provinces and dictated the provinces in their jurisdictions, and the courts have ruled how unconstitutional that the Ottawa has been treating our provinces, and that includes Quebec and Saskatchewan, and now with C5, that, you know what, if you're a Liberal insider, you're going to be successful in this country, and that's what the last 10 years, this is your track record is, that for the last 10 years, if you were a Liberal insiders, you made cake. Everyone else, too bad. And that
Order. Questions, comments. The honourable member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
I'd like to thank the member for his speech. Mr. Speaker, the previous Liberal member that gave a little bit of the nickel tour, I'll give the copper tour, or a penny tour, I guess. In my old riding of Central Okanagan, Smilkamy, Nicola, I had two copper pit mines, one just outside of Princeton and one outside of Logan Lake. And both companies at the time wanted to expand their operations, but they were actually concerned that they would be subject to C69 because it would add a whole lengthy process that in the day would not be better than the provincial one and would just cost them, as C69 measures things that are not contemplated provincially or are calculated in a different sense, making for nothing but work and paper for accountants. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is this. Does the member think that the government has really lost an opportunity, instead of going back to the drawing board and redrawing C69, getting rid of the unconstitutional elements and red tape, shouldn't that be where their focus should be?
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for the question. You're right that C5 isn't a fix. It's how to get Liberal insiders on a select list of projects that will get done. This is ethically challenging. That opens up the litany of opportunities where insiders are going to get rich once again because of this Liberal government and pick winners and losers versus letting the market. Now, to the example that you raised on C69 on ways to save that, we do need regulations and we need protections, but what we don't need is what we currently have, which nothing is getting done. And we're in a crisis in Canada, and the Liberals do not have the answers because they're the ones that actually messed up this country so badly.
Just remind all members to address their comments through the chair. Resuming debate, reprise débat, the honourable member for Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brant North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me say off the top that I will be splitting my time with the great new honourable member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. And since this is my first time speaking for a substantive length of time since the election, please allow me to thank the hardworking, industrious people of Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brant North for the honour of being their voice their servant and carrying their hopes and dreams to this place. And while I have lived and worked in other places in North America in my career, I've always felt that and known that the communities of Flamborough, Glanbrook, Grand North are my true home, and home is where the heart is. And it's the honor of my lifetime to serve these great communities. I want to thank my campaign team, Simon, Mona, Jordan, Wendy, Jim, and hundreds of volunteers, but above all, my wife, Tracy, without whose love and support I certainly wouldn't be here today. So now to the matter at hand. Canadians are struggling, and not because we lack talent, and not because we lack resources, but because we too often are being held back by red tape, gatekeeping, and a government that overpromises and underdelivers. Nowhere is that clearer than when it comes to getting big projects built or when trying to move goods and services and workers across provincial lines in our own country. And these barriers don't just cost us time and money. They cost us opportunities, investments, and jobs. But that's why Bill C-5, enact the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act, is such a missed opportunity. It claims to deliver free trade and fast-tracked projects, but the reality, it delivers bureaucratic theatre. A showpiece of announcements without the substance to back them up. Let's start with Part 1 of the bill, the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act. The premise is good. Canadians should be able to work and trade freely across the country without unnecessary federal barriers. But the scope of this section is minuscule. It affects a tiny subset of goods and services. In fact, during government briefings on the bill, one of the few examples offered was clean energy labels on washing machines. Certainly underwhelming. And there's no comprehensive list of affected items. There's no plan to deal with the biggest trade barriers, and no mechanism to assess progress, and no timelines. And no effort to create a Blue Seal licensing standard that would allow skilled immigrants, professionals such as doctors, nurses, engineers to work in the province next door despite meeting rigorous national standards. So this was a missed chance to unlock the talent that is already here in this country. It was also a missed opportunity to incentivize the provinces to remove their own barriers. The most effective governments are those that find ways to align incentives, not just issue guidance and hope for the best. That's why Conservatives have proposed a real solution to offer financial bonuses to provinces for every interprovincial trade barrier they eliminate. It's a win-win-win. It boosts GDP and it increases federal revenues. In fact, economists estimate that removing interprovincial trade barriers could add as much as $200 billion to Canada's economy. Yet instead of seizing that opportunity, Bill C-5 takes a baby step. It scratches the surface when Canadians are looking for bold, transformative reform. And then there's Part 2 of the bill, the Building Canada Act. Mr. Speaker, the most revealing part of this section is not what it proposes, but what it omits. It's an admission by this government that its own laws are the problem, that Liberal legislation like Bill C-69, the shipping ban, the energy cap, these laws have tied our economies in knot. And the Liberals know it, and investors know it, and workers know it. And this bill is their workaround, a way to admit failure without fixing the root of the problem. This bill tries to create selective escape hatches for a few lucky projects. But it keeps all the red tape in place. It's a patchwork solution for a broken process. There's no clarity on which projects will qualify, no defined criteria for what constitutes the national interest, no certainty for investors or communities, just another layer of bureaucracy and a lot of discretion left in the hands of ministers. Even with the promise of a 2-year timeline, provincial vetoes remain, and the sunset clause limiting the use of these powers to just 5 years. How is anyone supposed to plan long term? And here's the most frustrating part. The Liberals are essentially picking and choosing which projects get exemptions without fixing the laws that block everything else. If they can fast-track one project, why not all deserving projects? Why not fix the system for everyone? not just the politically connected few. Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't want political favors. They want fairness, they want clarity, and they want to build. And that's why Conservatives support real reform, one-and-done approvals, a national energy corridor, shovel-ready zones with clear timelines and firm standards. We believe all worthy projects should be able to proceed, not just the ones that win favor from this week's minister. We have the people, we've got the expertise in Canada, and we have the resources. What we need is a government that believes in Canada's potential again. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the broader context. Canada has posted the worst growth in the G7 over the last decade. Yet we have all the national resources in the world. We have everything the world wants. At the same time, we're selling our energy to the United States at a discount. Our farmers, our miners, our builders are being boxed in by the federal government. Global demand for energy, food, and raw materials is surging. And other countries are stepping up, but Canada is standing still. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce said it well. Internal trade barriers are like a self-imposed 21% tariff. And what did we get from this bill? A couple of washing machines. Meanwhile, U.S. tariffs have turned a simmering problem into a full-blown crisis. Canadian workers and exporters are caught in the middle, and this government has no answer. Dan Kelly of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business summed it up. The spirit of this bill may be positive, but in practice, it won't move the needle. We could be leading the world. Again, we have everything the world wants. 18 LNG projects, it has been mentioned here, sat on Trudeau's desk awaiting approval. The Germans, the Japanese, and other countries came to us and asked, they came looking for our LNG. We could have been helping get the world off coal and replacing European dependence on Russian natural gas, yet the Liberals turned the German Chancellor away and said there was no business case. Will this be more of the same? This isn't about economics, just about economics. It's about sovereignty and national unity and building a future where Canada leads in so many sectors that we're capable of doing. It's about restoring the Canadian promise to generations that feel abandoned by their government. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives won't stand in the way of the minor progress of this bill, but we won't pretend that this bill delivers what it claims. We will work in committee this week to strengthen it. We will seek real amendments, and we will keep pushing for solutions that go beyond optics and tackle the root cause of stagnation. Because Canadians don't want more red tape, they don't want more process, they want paychecks, they want purpose, they want projects to get built, and they want to be proud of this country and what it can do once again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to recognize that when we think in terms of the legislation that we have before us, it is, in fact, a reflection of the April 28 decision. It's something in which Canadians want and expect not only the government, but opposition. And I'm very grateful that the Conservative Party today voted in favour of us being able to get this legislation through so that we can present it to Canadians before July 1. Having said that, the Prime Minister and the administration has been very, very proactive, meeting with the premiers of all different political stripes. And I think it sends a very powerful message. In fact, when we say that we work as a Team Canada approach at delivering for Canadians on a major election platform, a platform that was at least in part accepted by the Conservative Party, and I'm wondering if my colleague provide his thoughts in regards to the Team Canada approach that has been led by the Prime Minister of Canada.
The honourable member for Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brant North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Winnipeg North for that question. As I said in the speech, Canada has everything the world wants, and I cited 18 LNG projects that languished on the desk of the Prime Minister. We have the ability to unleash the great potential, and this bill doesn't go far enough. And you know, the new old government or the old new government has had 10 years to address that, and what we get is a very small, tiny, baby step piece of legislation here just before summer to create the illusion that something is being done, and we support some progress, but my goodness, we have everything the world wants. We should be booming in this country, and we need to unleash that potential.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that my Conservative colleagues aren't very happy with Bill C-5. We aren't either, and that's a bit of an understatement because I think we're more than just dissatisfied. We're actually deeply concerned about what's in this bill. But I'd like to know from my colleague whether, in a context when they too are dissatisfied with the bill, how were they in favor of accelerated study of this bill that will make major changes to the way projects are approved? And what about, will we have time to do everything properly when debate is limited? Like, how will this study be at all serious? The honourable member for Flamborough.
Due to the question from my bloc colleague who sits with me on the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, where we will be studying this bill this week around the clock, clause by clause, and I'm sure we'll have many points of agreement and discussion around that to make some improvements to what we view as a bill that does move the needle just slightly, as was referred to by the comments from the business leaders, but certainly not enough. And there's so much more potential that needs to be unleashed in Canada, and this bill is just going to take that tiny baby step toward it. We certainly support that little bit of progress, but we want to see a whole lot more, and I do look forward to working with the...
Questions and comments on a member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague who sits on Transport Committee with me for his speech today. The government likes to talk about one national economy, yet when we look into the second half of C5, we see that the Prime Minister has said publicly that provincial premiers are going to have a veto. That means 13 different economies by its very nature. Could the member expound upon whether he finds that there's a contradiction here in what the government says and what it legislates?
The honourable member for Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brents North.
Thank you to my colleague for that question. Certainly we see the movement towards a free trade within Canada by Canada Day is obviously not going to happen. This bill just moves an inch along, and it's woefully inadequate. And as my colleague pointed out, the vetoes that are contained within there are an impediment to that, one Canadian economy. And it just harkens back to the original Canada Free Trade Agreement that the previous government, the old Liberal Party government, the new apparent government now under Trudeau had, and there were just hundreds of pages of exceptions. And so I don't know that what's new in this particular piece of legislation.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, Newfoundland and Labrador relies heavily on the tourism industry. In fact, it's one of the biggest employers in rural Newfoundland since the collapse of the fishery. But even this industry has a massive trade barrier, the Marine Atlantic Ferry. This ferry acts as a bottleneck, holding back growth despite demand. Bill C-5 talks about nation-building projects, yet our current infrastructure and transportation system needs immediate attention. During tourism season, these vessels are fully booked, with no room for tourist vehicles and RVs. Although most hotels, resorts, and restaurants have more capacity, tourists are not able to get across the Gulf into Newfoundland. Our tourism industry has grown tremendously in the last decade, yet Marine Atlantic services have hardly grown. Hotel rooms and historical tours go unused because there's no ferry space available to bring travelers in. During this last campaign, when the Liberals knew that they were going to lose more seats like mine, they made last-minute election promise to reduce the ferry rates. Now, we can all agree that passenger rates should be free, but these Liberals promised to reduce rates before Canada Day. Yet, we're only 2 weeks away, and the prices still haven't changed. People are booking ferry rides now for July and August, but what will happen? Will they get reimbursed? People are unknown of what's going to happen. So what will happen? This uncertainty undermines planning for families and is creating uncertainty in our tourism industry. If this government wants to reduce trade barriers, they need to take a good look at how the island of Newfoundland does trade. 50% of our province's cargo shipments are through private cargo companies, yet only Marine Atlantic cargo is subsidized. How can private industry compete and when shipping costs are so high? If this government wants to continue its freeze on transport trucks, will this create even more demand on Marine Atlantic services, eliminating even more possible ventures for passenger opportunity and tourist opportunity? Why doesn't this Liberal government make up its mind and either subsidize all cargo shipping into the province or none of it? Perhaps that would shift the cargo market, resulting in less transport trucks on our ferries, allowing for more passengers and more tourists to boost our economy, which will reduce the interprovincial trade barriers on our tourism industry. And speaking of ferries, I see in the national news that the province of British Columbia has awarded their ferry construction contracts to Chinese companies to be built in China, a country where we are currently having a trade war with. This decision undermines Canada's industrial backbone. This Prime Minister says he's elbows up for Canada, and he brags about allegedly successful meetings with premiers across the country. Yet he can't seem to convince BC to build these ferries here in Canada. Talk without action means loss of jobs for our country that may soon have a stockpile of unused steel and skyrocketing unemployment. I'm curious to know how many other boat-building jobs will be going overseas. BC alone says that they're expected to create 18 new ferries in the next 15 years. Where will these boats be built? Will these be powerful paychecks retreat overseas? I understand that this Liberal government has all their consultants busy as a Bay Street banker rewriting the rules of capitalism before breakfast. But perhaps Transport Canada Minister and his team could investigate this fiasco to determine what needs to be done for these boats to be built here in Canada. In my district alone, I have 2 shipyards and 2 fabrication sites sitting idle. Perhaps this Liberal government could work with private industry to make real investment here in Atlantic Canada to conduct minor upgrades to build these ferries, future ferries, and other Canadian ships. These idle sites represent ready-for-business infrastructure and workforce. Mr. Speaker, being an island and a landmass on the most easterly part of the country holds other connection difficulties as well. Newfoundland and Labrador is one of the largest providers of hydroelectricity in the country, with potential to have massive expansion. Yet, we struggle to get our power to market. Will this government use C5 to remove the interprovincial trade barriers on our green energy by ensuring that their proposed energy corridor will be connected to our province, that we can sell our electricity at fair market value without the extortion of other provinces? Removing these barriers would boost both our Newfoundland economy and national energy needs will be met. Considering this government just hired Hydro-Quebec's Michael Sabia, myself and every other Newfoundlander and Labradorian has major doubts that this energy corridor will allow a Labrador electricity to market without other provinces taking the icing off the top. We want someone from that side of the government in this House to take a stand and ensure us that this energy corridor will remove all provincial barriers and gatekeepers so that Newfoundland and Labrador can get our energy to market without having to give away our lunch money. A commitment to clarity, timelines, fair play conditions so that all provincial governments and private energy investors can prepare for this enormous opportunity. Now let's get down to the core of this bill, known as C5. The biggest component of this bill is to allow the Liberal government to select a few projects that they deem as nation-building projects. They deem as nation-building projects. What's interesting about this is even the Liberals now understand that their anti-building laws, anti-mining laws, and anti-energy laws are too much for private industry to navigate on their own. So they created so much red tape that they now need this new bill to roll out the red carpet for their VIP selected projects. Now, perhaps my colleagues will be filled with the highest level of integrity and would never plan to violate any ethical policies or choose companies that benefits them. But I can assure you, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And by giving themselves a power to make or break any project in Canada with a slight stroke of a pen is only a matter of time before we see more shameful stories like GC Strategies, who was given nearly $100 million taxpayer dollars in contracts to do nothing. Or the Green Slush Fund, where for 6 years, Sustainable Development Technology Canada approved approximately $900 million taxpayer dollars in funding that was inappropriately directed to projects that violated guidelines, often given to companies that they or their friends owned. We must learn from the past. Those warnings cannot be ignored. Furthermore, if this Liberal government realizes that a handful of supposedly nation-building projects will help our economy, why can't they understand that hundreds of these projects across our nation would put this country back on track where it needs to be and take care of our seniors, pave our roads, and fix our health care? But we wouldn't even need a C5 that this government repealed, C69 that blocks pipelines projects throughout this country. We wouldn't need C5 if they repeal 48 that cripples our offshore industry. We wouldn't need C5 if they never implemented the production and emission caps that is choking our economy. We wouldn't need C5 if we never had 10 years of the last Liberal decade, because we would have had one of the strongest economies in the world. We have everything in this country to succeed except for good leadership. Now, Mr. Speaker, I grew up in a Canada where an average kid from Clarenville could have endless possibility. He could run for student council and one day be the MP. Or he could start pumping gas and dream of one day owning that gas station and build an oil tycoon, just like old man Irving. But C5 will kill this dream, and many more just like it. C5 tells young Canadians that if you want to build something, you've got to be pals with the friends at the top. A perfect fantasy for Canadian oligarchs. That's not the Canadian dream. That's a nightmare of privilege. It replaces merit with connection, potential with politics, and small-town hope with big city gatekeeping. We need a Canada where every company has equal opportunity, every person has equal opportunity, and we need a smaller government to make way for bigger citizens. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Nipissing.
The honourable member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
And I must say I am a new member to this House, and I was very impressed this morning with the vote and the support in the House for our bill. To me, it speaks about action, and action is so important, and I think certainly that is what Canadians are looking for. And I was impressed with my colleague, his comments, and I have been following as well at a distance the matter of tolls on ferries, and I appreciate his frustration. But certainly I understand that some of the reasons behind the difficulty in resolving some of these matters is due to the fact that there are many ferry companies that are involved, and there's some complexities involved. So I was wondering if my colleague could comment on how he might play a role more locally in his riding in resolving this matter.
The honourable member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
We have one transport company from the mainland Canada to Newfoundland and Labrador for passengers, and it's Marine Atlantic. We do have cargo ships and other companies as well, but we have one for passengers and tourists, and that's the one I'm speaking of today. There's a lot of things we can do locally, but Marine Atlantic is a national crown corporation, and it starts right here in this House. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, and congratulations to my colleague for his speech. You know, for a number of weeks now, we've heard the Conservatives criticize the Liberals about ArriveCan and about GC Strategies and questioning their sense of ethics. And here now we have before us a bill which is going to give superpowers to the Liberals. It will allow them to avoid applying certain laws to projects put in place by their friends, by promoters. Section 21 is going to allow them to exclude promoters of projects from ethics laws, from labor laws, etc. So I'm wondering why, in this context, the Conservatives have supported the Liberal closure motion to allow the Liberals to move this bill through quickly without it being studied properly and without members being able to improve this bill.
The honourable member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Us Conservatives have knocked the door of Canadians. We understand that the cost of living, they are really, really worried if they're going to make the next rent. We understand that some projects in this country is better than no projects, and we have stated over and over, these are baby steps in the right direction. But we need to repeal 69, repeal 48, and unleash Canada's potential so that we can improve this country and give the citizens at home a better quality of life.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, for a very inspiring speech. He mentioned the importance of ferries. Now, his riding and mine are at opposite ends of the country, but they have this in common. We're coastal provinces, where ferries for passengers and traffic is very important. Yet in British Columbia, we're not even building our own ferries. I wonder if a member could comment on that. The importance for one strong Canadian economy to be able to at least build our own ships.
The honourable member for Terra Nova and the Peninsulas.
I absolutely agree with my colleague. We are in a crisis right now. We're in a tariff war with multiple countries across the world, and we may have a bundle of a whole stockpile of unused steel. And this is a great opportunity to put our workforce to work, whether it be built in BC or built in Newfoundland or built anywhere in Canada. It's a great opportunity, but yet it doesn't seem like this government is interested in seizing that opportunity and creating work here at home.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Nunavut, about 20 seconds.
And I congratulate the member on his election. I wonder if he's heard from Nunavut government in his province whether they've shared their concerns with C5 and how it would infringe on their rights.
The honourable member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, about 20 seconds.
I haven't heard directly about C5, but throughout the whole campaign, when you talk to Aboriginal people in our province, everyone has the same concern. They want to be consulted before things go through. They do not want the federal government to have a veto card that pushes through anything. Thank you very much.
For the previous debate, the honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Two things off the hop. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford, and I just want to say thank you to my neighbours in Beaches East York. Trust is everything in our democracy, Mr. Speaker. It means a lot to have your trust, and I'm going to work hard to earn it. Now, against the economic threat posed by President Trump, Canadian politicians have rightly renewed calls for building up our country. I'm one of them. It is a nation-building moment. A strong and resilient domestic economy is a priority. Of course it should be. And to that end, we should remove unreasonable barriers to economic growth. If a rule doesn't contribute to the public interest, or if its negative cost is disproportionate to any positive contribution, we should do away with it. But that doesn't mean we should pursue economic growth no matter the cost. Depending on the project, there may be competing public interest considerations: biodiversity and habitat protection, Indigenous rights, climate change, long-term cost effectiveness, democratic participation, and more. Yet, under the guise of responding to the threat posed by Trump, we are sacrificing other important values. We aren't thinking about unintended consequences, and we are actively undermining our parliamentary democracy. Consider the case of two Bill 5s, Doug Ford's Bill 5 and the federal government's Bill C5. Ontario's Bill 5 became law last week. It gutted habitat protection just to start, but it also enacted the Special Economic Zones Act to give the government unnecessarily and disproportionately unchecked power. Effectively, the government can now designate special economic zones and then exempt or alter any provincial or municipal law that would apply to a company or project within those zones. EcoJustice rightly called it a threat to democracy. Worse. The Ford government shut down democratic debate, curtailed committee scrutiny, and jammed the bill through the legislature. Now, okay, par for the course for Doug Ford, maybe. Fair. But EcoJustice has also called the federal government's Bill C5 a threat to democracy, and no Liberal government should welcome that accusation. Worse, in Bill C5, in Bill 5 déjà vu, this federal government is proposing to shut down democratic debate, curtail committee scrutiny, and jam the bill through the legislature. It would all actually make Harper blush. Liberals would rightly scream, that we would scream if a federal Conservative government attempted the same. Now, okay, fairly, Fairly well, they share similar goals, and yes, they suffer some similar defects. The federal Bill C-5 isn't exactly the same as Ford's. I mean, Part 1 of our legislation, the Free Trade and Labor Mobility Act, it usefully aims to harmonize federal and provincial rules where reasonably possible. The idea is simple: to avoid duplicative regulation of goods, services, and labor where federal and provincial rules are comparable. And yes, of course, the devil is in the details of assessing what comparable means, but it is a welcome move. The problems with Bill C-5 lie in Part 2, the Building Canada Act. Its purpose is clear: to get national interest projects built more quickly. Okay, so far, so good. The proposed law streamlines authorizations at the same time as it emphasizes the importance of climate action and Indigenous rights. It's a huge and positive distinction from Ford's Bill 5. At no point does Ford's bill even mention climate change or the need to consult with affected Indigenous rights holders. But despite its promise, the proposed Building Canada Act has two major faults. First, it gives the government unfettered discretion in designating national interest projects. And second, similar to Ford's Bill 5, it gives the government unchecked power to exclude or alter any law that would otherwise apply to such a project. The Minister of Natural Resources, he set the stage for Bill C-5 in a May 23rd speech, calling for a renewed spirit of building by reframing the national conversation. No more asking, why build? The real question is, how do we get it done? It would be wise, in my view, of the government to take its own advice when it comes to Bill C-5. Rather than defending the why, the idea of the bill, we should refocus our attention on the how we pass it. In other words, we should improve the bill and respect democratic participation as we do so. First, we should welcome greater parliamentary and civil society scrutiny. The government's proposed guillotine motion seeks to limit parliamentary debate at every stage of the bill. More concerning, it will jam all expert and public testimony and all committee scrutiny in less than 2 days. For what? Consider that Parliament isn't currently scheduled to sit between June 20th and September 15th. We are rushing legislation through Parliament under the auspices of an urgent threat, but we aren't willing to put Parliament to work for what, an additional week to get things right? The debate on amendments does not need to be rushed. We could easily extend committee hearings by an additional week, provide resources for the committee to sit every day, and engage in a more thoughtful process to hear from experts, improve the bill, and pass it through the House by Canada Day. Beyond improving the process, we should also fix the substance of Bill C-5. First, Section 5 currently gives the government unfettered discretion to designate national interest projects. There's a list of specified factors at 5 sub 6 that the government may consider, including the interests of Indigenous people, as well as clean growth and meeting Canada's objects with respect to climate change. That's all good. But as currently drafted, the government does not need to consider any or all of these factors. We can and should change that. We could either mandate the government to consider these public interest factors, or we could require that national interest projects not be inconsistent with them. Simply, Parliament should be more prescriptive than including factors as mere examples. Second, Section 22 would empower the government to exclude the operation of any law from a project it has deemed to be in the national interest. Combined with the unfettered power to designate such projects, it effectively does away with Parliament. An easy fix: remove this unnecessary and disproportionate power from the law. The government can always amend regulations as it sees fit, but it should return to this place, the House of Commons, if a law duly passed by this place is to be excluded or altered in any given situation. If there's a rationale for excluding the operation of a particular law, of course, we can move quickly as needed. There are no doubt other possibilities to improve the law. It may well make more sense to limit the unique process to the next 3 years instead of the next 5. We could require that ministerial advice with respect to conditional authorizations be made public. Expert testimony will likely offer other good ideas if we care to listen. For my part, I will support Bill C-5 here at second reading to send it to committee, because it is time to build, and good projects should be built more quickly. I will vote against the government motion that would hinder the work of the parliamentary committee tasked with public hearings and improving the legislation. And I will vote for Bill C-5 at further stages only if it is amended substantively. We don't make laws in this place for one government, for one prime minister. The laws we pass are binding on all future governments of all political stripes. Even a time-limited law like this one establishes a precedent. If passed as it is, Bill C-5 is a dangerous precedent that will enable conservatives to gut environmental protections when they are in power next. President Trump is a threat to our economy. Of that, there is no doubt. My constituents overwhelmingly voted for a government and leader ready to act, to respond to Trump forcefully, and to build up our country thoughtfully, but not at the expense of our democracy, environmental protections, and Indigenous rights. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question complémentaire. The honourable member for Barrie, South Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first question to the honourable member is if I could post that speech on my Facebook page. I would appreciate that. But in all seriousness, this is a bill that lacks a lot of things and is susceptible to many things, and that is court challenges as a result of the lack of Indigenous consultation within the bill and other parts as well. I'm wondering if the honourable member can speak to the risks as it relates to potential court challenges related to this bill.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Of course, he can post anything I say to his Facebook page. His constituents, I think, would welcome most things that I say, at least. The second thing is, and we shouldn't take the duty to consult lightly. Of course, legislation can't oust the duty to consult. That is a constitutional obligation, and courts have well defined it. The bill, and I said there were some good things in this bill, and I support the object of the bill, of course, but on that particular question, the bill does require consultation with affected Indigenous rights holders, not only in designating a project, but also in the implementation of that project.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've just understood the extent of the message that we've heard, Mr. Speaker. We heard the colleague use the words used by my predecessor last Friday. But what I don't understand is that he voted in favor. So my question is, what does he plan to do with the next stages, and what does he intend to do so that democracy can do its work and not be affected by this closure?
I thought I had been clear in this, but I apologize if I hadn't been. So the vote we just had was to make sure that we shorten the debate on the government motion. It wasn't a vote on the government motion itself. Now, I said I would support this bill at second reading. Of course, I agree with the object of building this country up. Everyone should agree with the object of this bill. So I'll support getting this bill to committee. I'll only support this bill if there are substantive amendments at committee, and I'm not going to support hindering the work of that committee.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within the legislation, there's the principles that I ultimately believe were given to every member of Parliament going out of the election. A mandate that says that we want to take down barriers, build a stronger, healthier one economy. A good example of that is the interprovincial trade, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts on the importance of interprovincial trade and taking down those barriers.
Member of Beaches, East York.
It's in all of our interests to remove barriers to interprovincial trade. The challenge, obviously, is it comes at a particular cost to one province in one case and a different province in another case. The federal government's got to show leadership, and through this bill, in Part 1 in particular, we are showing that leadership, and that leadership should be welcome.
Time for one more question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, words cannot express my deep respect for the honourable member for Beaches East York for his courage. I would like to point out to him that the Canadian Cancer Society believes that Part 1 also needs to be amended and that it could lead to a race to the bottom without exemptions for health and environmental standards as they bring down interprovincial barriers. Again, Greens favour bringing down interprovincial barriers and building one Canada economy, but not with a bulldozer pushing it through Parliament.
The honourable member for. Gotta
10 years, Francis.
Beaches, East York. Apologize.
I'll be brief and just say, as I said in my speech, the devil is in the details of what comparable means. And I agree, we don't want to see a race to the bottom, but we definitely want to see a removal of interprovincial trade barriers that aren't reasonable and hinder our economy.
Yes, I think we have time for one more question. Briefly, though, very briefly, a 30-second question. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the member, we've worked together on the former ethics committee. Would you agree that closure motion is more of an autocratic type action, or is it democratic? I think I would ask, just clarify with the Liberal government, is it autocratic in nature or democratic with this action?
A quick response, the honourable member for Beaches, East York.
I might ask him the same because he voted for it, but I would just say, look, a closure motion on a government motion, we shouldn't spend unlimited debate on a government motion. I think we're fairly and fully debating the government motion. The vote's what matters on the government motion, and you'll see how I vote.
Statements by members, déclaration de député. I would ask that the honourable members use their earpiece because the honourable member for Nunavut will be delivering her statement, I believe, in Inuktitut.
Thank you. When she was born in 1948, her parents named her Paningayatnak. By the time she was 12 years old, she was given the name Joan Scotty. Joan has written a book about her life entitled I Will Live for the Both of Us, a history of colonialism, uranium mining, and Inuit resistance. Joan has the strength to protect the land and the caribou. I am inspired by Paningayatnak and hope Inuit and indigenous peoples will show their resistance in what will be challenging days. Our rights are on the verge of being infringed by Bill C-5. Let us be moved by Paningayatnak and do what we can to protect our lands. Thank you.
The honourable member for Honoré Mercier.
Highlight two examples of our country's cultural wealth. First, we started this month with Festa della Repubblica, the Italian National and Republic Day. I know many of my constituents celebrated on June 2nd, and I want to thank them for their active participation in the community of Rivière-des-Prairies and Anjou. You have been integral to making our society more dynamic. Happy Italian Heritage Month.
Secondly, I would like to highlight Quebec's upcoming national holiday. On June 24th, our community will host many activities to celebrate Quebec culture and the French language for Saint Jean-Baptiste Day. Together, let's be proud of our cultural diversity. Long live Honoré Mercier, long live Quebec, and long live Canada.
Honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share my condolences for the family and the victims of the fatal shooting in the Fleetwood neighborhood in BC this weekend. The victim, Shatwinder Sharma, was a father and a businessman from Abbotsford, British Columbia. What's even more appalling is that in less than 24 hours, the Sharma's untimely death, another Surrey home and business, Reflections Banquet Hall, was targeted and the owner, Satish Kumar, was shot. After there was no casualties, I am speaking on this issue because it is suspected that both shootings were linked to extortion. My thoughts and prayers are with the family of the Sharmas. Mr. Speaker, there was 2 shootings in 24 hours and 1 horrific casualty. When will the Liberals show remorse for the appalling soft-on-crime laws, repeal Bill C-5, and adopt the Conservative plan to crack down extortion?
The honourable member for Egmont.
Of my district of Egmont is the willingness of islanders to work together. That collective approach has built vibrant communities, and people know they can rely on one another to succeed. In my home community, the Tignish Fisheries Cooperative is marking a 100-year anniversary. Keep in mind, this incredibly successful venture began during a time of wooden boats, sails, and oars. Today, it is electronics, fiberglass boats, efficient engines, and the best seafood products in the world. The threads that bind these two realities together, the hard work and determination of a community filled with talented and dedicated people. Now the Tignish Fisheries Cooperative employs 380 people, and it works wonderfully because thousands of individuals over the years believed in something greater than themselves. They had faith in their home. So from his early days as a fisherman's union to the best seafood processing in the world, this operation has been an incredible success. And I want to congratulate all those there now, thank those who came before.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, for half a century, John Holtby lived and breathed parliamentary democracy. He began as first clerk assistant at Queen's Park, served at the table in the BC legislature, and here on Parliament Hill he was chief of staff to the McGraw Committee and served as an advisor to prime ministers, house leaders, senators and whips. To new MPs, he was always there with a kind word of advice, a mischievous idea, and, when needed, a gentle word of caution. In this House, he is recognized as an authority as the editor of Beauchene's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition. John was fond of the classic words of the Pilgrim's Progress. And if I could be so bold as to turn around those words, and so he passed over, and all the division bells rang to greet him on the other side. Rest well, dear friend.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday, I participated in the launch of the G3E organization summer season with a fishing event for everyone at the Beauport River. For over 30 years, G3E has embodied civic engagement in the protection of aquatic environments in Quebec. This innovative organization has developed an extensive network and impactful programs. With scientific rigor and passion, G3E offers water education and monitoring tools based on the participation of more than 269 adopted rivers to date. These initiatives reach nearly 39,000 students and 35 community groups and have restored more than 409 kilometers of riverbanks and collected 270 tons of waste. G3E's approach combines openness, integrity, innovation and excellence, promoting openness to dialogue, respect for knowledge, and transparency in all actions. Thank you.
Member for Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Speaker, crime and drug use are getting worse in Canada. Law enforcement agencies in Ontario recently seized 1,000 pounds of cocaine and nearly 500,000 lethal doses of fentanyl. In my riding of Calgary McKnight, families can't sleep at night because they worry about their homes being invaded and their cars being stolen. Meanwhile, the Liberal Public Safety Minister doesn't even know his own government policies on firearms or drugs, and he's fine with releasing repeat violent criminals out into our streets. Canadians need real solutions to crime, to addiction, and to the broken liberal bail system. Our Conservative plan will ensure that repeat violent offenders are kept behind bars and that those battling addiction are given the proper care they need.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate a local organization making a powerful impact through sport, the Southern Ontario Cricket Association, SOCA. Founded by Parveen Sharma and now led by Giri Banarvuri, SOCA began in 2019 with just 12 teams. Today, it's Canada's second largest cricket league, expanding to 78 teams. SOCA's heart lies in youth development. Their Little Champs Junior Club empowers children with the skills, the confidence, and the values of teamwork and leadership. Their rapid growth in women's cricket and plans for a winter indoor camp show commitment to equity and opportunity in sport. By introducing an over 40 men's league, SOCA is ensuring that cricket remains a game for all generations. Through cricket, SOCA is building more than athletes, they're building stronger, more inclusive communities. So please join me in celebrating Southern Ontario Cricket Association for their dedication and their impact through sport. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The Honourable Charles James Mayer passed away on April 24th in Winnipeg. First elected to the House of Commons in 1979, he served as Minister of State for Grains and Oilseeds, Minister of Western Economic Diversification, and Minister of Agriculture. He was inducted in the Canadian Agriculture Hall of Fame in 2005. Charlie was also my husband's stepfather, and when I first met him in 2017, I was preparing to moderate the Conservative leadership debate. When I asked for his advice, he said, "You can use my cattle prod if you need to, Stephanie. That'll keep him in line." Charlie was kind, thoughtful, and humble to a fault. He was respected for his fierce intelligence, his humanity, compassion, and decency. He was a great Canadian, but remained until the end, like myself, a proud Westerner. He will be missed by his wife, Anita, children Holly, Cheryl, and Judy, and their families. Thank you. Merci.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Joining the ranks of some of the biggest names in gastronomy are Paul Bocuse and Sophie Pic Alain Ducasse. And these are our Quebec chefs who have just been awarded the prestigious stars by the Michelin Guide. On May 15th, 9 Quebec restaurants were honoured. La Tanière, a real Quebec institution, made a big splash, earning 2 Michelin stars on its first attempt. RV, Quebec Club Privé, Laurie Raphael, Légende, Jérôme Ferrer Européa, Mastar, Sabayon, and Narval each earn 1 Michelin star. These coveted red plaques are much more than decorations. They are proof that our gastronomy, culinary creativity, and identity are on par with Paris, Tokyo, and New York. Quebec's restaurant industry is an economic flagship, a tourist attraction, and an ambassador for our culture. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House are here to support our constituents. Over the past 10 years, I've witnessed partisanship to the detriment of Canadians. So this summer, I challenge all members in this House, regardless of political affiliation, to stand up for Canadians by supporting small business. Small businesses across Canada continue to work hard and create jobs, whether it's traveling within Canada, whether it is shopping locally, choosing made-in-Canada products, having the power to invest in our economy and strengthen our economies. As Canadians, we've all felt the impact of U.S. tariffs. It's more important than ever now to choose Canadian whenever possible. I'll be doing just that as I head back to my riding this summer, and I encourage everyone to do so. Together, Mr. Speaker, we can ensure that Canadian businesses thrive, communities grow stronger, and our economy remains resilient as ever. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Liberal anti-development decade, Canadians pay the price. Today the G7 starts. Canada used to be powerful, but the Liberals are lucky we still have a seat at the table. Canada's economic growth is now last in the G7. Allies like Germany and Japan begged for Canadian energy, but the Liberals rejected them. $670 billion in natural resource projects died by delay and Liberal attacks. This PM claims elbows up, but they've been elbows down. Canada has the world's highest per capita resource wealth, but the Liberals made Canada more reliant on the U.S. Canada's standard of living falls behind an income gap of over $30,000 per person versus the U.S. The U.S. will still take up to 90% of Canada's energy at big discounts if the Liberals keep their job-killing Canadian oil and gas cap, the anti-development bill C-69, the shipping bill the shipping ban bill C-48, and the federal industrial carbon tax on Canadian businesses. In Canada, anyone from anywhere should be able to work for a powerful paycheck. Conservatives.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise today to speak for the first time in this House. First, I'd like to thank the citizens of Brome-Missisquoi for the trust they've placed in me. I will be a hands-on member of Parliament, listening to their concerns, and this would not have been possible without the unwavering support of my campaign team, my volunteers, and my wife Sylvie, who has been an invaluable support. I would also like to point out that in Eastman we're currently celebrating International Trail Day by highlighting the Trans-Canada Trail, a true national treasure that connects Canada from coast to coast. Since 2019, tens of thousands of dollars have been invested in our trails in Brome-Missisquoi, and by 2026, we plan to invest $154,000 to improve access and enhance the experience. So I'd like to congratulate the local stakeholders who are working to preserve and improve this essential network, and I reiterate my support for this initiative here and across the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Cayenne-Dinaga.
Last week, the Auditor General confirmed that without proper oversight, due process, or consideration, this government flagrantly ignored public procurement procedures and gave $64 million taxpayer dollars to unqualified insider consultants. In the Auditor General's own words, the government frequently failed to show, quote, which contracted resources performed the work, what work was completed, and whether the people doing the work had the required experience and qualifications, end quote. The Liberal governments of yesteryear, at the very least, put up a facade of public utility when giving lucrative government contracts to insiders. With GC Strategies, that veil completely came off, Mr. Speaker. Unlike this government, the opposition respects the public purse and has a motion ready to go to get that money back. The only question is, will this Liberal government's hubris allow them to admit their mistake, take responsibility, and give it back?
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize all those that put themselves in harm's way to fight the Dryden Creek wildfire in Squamish and keep the community safe. Despite dangerous conditions, thanks to the skill and determination of Fire Chief Aaron Foote, Squamish Fire Rescue, Whistler Fire Rescue, BC Wildlife Crews, Mayor Armin Herford, and the District of Squamish Emergency Operations Centre, and the Squamish Nation, the fire is now being held and the evacuation alert has been lifted. Beyond the fire lines, the community came together. Businesses offered help, students delivered meals, and neighbors supported one another, so much so that officials paused donations due to overwhelming generosity. Mr. Speaker, this wildfire, the third in Squamish this year, reminds us of the growing risks of climate change and the need to be prepared. We must all follow fire-smart guidelines and sign up for local emergency alerts. To everyone who fought the fire, supported neighbors, and stood together, you showed us what Squamish is truly made of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
To those who know what's at stake with a nuclear Iran, and to the Iranian people, remember who you are, not the hunted, the lion, not the silence, but the rising sun. The time has come, fierce in spirit and brilliant in purpose, to reclaim your homeland and fulfill the ancient promise of Cyrus and the legacy of civilization over barbarism. Let this be the hour when the prison doors close, tyranny falls, and freedom takes root. A free Iran, a proud nation restored, and with it, the hope for a more peaceful region led by its most resilient people. Do not let Canada's moral equivocation, a foreign minister speaking out of both sides of her mouth, embolden the regime. A regime that has crushed dissent, policed women's bodies, arrested without cause, executed at scale, erased gay rights, and terrorized a world for more than 40 years. The biggest state sponsor of terror killed 55 Canadians and 30 permanent residents. It has a former Liberal Justice Minister under 24-hour protection and intimidates our own people. So when next time the foreign minister speaks, I hope she remembers that.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Timiskaming.
This morning was held the 26th annual memorial service to recognize the parliamentarians we have lost over the past year. Included was Bob Wood, who represented the riding of Nipissing as a member of the Liberal Party for nearly 16 years, up until 2004. He passed away in North Bay a few months ago at the age of 85, and Anthony Rhoda succeeded him in the riding, now known as Nipissing-Timiskaming. Bob served as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veteran Affairs, North Bay being a major Canadian Forces base with a strong NORAD presence. Bob was beloved by the citizens of the riding, and I doubt there are many MPs in this room who can boast of having topped every poll in 3 successive campaigns. While exuberant in his political and social presence, Bob Wood's legacy of kindness was private and personal, as he often offered that kindness when no one was looking. The people of Nipissing-Timiskaming, his colleagues in Parliament, and the citizens of Canada extend our deepest thanks to Bob and our sympathy to his family. Bob?
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
The Prime Minister is at the G7 today, surrounded by allies in the largest oil-producing province in the Federation. But thanks to the Liberal government, the oil and gas products they're demanding are still in the ground, and instead of powering our economy and Canadian paychecks. We've got laws blocking extraction, a cap that halts production, a shipping ban that stops it from leaving, and an industrial carbon tax that makes it all more expensive to build. Will the Liberals repeal our anti-energy laws and approve projects so that we can get jobs for our people and our resources to market?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Speaker, what this government will do is pass the One Canadian Economy Act to get the economy going again.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Here's the problem. As the G7 begins, the world may find out what Canadians have known for years. The Liberal laws still in place make it nearly impossible to get anything built. The Prime Minister's solution is not to fix the problem. Instead, he wants to give hall passes to the very few favoured VIPs to skip the line while everyone else waits. C-69, the emissions cap, the shipping ban, the industrial carbon tax, those are all still on the books. Everyone knows the laws are broken and we need to exempt projects for them. So why not just repeal the laws, period?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Speaker, what my honourable colleagues should know is that the CEOs of the energy companies, the union workers, the rig workers are all supporting the One Canadian Economy Act, so it would be really great if they got on board as well.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Please leave it in the ground, Liberals. Keep blocking resource projects, giving more dollars to dictators. Radical Liberal policies are costing Canadian jobs and keeping our clean, responsible Canadian resources out of the hands of our allies. With the G7 now under the way, will this Prime Minister put aside his radical climate agenda to make sure that Canadian resources get into the hands of our allies?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, we've been clear, and I will repeat it once again. We are going to keep working to make sure Canada is an energy superpower. To do that, we need to be low risk, low cost, and low carbon. A strong Canadian economy. I hope the Conservatives will be able to help support us.
Bravo. The Calgary East.
Canada can't become energy independent until bad Liberal policies are repealed. The Prime Minister even admits that his own policies are what's not letting anything get built in this country. He even wants to give premiers veto over pipelines, ensuring that Americans get Canadian product at a fire sale price. With the world gathering in Alberta today, will the Prime Minister repeal his anti-energy laws so our allies can get more Canadian product? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Speaker, the answer is clear. If Canada wants to be an energy superpower, we need to do it in a smart way, and that is to make sure it's low risk, low cost, and low carbon. The Conservatives were unable to build anything because they didn't do environmental assessments. They didn't consult with Indigenous peoples. We're not going to follow the way they did things because that didn't get things done. We're going to get things done right.
L'honorable député de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent Akanawak. Mr. Speaker, we're receiving the G7 countries right now, and Canada is in last place when it comes to resource development. For 10 years, this Liberal government has been anti-energy and anti-natural resources. The disastrous Bill 69 gave the federal government the right to veto hydrogen and electricity. We would have never been able to develop Manic, James Bay, or Remain. When will the government repeal C-69? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I share with my colleague, we went through an election campaign together. We went through page 1 of our platform, and it indicated that we were going to pass a bill to have a single Canadian economy to make it easier to get major projects across the finish line. And that has the support of business, the unions, the premiers all across the country. Mr. Speaker, let's move the Canadian economy together. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent Akanawak. The Liberals have a short memory because they passed 4 anti-energy and anti-resource bills. There's not just C-69, there's C-48 in the shipping ban, there's the cap on oil and gas production, which is killing jobs, and the industrial carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, more than ever, people need more Canada. When will the minister make this possible? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, respecting the environment and Indigenous rights and procedures, that's what a responsible government does. But we do know that we need to proceed now to implement major projects, including projects in Quebec and in all provinces and territories. We're going to do that respectfully, but effectively and efficiently. We're going to get our workers to work. We're going to get our economy moving by the end of the year. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister thinks he's Pierre Poilievre. He wants to put a gag order on Bill C-5, which would allow him to decide everything on energy projects. He wants to be able to decide on his own, by order in council, which projects will go ahead in the national interest. He wants to be able to define what the national interest is himself, based on his own personal opinion. He wants to force pipelines on Quebec, and he wants to do this without debate or study. Even Pierre Poilievre would never have gone that far. Will the Prime Minister stop imitating him and withdraw the gag order? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it's not just a dream, it's going to become a reality. One Canadian economy. Not only are we expecting the Bloc to support us, but we have Labour, we have management, we have the provinces, we have Quebec on board. This is a golden opportunity for the Bloc Québécois to build a strong Canada, a united Canada, an ambitious Canada, a prosperous Canada. That's what we're working on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. We'll always fight for Canada. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives want to ram a Liberal bill through Parliament using closure, when Danielle Smith supports the federal Liberals in Ottawa, that proves that C-5 is being controlled by the oil companies. Quebecers didn't vote Liberal to have Conservative policies forced on them through closure and in the interests of oil companies and Danielle Smith. If Quebecers had wanted Pierre Poilievre, they would have voted for him. Why are the Liberals betraying Quebecers' trust? The Honourable Government House Leader. There were stakeholders from civil society, from business, and the Bloc is exaggerating here just a little bit, Mr. Speaker, because what we've done is brought together unions, business, provincial and territorial governments. We are going to implement green projects, renewable projects, projects that will put people to work and will move the Canadian economy forward. And all before Canada Day, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-5 gives birth to the Conservative Liberal coalition serving the oil companies. After years saying the Liberals were the devil incarnate, suddenly the Conservatives are eating out of their hands. They're ready to pass Liberal bills. They're even ready to pass Liberal gag orders. They're prepared to do anything as long as it serves the oil patch, but not Quebec. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers didn't vote for this. Why? During the election campaign, did the Liberals hide it from Quebecers that they were going to form a coalition with the Conservatives? Just a minute, please. Could the Honourable Member withdraw the word he used, a word that we don't use in the House? So that we can get to the main idea. He said the opposite of the truth. I'd like to thank the member. The Government House Leader. You see, Mr. Speaker, they haven't even read page 1 of our platform. And we spent 35 days on the hustings talking about getting the economy going and making this country one single economy that would be able to do big things, that would advance Quebec, advance Canada, advance green energy, advance all of our workers. The Quebecers did vote for that. The Bloc is wrong about that.
A recent Auditor General's report revealed that GC Strategies, a Liberal insider company, was paid a whopping $64.5 million tax dollars by the Liberal government to do literally nothing. Think about how Canadians struggling to make ends meet feel about having to pay massive taxes just to enrich Liberal insiders. It's like reverse Robin Hood. Will the Liberals support our motion to get Canadians' money back from these scammers, or will they keep robbing Canadians to pay their friends?
The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me be absolutely clear, we will never tolerate any misbehavior or misconduct from our suppliers or their subcontractors. We've taken legal actions against GC Strategies. We've referred cases to the RCMP because we will always defend the integrity of our procurement system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Not only are the Liberals tolerating this behavior, they're promoting the people who oversaw it. In the normal world, somebody who would have overseen $65 million going to scammers would have been fired. But instead, these ministers have been promoted. And today we found out that these ministers want to give even more money to consultants to manage web pages. Why is it with these Liberals, incompetent politicians get promoted while Canadian taxpayers get stuck with the bill?
The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've mentioned time and time again last week, we will always defend the integrity of our procurement system, and we will always hold bad actors to account, which is why, Mr. Speaker, of the company she's mentioned, we've revoked its security clearance. We've terminated all contracts more than a year ago. We've put in place the Office of Supplier Integrity, which has barred GC Strategies from contracting with the government for 7 years. We've taken legal actions against the company. We've referred cases to the RCMP. We will always hold responsible suppliers and their subcontractors who misconduct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General confirmed GC Strategies, a two-person company, got $64 million from the Liberals, often without competitive bidding. In nearly half the contracts, there's no proof of even any work being done. In 82% of cases, departments didn't check if taxpayers were overpaying, and in 50% contracts, security clearances were not properly enforced, including departments like Global Affairs and National Defence. A total collapse of basic oversight, but taxpayers are still forced to pay, while Liberal insiders get rich. Will every member in this House vote to get Canadians their money back?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we will never tolerate misconduct from our suppliers or their subcontractors. We've taken legal actions against GC Strategies. We've referred cases to the RCMP, Mr. Speaker, because we will never tolerate misconduct from our suppliers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
That's right, Mr. Speaker. GC Strategies is under RCMP investigation. The Auditor General exposed millions paid without proof of work, without oversight, and without security rules being followed. And the ministers responsible? They didn't get fired. They got promoted, rewarded by this Prime Minister. Only with Liberals do you fail upwards. Collect promotions for incompetence and leave the taxpayer on the hook. Same scandals, same ministers. Why is Liberal corruption always rewarded while Canadians get the bill?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As I've repeatedly said last week, we will never tolerate any misconduct from our suppliers. That's why we have sued the company. We have referred this to the RCMP. We have cooperated with the Auditor General. We will always defend the integrity of our procurement system in Canada.
Leamington.
Through questioning Liberal ministers last week, we know that they paid out. They had no clue why $64 million was paid to GC Strategies for work not done. The Auditor General found the following. Security requirements were not enforced, contract monitoring policies were ignored, procurement policies were not followed, and deliverables were not confirmed before payment. Liberal ministers responsible for this fraud, they're promoted upwards. Mr. Speaker, why? After cheap talk of this government, saying that's the old government, when will the new government vote in favour of getting Canadians their money back?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the aisle, we'll always defend the integrity of our procurement system, which is why we've put in place recommendations from previous report of the Auditor General. We've terminated all contracts with GC Strategies more than a year ago. We've revoked their security clearance. We've set up the Office of Supplier Integrity, which has barred GC Strategies from contracting with the government for the next 7 years. We've referred cases to the RCMP, and we've taken legal actions against GC Strategies. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we will never tolerate bad actors in our supplyment process. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public funds have to be managed very carefully and should serve the interests of our country, not Liberal cronies. In Quebec, there's an expression for an abuse of power and the code of silence used to protect insiders. A friend is a friend. Will the Liberal ministers of the past 10 years ask their buddies at GC Strategies to repay the $64 million paid by law-abiding Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I reject the premise of my colleague's question. We will never tolerate abuse by our suppliers. That's why we've taken legal action against GC Strategies and referred this matter to the RCMP, because we will always defend the integrity of our procurement system. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Let's talk about integrity. We Conservatives today tabled a motion calling, among other things, for the $64 million that was paid in excess to GC Strategies to be, without any work done, to be paid back to Canadians. Will the Liberal ministers of the past 10 years who approved this payoff to their cronies, will they finally show today some integrity by supporting our motion to force a refund and ban that company, not for 7 years, but for life? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleague that the Office of Supplier Integrity operates at arm's length, and they decided to ban GC Strategies for the next 7 years. But we had already taken action. We will never tolerate any misconduct by our suppliers. We've taken legal action against GC Strategies. We referred the matter to the RCMP, and we cancelled all contracts more than a year ago and revoked their security clearance, because we will always defend the integrity of our procurement system. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the government is not only preventing debate on C5 in the House, they're also gagging all opposition outside the House in the name of the so-called national interest. They're silencing anyone who questions the construction of dirty oil pipelines across our lakes and rivers, including the St. Lawrence, threatening our drinking water. They're silencing anyone who's concerned about our farmland and our forests. They're silencing the entire population, the National Assembly, and the BAP. How is it that for the federal government, building Canada always weakens Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we invite our colleagues to join with us in building a strong Canada. Quebec has a major role to play in that. Quebec is a leader on electricity, on the environment, on interprovincial trade. Mr. Speaker, this is a golden opportunity for the Bloc Québécois to vote in favour of Quebec and at the same time build a strong, resilient, and prosperous Canada. The unions are in favor, workers, management, the House should be in favor too. This is how you build a country. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, one thing's for sure, Mr. Speaker, the national interest of the Liberals is certainly not the interest of our planet or future generations. In less than 3 weeks, we've gone from transportation electrification to drill, baby, drill. The Prime Minister has gone from his Canada Strong against Donald Trump to move aside Quebec and make way for some pipelines. All this without debate, without serious study, and without expert witnesses to explain the implications of C5. Clearly, the Prime Minister does not respect our work here. He proves it with his gag order. When will he finally get it that we live in a democracy here? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, we agree that the environment needs to be protected, but the economy can be supported at the same time. It would be nice if the Bloc could support us in doing exactly what Quebecers and Canadians have called on us to do. They elected a Liberal government to ensure that, yes, we can be an economic superpower, but at the same time, we can take care of the environment.
Tecumseh Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Housing Minister says he doesn't want house prices to go down. While everyday Canadians are priced out of a home, he says he's focused on protecting people's assets. Well, now we know why. From his Vancouver penthouse, this minister is sitting atop a personal real estate empire worth over $10 million, including luxury properties in Tofino, Squamish, and English Bay. Why is it the only thing getting built under this housing minister is his personal fortune?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll caution the member on using inaccurate facts. I will be following all the rules, even before they are required, and these are some of the rules that the Conservatives themselves brought in under Prime Minister Harper. We will work with the Office of the Ethics Commissioner to ensure transparency, and I will continue to demonstrate integrity in my role as Minister. My focus is on getting more affordable housing built across Canada.
The Honourable Member for New Tecumseh Gwillimbury.
Liberals are just like Adams. They make up everything. More Canadians than ever are watching the dream of homeownership slip further out of reach. But this housing minister isn't focused on solving the housing crisis because he's profiting from it. The average home in Canada now costs $680,000, $1.2 million in Vancouver. Rents and mortgages doubled, housing starts are down, so why is the minister more interested in protecting his real estate empire than ensuring Canadians can afford a home?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Settle down.
The Honourable... I thought we wanted to finish question period on time. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Housing, indeed all ministers and members of this House, live under some of the most stringent ethical requirements that require disclosure and transparency. As that member knows very well, the Minister of Housing is obviously complying with all of those rules, will continue to do so, and at the same time, he will continue working on providing housing opportunities for Canadians. That's why he's there. That's what he's going to do.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
You'll have to excuse us if we don't take the party that's been known for serial ethical lawbreaking at their word when the Minister of Housing, who said that house prices don't need to come down, is sitting in a $2 million penthouse on a multi-million-dollar real estate fortune while he's telling Canadians that they're okay to just stay in their parents' basements. Wow. Canadians want to know why this minister wasn't transparent, didn't answer the question in Committee of the Whole, didn't answer the question when the member previously asked, and we don't think that he answered it honestly when he gave an answer to the Ethics Commissioner. Why won't this minister come clean and tell Canadians the truth?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minister quite literally just gave the answer on the floor of this House. That member knows, as do his colleagues, that we live under ethical guidelines that are among the most stringent in the world. They govern all the members of this House. That minister is in full compliance with all of the rules. That member knows better.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
He's in compliance with his multi-million-dollar real estate empire. That's the only thing he's in compliance with while people are living in tent cities. This minister has said the housing market is working just fine. This from a real estate tycoon. While he has a $2.4 million penthouse in Vancouver, a $5.6 million lakefront property, and a $3 million estate in Tofino. You think housing prices are going to go down? No way. It's not in his financial interest for them to go down. How can anyone believe this minister will do anything for housing when it's in his vested interest to keep his real estate portfolio high and Canadians in tents?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The minister is literally spending day and night, 7 days a week at creating opportunities in housing for Canadians, while at the same time being in full compliance with the strictest ethical obligations faced by public office holders in the world, Mr. Speaker. You know that. Those members know that. We are in full compliance. That will continue to be the case.
The Honourable Member for Côte du Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kataskamik-Témiscouata. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Housing Minister has said that house prices don't need to go down. Not surprising when we know that he's sitting on $10 million in real estate. He has a $3 million home in Tofino, another $5.6 million home in Squamish, and a luxury penthouse in Vancouver. Meanwhile, in Quebec, young people are stuck in their parents' basements. They're not able to buy a home. They're not able to rent a home. Why is the minister from up in his luxury penthouse telling young Quebecers that the price of homes doesn't need to go down? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the member knows very, very well that not only has this Minister of Housing been working day and night to create housing opportunities for all Canadians, but he also knows that he has totally complied with our ethics regime. It's one of the most strict ethics regimes in the world. He's completely in compliance with the Ethics Commissioner. The Ethics Code covers transparency, and that's what the minister has followed.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, our new government recently introduced the One Canadian Economy Act, intended to tear down internal barriers to trade, cut red tape, and get nation-building projects off the ground. While it is true that the bill is critical to help grow our economy, Indigenous communities' individual rights must be respected throughout the process. Can the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs outline how the Indigenous partners will be consulted and how these communities will benefit from this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member of Labrador for his important question. As a First Nations rights holder as well, I want to acknowledge the concerns raised by Indigenous leaders across this country. Their voices matter. That's why we're investing in real consultation with $40 million to support Indigenous engagement, in addition to establishing an Indigenous Advisory Council. This legislation will be an economic game changer for Indigenous people like never before.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' own housing agency's latest numbers on housing starts are out, and they are bad, particularly in cities that received money from their Housing Accelerator Fund. For example, Vancouver, they got $115 million. Starts are down 10%. Kelowna got $31.5 million. Starts are down 33%. On May 13th, the latest housing minister claimed that he wanted to build on the housing successes of the last few years. What success? When will the Liberals learn that bureaucrats don't actually build houses?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite will know, there are monthly fluctuations to the housing starts across Canada. That's right. And there's really good news in the CMHC report, Mr. Speaker. We are on an annual pace of almost 280,000 housing starts this year, which is almost a record. And we won't stop there, Mr. Speaker. We are focused on doubling housing starts in this country over this next decade, and we will stick to that goal.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, it doesn't just stop there. Hamilton got $93.5 million. Housing starts there are down 50%. Toronto got $471 million. They're down 58% there. Guelph got $21.4 million, and housing starts there are down over a whopping 78%. Whoa. Yet the Liberal plan is to continue spending on city bureaucracies, and now they want to build a third federal housing bureaucracy. When will this government learn that repeating their same mistakes and expecting a different result is not going to solve what is quickly becoming a housing catastrophe?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt that we have challenges with housing across the country on affordability. The good news is that we are seeing near record level housing starts this year. You can cherry pick month-to-month stats. This year, 280,000 starts is the pace that we're on right now, and we need to go farther and faster. That's why we're delivering on development cost charge reductions that will bring down the cost of housing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis is only getting worse, and the Liberals' failing programs are not helping. The Liberals' so-called Housing Accelerator Fund is spending more but building less. The Liberals' own numbers show that Kelowna will receive $31.5 million in taxpayer dollars, even though housing starts there are down 33.6%.
That's not very good.
Will the Liberals abandon their failing housing programs and build homes, not more bureaucracy?
Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will just direct the member opposite to talk with the Kelowna Mayor and Council about what they think about the Housing Accelerator program, which mayors, hundreds of mayors and councils across the country have asked their own members of Parliament on the Conservative side to support, because they want this program, they want support to scale the housing that they build in their communities, and we will be there to support them.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' own housing agency continues that $74 million from the Housing Accelerator Fund. Housing starts in London are actually down by a whopping 72%. Meanwhile, students and young families are still being priced out of the market with little hope of ever owning their own home. The Prime Minister promised to get the government into the business of building homes, not building more bureaucracy. When will the Liberals finally recognize that the red tape is the problem, not the solution, and reverse these policies that are keeping young Canadians in their parents' basement?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, well, I hope that the member opposite is supportive of the work that we're doing here to give first-time home buyers, young Canadians, an opportunity, discounting their purchase price by up to $50,000. Wow. In GST relief. Whoa. It's a significant effort, along with the tax cut for 22 million Canadians, that makes life more affordable, enables them to access housing, and we will not stop there, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
Only this Liberal government could spend more taxpayer money and deliver less. Their so-called Housing Accelerator Fund gave the City of Toronto $471 million. And what did Canadians get in return? According to this Liberal government's own housing agency, Toronto's housing starts dropped a whopping 58% compared to last year. This is a classic example of Liberal-style failure. They spend taxpayer money, grab a nice photo op, and then walk away while fewer homes are built. Will this housing minister finally admit that this Liberal bureaucracy fails to build homes while the next generation of Canadians fall further behind?
Good job. The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I want to speak strongly in support of the Housing Accelerator program, which has over 200 agreements with communities across Canada. The members opposite can keep criticizing and insulting their city councils and mayors. They are going to deliver on this housing. The month-to-month statistics fluctuate, but overall we're seeing housing starts up this year, which is great, and we're seeing local communities deliver. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ponoka Didsbury.
This week, leaders of the G7 gather in Kananaskis. Top of mind at this summit is international peace and security. Canadian energy is a key part of this conversation. Our G7 allies, such as Germany and Japan, have spent years asking for ethically sourced Canadian oil and gas. Yet this same Liberal government has stymied our allies for 10 years. When will they get out of the way and approve the energy infrastructure that Canadians and our allies so desperately need?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, at the first Ministers' meeting, the Prime Minister, the Premiers got together and thought the One Canadian Economy Act was a great idea. Managements think it's a great idea. Labour unions think it's a great idea. It would be very helpful if the Conservatives got on board and helped us get this bill passed.
The honourable member for Ponoka Didsbury.
After 10 years of economic vandalism by these Liberals, Albertans want the walk to match the talk. It's been 3 months since the start of the campaign. 4 weeks since the throne speech, weeks since the meeting with the premiers and businesses, and yet the No More Pipelines bill, the tanker ban, the production camp, and the industrial carbon tax all still remain, and not a single oil and gas project has been announced. So when does the talk become the walk, or is this all just more liberal squawk?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural
My
Resources.
honourable colleagues will get an opportunity later this week to put their money where their mouth is and vote for this bill.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin Nickel Belt.
After 10 years of Liberals, Canada's pipelines are more clogged than a kitchen sink. Thanks to anti-energy laws like C-69, the No New Pipeline Law, the job-killing production cap, and the industrial carbon tax. Our energy industry is struggling. Investment has fled, and companies won't build under these conditions. Will the Prime Minister finally scrap this anti-energy agenda so we can sell to our allies and bring home bigger Canadian paychecks?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
When Canadians elected this Liberal government, what they asked for was for us to be able to build a strong, united country. What I hear from the opposition is division. That's not what Canadians want. What we saw when the premiers and the Prime Minister sat down together was how we're going to build together. I hope that they're going to support our Build Canada Act so that we can actually get the job done.
Let's go.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Lotbinière. 10 years of Liberal lethargy, 10 long years with Canada on the sidelines, even as the entire world has looked to us for our natural resources. A lost decade where the Liberals have turned their backs on our allies and put in place the most anti-development environmental laws of any G7 country. An anti-pipeline law, a cap on oil production, a ban on marine shipping. The G7 is meeting in Canada, in Alberta this week. Will the Prime Minister get rid of these bad bills that are making Canada's poorer and approve projects that will put more money in their pockets? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, when the Canadians elected us, when they elected this Liberal government, what they wanted to see was us build together a strong country and a strong economy, and that's exactly what we're doing. So, we are building to be an energy superpower that is low cost, low risk, and low carbon. I would ask the Conservatives, will they support our bill to make sure that we can move forward with these projects?
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, more than ever, Canadians are feeling a deep sense of pride in who we are. We're united by our shared history, rich cultures, and breathtaking landscapes. In my riding of Halifax, we have Citadel Hill National Historic Site, which stands as a powerful symbol of our past. And Nova Scotia has 3 world-renowned gems in Sable Island, Kejimkujik, and Cape Breton Highlands National Parks. Could the Minister tell us what our new government is doing to reinforce our national pride and to encourage Canadians to discover all the incredible places that make Canada so special?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Halifax for her excellent question. There is no better time to choose Canada, which is why today we unveiled the new Canada Strong Pass, Mr. Speaker. That's right. All summer long, admission is free for national parks, historic sites, with major discounts on camping as well. That's great. And what's more, a kid gets to free access to national museums and gallery, and free or discounted fares on Via Rail. Amazing. We're encouraging peoples of all age to explore the places and story that unite us from coast to coast to coast. With the Canada Strong Pass, it's never been easier to get out and discover the best country in the world, Canada.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I attended the Public Safety Forum in Surrey this weekend, and I have to say, I felt like we were living in a violent video game. Reflections Banquet Hall shot up. Hub Insurance shot up, Strip Mall shot up, and now in Fleetwood, an honest businessman has been gunned down in his office in broad daylight, possibly tied to extortion. The message from these criminals is clear. Pay up or your family will pay the price. And what's the government doing? Wasting hundreds of millions going after licensed gun owners while gangsters roam free. Will the Liberals commit to protect Canadians from violent extortionists?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, first off, I had the chance to meet with the Mayor of Surrey just recently and talk to her about the concerns in her community, as well as many of the members that represent Surrey that are in the House today. Extortionists must be held to account for their crimes. We will act decisively to strengthen the criminal code and move aggressively to protect victims by making bail laws stricter for violent and organized criminals. Extortion with a firearm carries a maximum sentence of life in prison, Mr. Speaker. We will always be there to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, extortion is up 357%, and those are the ones we know about. In Surrey, criminals are shooting up businesses and bragging about it online because they know they won't face serious jail time. People are terrified, and these gangsters are running the show. They actually made it. What did the Liberals do? They voted against mandatory minimums for extortion. They made it easier for violent criminals to get back on the street. Will this government support the common sense Conservative plan to crack down on violent extortionists, or will they keep putting criminals ahead of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, in case anyone is mistaken in this House, extortion is illegal in Canada. It is punishable by serious offences. Repeated extortion with a firearm is punishable by a mandatory minimum of 7 years imprisonment and a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. The criminal code reflects the seriousness with which we take this crime. We will do what it takes not only to punish criminals on the back end, but to give law enforcement the tools they need to prevent it in the first place. I hope the Conservatives will be willing to work with us to advance the reforms that will help keep communities safe.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, Peel Regional Police busted an extortion ring. Unfortunately, of the 18 arrested, almost half were on a form of a judicial release at the time of arrest. Under this Liberal government, extortion cases are up by almost 400%. Bill C-381, introduced by Conservatives, would have given law enforcement the tools they require to go after extortionists. When these Liberals will stand with hardworking families and their safety? Will the Liberals adopt our Conservative plan to crack down on violent extortion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is, this new Prime Minister, new MPs like me, and this new government take this incredibly seriously. The fact of the matter is we're hiring 1,000 new RCMP personnel, 1,000 new CBSA members to go after the bad guys. And I hope that member and those members on the side of the House will support us in the Strong Borders Act. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of this Liberal government, risen by 357%, and Canadians are living in genuine fear for their lives. One of my constituents recently received a video from a perpetrator threatening to murder their children. People's lives are at stake, and this cannot go any longer. We need to restore mandatory minimum penalties on extortion. Will the Liberal Prime Minister adopt Bill C-381 to crack down on violent extortion?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as I shared a moment ago, extortion is illegal in this country. Perpetrators should be apprehended and punished. If the member does not believe that extortion is punishable by serious offences, I would point him to the fact that repeated violent extortion with a firearm is punishable by a minimum of 7 years imprisonment, a maximum penalty of life imprisonment, Mr. Speaker. This reflects the seriousness with which this government takes this very serious crime. But it's important we not only punish wrongdoers on the back end, but we invest in law enforcement to give the tools they need to keep communities safe in the first place. I hope that the members opposite will join us as we advance important reforms to protect Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, every day law enforcement officers from across Canada work tirelessly to ensure that our communities are kept safe from crime. At the same time, organized criminals are taking advantage of new technologies to evade the police. Can the Minister of Public Safety inform this House how the Strong Borders Act is modernizing the tools law enforcement uses in their fight against organized crime?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the honourable member for Brampton Centre for her question and her hard work. Just this morning, Mr. Speaker, Peel Regional Police dealt a major blow to organized crime, arresting 18 individuals on nearly 100 charges related to auto theft, extortion and shootings. And I want to thank the hardworking men and women of Peel Regional Police for this important work that they have done. Through the Strong Borders Act, we are looking to replicate the success of Peel Police. We will provide law enforcement with the tools they need to take down organized crime and keep our communities safe.
I believe members may want to use their earpieces for this question, which will be in Inuktitut. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Mr. Speaker, Mosi is a single mom in Talukchuak. Her monthly income is less than $1,100. The Inuit Child First Initiative helped to feed her children every day. The Liberals canceled the Hamlet food voucher program. Groceries in the north are not affordable. Will the minister reinstate the Hamlet food voucher program so Inuit can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it's public knowledge that Nutrition North is undergoing an external review. And we also have an internal review underway. We're committed to building on the positive steps already taken, like the Food Harvesters Program and the Community Kitchen Program, to ensure that Northern communities benefit fully from these types of initiatives. Thank you.
And that concludes the question period. Je crois que l'honorable député de Saint...
I think that the honourable member for Saint Jean has a point of order. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. During QP, you asked my colleague from Repentigny to withdraw remarks they thought that were non-parliamentary. These statements referred to events that took place outside of the House. I'm wondering if it's possible to clarify if the extension of what is considered parliamentary remarks can refer to what is happening outside of the chamber.
They were used. Je soulignerai.
I'd like to underscore to the member for Saint Jean that regardless of the reference, the term was said in the chamber, so that is not parliamentary language. Yes, they withdrew it, I believe. I think I heard them withdraw it.
Pardon? Yes, point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. During question period, members of the Liberal caucus kept providing disinformation about the fact that they're upholding Section 35 rights. It's not true, and I'd like them to apologize.
This is obviously a matter of debate. We will now... It being 3:06, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Barrett relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moved that given that the Auditor General found that ArriveCan contractor G... Shall I dispense? I didn't think so. That given that the Auditor General found that ArriveCan contracted GC Strategies Inc. was paid $64 million from the Liberal government, and in many cases there was no proof that any work was completed, the House call on the government to A, get taxpayers their money back within 100 days of the adoption of this motion, and B, impose a lifetime contracting ban on GC Strategies Inc., any of its subsidiaries, its founders Christian Firth and Darren Anthony, and any other entities with which those individuals are affiliated.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Albouteif.
Mr. Albouteif.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Khanna.
No, Mr. Majumdar.
Correction, Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Cramp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. McLean Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean Calgary Centre.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Miss Cobania.
Miss Cobania.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Googlimin.
Mr. Googlimin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Miss Cronitz.
Miss Cronitz.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Currick, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Currick, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Boulris. Miss Gazan. Miss Idlaut. Mr. Johns. Miss May.
Miss May.
All those opposed to the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. DeBruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sengre.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. Gould.
Miss Gould.
Madame Pittspat-Taylor.
Madame Pittspat-Taylor.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Miss Gainey.
Miss Gainey.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Mr. Belanger. Destinate Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger. Destinate Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mrs. McKnight.
Mrs. McKnight.
Miss Chartrand.
Miss Chartrand.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Miss Alty.
Miss Alty.
Mrs. Gulmasty.
Mrs. Gulmasty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zericelli.
Mr. Zericelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Minard.
Madame Menard.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Madame Chattel.
Madame Chattel.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Laiteo.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Zerowitz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Klassen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Mr. Eolson.
Mr. Eilson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Akan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Al-Soud.
Mr. Al-Soud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinte.
Miss Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Ms. Navin.
Miss Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Miss Tessa Dirksen.
Ms. Tessa Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them. I see a hand raised for Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Seeing no other hands, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 165, 165.
I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if you could clarify the process when voting. The member from Fleetwood Port Kells left his chair during the vote for an extended period of time, wandered around, it appeared to be the lobby, came back, then voted. Mr. Speaker, is that allowable?
It is not. I don't.
Stay in the seat.
I don't believe that. Oh, just a moment. I will consult, but I didn't. Or what is it?
Fleetwood Port Kells.
Fleetwood Port Kells here. Yes, the Honourable Governor Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If it can just be confirmed that indeed the member did vote physically in the House as opposed to on the application. If he voted from the application, I think then it would be permitted based on the procedure that we've come accustomed to.
You voted in person, I'm told. So is the member still here? Could the member confirm whether he remained in his seat the whole period of the vote or left his seat and came back? Could the member?
My app was not working, so I came back and voted in person.
Essentially, I understand that members knew and these things happen. Essentially, the process is if the app doesn't work when one is in the lobby or in any other situation, one can come in and after the vote has been called, then the member can get up and say that the app didn't work and they would like their vote to be counted one way or the other. So that's the proper procedure. However, so the member's vote would not count unless he gets up and asks for unanimous consent for his vote to count.
I would ask for a consent from the House.
Fortunately, I didn't hear unanimous consent, so I'm sorry, but we can't count that vote. Yes, the honourable member.
Ask once again for a recount.
No, for unanimous.
For a unanimous consent to the vote.
Consent to allow the vote to. Yes, okay, then it counts. Okay, that's for later, right? Okay. What's this on? L'honorable, again, I would ask members to leave quietly and quickly. L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take the floor today to answer a question of privilege raised by the member for Mirabel. It's a pleasure to work with my colleague, and I've done so for 4 years now, and I hope he'll agree that I've always been courteous and frank in my relations with him as well as with all members in this House. In raising this question, the member accuses me of having deliberately misled this House when the main estimates were studied in Committee of the Whole. As you know, all those proceedings can be lengthy and at times subject to interpretation. In examining the transcripts, Mr. Speaker, you'll see that the member for Mirabel asked, are these refund checks for the carbon tax that were sent during the election campaign, were those to buy votes in 8 provinces? Were they paid without the tax having been collected? To that question, Mr. Speaker, I simply answered, and I quote, Madam Chair, the answer is no, because I think it's completely false to describe those payments as an attempt to buy votes, as the member insinuated in his question. Sending refund checks to Canadians is a well-known fact, and at no time did I mislead this place in that regard. I thank you for your attention to this question, and I ask that you apologize me for any misunderstanding. At no time did I attempt to mislead this House, and Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your attention to this matter. Thank you.
I have the honour to lay upon the table the House of Commons report to Canadians for 2025. Under tabling of documents. We'll now go to introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Mrs. Mendez.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages reports from the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association for the following activities. Number 1, the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Sydney, Australia from November 3rd to 8th, 2024. Second, the Artificial Intelligence and Security Workshop held in London, United Kingdom from January 27th to 30th, 2025. And third, the 73rd Westminster Seminar held in London, United Kingdom from March 10th to 14th, 2025. Thank you.
presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
L'honorable Monsieur Barsalou.
Mr. Barsalou Duval, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, seeks leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution Act 1867, Oath of Office. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not every day you table legislation to change the Canadian Constitution, so allow me to table this bill that would amend Section 128 of the Constitution Act 1867 to do away with the requirement to swear an oath to the King. It would be replaced by something along the lines of what judges swear, and it would be a time. This could be an opportunity to celebrate, but unfortunately, the requirement to swear an oath to the King spoils this occasion for many people. Many Quebecers reject the monarchy, and so it's both a test and an opportunity for Canada to show some open-mindedness and some fairness, because swearing an oath to a king is just a remnant of colonialism. Mr. Barsalou Duval, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion's deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Première lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
Sénat. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge honour to table this petition that was signed by mill workers at the Domtar Catalyst Mill in Port Alberni, Mr. Speaker, and they highlight that Canada's forest industry has historically been a source of good jobs for rural communities. The forestry industry has faced multiple challenges in recent years that have led to significant job losses, including wildfires, infestations, and the ongoing softwood lumber dispute. The U.S. trade policy poses a serious threat to Canada's forestry industry as well as the communities it supports, like Port Alberni. Forest biomass energy production has the potential to provide Canadian electrical grids with a sustainable source of energy while creating jobs for rural communities. And lastly, Canada's failure to implement biomass tax incentives has left our forest industry sector at a competitive disadvantage compared to the U.S. And they call on the Government of Canada to commit to the timely passage of a biomass tax credit to support Canadian forestry workers that was in the 2023 Fall Economic Statement, and increase federal funding for market expansion programs to find new customers for Canadian wood products and construction systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un grand honneur de prendre la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor for me to take the floor today to present a petition on women's rights.
Concerned and focused at the gender apartheid of the Taliban in Afghanistan, depriving women and girls of fundamental rights, girls who are denied the right to learn, to go to school, full violations of international law under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and against the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. I know I'm only to summarize petitions, Mr. Speaker. This one is lengthy. I'll summarize it as follows. The petitioners ask the Government of Canada to formally and publicly declare Canada's support to including gender apartheid as a crime against humanity in international law, to advocate for the CEDAW framework to take on gender apartheid and make specific changes in our policies to reach out to support Afghan women and girls, to collaborate with other UN member states, to sanction senior Taliban officials under Canada's Magnitsky's laws, to take every possible effort to protect our sisters in Afghanistan from a cruel, misogynistic, illegal regime. Please, Mr. Speaker, I urge the government to consider this petition. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I table two petitions on behalf of voters in Mission Matsqui and Abbotsford. The first is in respect to the prison needle exchange program. Drugs and drug paraphernalia are considered contraband in prison, yet this government is forcing our correctional officers to simply turn a blind eye and allow dangerous drugs to be used inside of our prisons. These correctional officers are calling on the government to immediately cancel the prison needle exchange program, stop permitting the use of illicit drugs in Canadian prisons, and focus on efforts related to recovery. The second petition is on behalf of Seabird Island First Nation. On June 23, 2022, Bill C-28 received royal assent, which allowed for extreme intoxication to be used as a defense for violent crimes like sexual assault, where a reasonable person would not have foreseen the risk of a violent loss of control. Residents are very concerned about this provision in the criminal code and are asking for the Government of Canada to repeal it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order. I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I have a petition from 65 Canadians led by the Doctors Against Genocide. They're calling on the implementation of the Geneva Conventions, as well as making sure that International Assistance Accountability Act that requires all Canadian foreign aid to uphold human rights and international legal standards. The petition is calling on citizens and residents of Canada to call upon the Government of Canada to do 5 different things. First of all, to publicly and unequivocally reject the militarized aid and model currently used in Palestine, to demand the full restoration of access for UN agencies and established humanitarian NGOs, including UNRWA and the World Food Programme, insist on safe and immediate entry for Canadian healthcare workers and other international humanitarian personnel to Palestine. Number 4, withhold Canadian funding from any entity or model that does not comply with principles of neutrality. And finally, ensure that all Canadian aid to Gaza is delivered through internationally recognized humanitarian channels.
Hear, hear. Presenting of petitions. Questions on the order paper.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government business. Resuming debate on motion number 1 concerning proceedings on Bill C-5, an act to enact the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Bassarou Zvat.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I've spoken many times in the Committee of the Whole presenting petitions, questions during question periods, so far this parliamentary session, I haven't participated in government orders. So to that end, I'd like to thank the voters in Mission Matsqui Abbotsford for giving me an overwhelming majority to represent them in this People's House of Commons in the 45th Parliament. It is the honor of my professional career to be a hometown boy representing his community. Thank you to the people of Mission Matsqui Abbotsford. Thank you to my family for supporting me. I don't take this job lightly, and I will work tirelessly on your behalf. Now, on the election. This was a different election. We go back a few months, Prime Minister Trudeau resigned, and Mark Carney was elected. The Prime Minister, my apologies, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister was elected by the Liberal voters to lead the Liberal Party of Canada. In April, the Liberal Party put forward a platform called Canada Strong, Unite, Secure, Protect, Build. The language in this platform is very important. In fact, it led to the Liberals winning the most seats in the House of Commons again. On page 1, it states, America's unjustified and reckless trade war threatens Canadian jobs, businesses, and our way of life. They are trying to weaken us so they can own us. In the face of this threat, we have a plan to build the strongest economy in the G7. That's on page 1 of the Liberal platform. I outlined that point because there was a lot of fear in this election, and rightfully so, about what Canada's relationship would be like with the United States. It came up at the doorstep every day, especially among baby boomers, I will note. The first page of the Liberal platform goes on to state that a government led by the current Prime Minister has a plan to remove barriers to internal trade. It states that we, the Liberals, would reduce internal trade costs by up to 15% and expand our economy by up to $200 billion. That is up to $5,000 for every Canadian. Now, in British Columbia, this was talked a lot about. It was actually a platform commitment to remove internal trade barriers, to have free trade in Canada. It was a platform commitment shared with the Conservative Party of Canada. So that brings us to the, I believe, the third or fourth sitting week of Parliament since the election, and today we're debating Bill C-5, a Free Trade and Labor Mobility Act. And when we look at this bill, there's a problem, because the rhetoric in the Liberal platform does not match the reality in the legislation before us today. In fact, this bill really does nothing to meet the expectations of what Canadians expected from this Parliament. Let me explain. Bill C-5 does not address any of the key promises made by the Liberal platform. It does not enforce mutual recognition across provinces and territories. It does not address or dismantle provincial trade barriers. It does not include any binding timelines or enforcement mechanisms. It does not establish Buy Canadian procurement standards. It does not fund or prioritize infrastructure needed for free trade between the provinces and territories. It does not protect or support Canadian industries under foreign trade attacks. It does not create the promised centralized one window for major project approvals. And I will note, as a British Columbian, it does not remove the internal trade barriers between provinces and territories for BC farmers, such as our wine growers, to sell their products barrier-free across our great nation. That needs to be pointed out. Secondly, as I mentioned, we have no idea what will be the economic consequences of this bill. The Liberal platform, as I just outlined, said by breaking down internal trade barriers before July 1st, there would be massive economic development in Canada, $5,000 more in the pocket of every Canadian. I'm stating this point again, Madam Speaker, because I don't believe that is the case. And I look forward to the Parliamentary Budget Officer giving a clear breakdown about what the economic positives or negatives of this bill will have on Canada's economy. Another massive and glaring omission in Bill C-5 is its failure to address another key thing Canadians wanted this election, and that was credential recognition for healthcare workers. In my province, we're facing a healthcare crisis. In fact, I receive more calls about hospital closures than almost any other subject in my constituency office. I've had constituents die because the healthcare center in one town was too far away to get to the hospital where they could get the medical treatment that used to be available in their community. There is broad consensus in Canada that we need credential recognition. that we need to allow the foreign-trained nurses and doctors that we permitted into Canada under our immigration point systems to do exactly what they intended to do when they got to Canada. But you're not. The member from Winnipeg North has not. And frankly, in his riding, the Filipinos are very upset with him because he made that promise and he can't deliver on it. Conservatives proposed a Blue Seal program to allow healthcare workers to transfer their skills easily across provinces and to establish a national competency body similar to the Red Seal programs for trade. Bill C-5 does not accomplish any of these issues, even though every politician in this House of Commons knows it was something raised at the doorstep every day during the election. Now, with my limited time here today, I'll just quickly touch upon Part 2 of the bill, the Building Canada Act, which gives the federal government power to designate and fast-track so-called national interest projects. My colleague earlier this morning from Skeena-Bulkley Valley outlined some of the major flaws with this aspect of the bill, and it largely related to the duty to consult. British Columbia has a higher proportion of First Nations than any other province in the country. First Nations in British Columbia want to see major projects built. They want to partner with the federal government, but they see parts of this legislation as a poison pill because the Prime Minister is seeking, it seems to them, to usurp their constitutional given rights to be consulted, to work with the government for economic reconciliation. The bill could have clarified those points, not in the preamble, but in the body of the text, to give First Nations the authority and the respect that they deserve on major projects going forward. That was not included in this bill. Secondly, on major projects, what this bill does is it's going to create a new industry for consultants. Unlike Bill C-69, which has effectively shut down all major resource projects in Canada, this new bill, and I am voting for it, so I'm not completely against it, but I'm outlining the criticisms. This bill will allow proponents to go directly to the Prime Minister's office without checks and balances. Now, in some cases, sure, that's okay, but we don't know what the Prime Minister intends, what his criteria are going to be, and how he's going to be transparent with all of Canada about what projects he's picking and choosing. I don't want to live in a country where one man gets to pick winners and losers. I want a country where every project proponent sees a pathway to a yes or no answer with a reasonable amount of investment dollars put forward. That's not too much to ask. Other countries with our resources already have similar processes. We used to have it in Canada. We're asking for that to be returned. Now, as we're in the period of time to debate this bill only today in the House of Commons because of a closure motion, I'll have to keep my remarks short, but thanks again to the people of Mission Mascouche, Abbotsford for putting your trust in me. It's a true honor, and I look forward to studying this bill in more detail. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member opposite for voting in favour of the closure motion, because that demonstrates not only does he support the legislation, but he understands and appreciates why it's so important that we pass it before July 1. In his comments, I do have one specific question, because he seems to be of the impression that all Ottawa has to do is pass legislation, even if it goes into provincial jurisdiction, because provinces, from his perspective, might not necessarily mind. I'm not aware if we can actually do that. Specifically, he says the Blue Seal program that Pierre Poilievre talked about was going to recognize any international doctor or nurse, no matter where they live in Canada, that they would in fact be able to do that. Does he believe the federal government has that type of authority? It seems to me it's provincial jurisdiction, and we should be talking with provinces in regards to it.
Member for Mission Mascouy, Abbotsford.
Well, quickly on the question from Winnipeg North, there would have been a federal licensing body. But let's turn to page 2 of the Liberal platform. Unleash free trade in Canada by Canada Day by tabling legislation to eliminate all federal barriers. We're not getting that. Achieve mutual recognition of credentials with provinces and territories so Canadians can achieve and work wherever they want. We're not achieving that. It was right in their platform, page 2. They didn't fulfill that promise, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Gaspésie, rather. Gaspésie, Île-la-Madeleine, Lustigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to discuss with my colleague about how this, in our opinion, is a step backwards for democracy and for environmental protection. And my colleague must know that by supporting closure and eventually the bill, it's not only going to be on the Liberals' record, but on the Conservatives' record. And with C5, what's going to happen is when there's a big project that's put forward that's considered to be in the national interest, there will be laws that won't need to be followed, including the law on fisheries. Well, at 2.1 in the Fisheries Act, the Fisheries Act is responsible not only for fisheries, but also conserving water for the fish and their habitat. Why does my colleague feel that this bill has to move forward at the expense of our fisheries?
Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. There was multiple questions and points made by the member, and I congratulate him on his entry into the House of Commons. I will note that I am supporting this bill because I do believe that there is an urgency. I just believe that the Prime Minister's office is going too far and is lacking transparency in its approach to the second part of the bill before us today. If the member would like to speak further about fisheries-related issues, I would be pleased to do so as I represent a large portion of the Fraser River and some of the most important salmon stocks in all of Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson.
Nicola.
Yes.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson, Nicola, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I want to recognize a new person in Kamloops here, now a new cousin, and his name is Harry Lewis, Harry Smith, born to Lewis Smith and my cousin, Claudia Wright. Welcome to the world, Harry. It's a pleasure to have you as one of our newest members in Kamloops. Madam Speaker, I want to ask my honourable colleague, he spoke about First Nations and consultation. I took over part of his riding through redistribution. We now have 27 First Nations in Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. I wonder if, given his knowledge of the area, he could expand on his comments that he made respecting First Nations earlier. Thank you.
Member for Mission Fraser Abbotsford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Fraser Canyon and Fraser Valley region, we're seeing a huge number of First Nations entrepreneurs that want to build projects on their traditional lands. They want to bring economic prosperity to their people, and they are pushing ahead faster than the Government of Canada is able to move with more projects. First Nations want to see barriers eliminated for that work. They want to see federal departments get out of the way with their overburdensome red tape to allow them to build, to take economic risks, but ultimately put forward and support projects that are going to bring economic prosperity to a region of the country that has been ignored by many consecutive governments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I will be splitting my time with the fine member for Chicoutimi Fiord. Madam Speaker, this being the first substantial time I've spoken in the House, I would like to ask just for a few moments to thank a bunch of people that have made it happen. And number one, first and foremost, as always, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Without him, I would not have the ability or the opportunity to serve the great folks of Essex. I want to say thank you so much to my lovely wife, Allison, of 27 years, somebody that, yeah, she is a saint, for being there with me and my three amazing children, to my father, Kim, who's taught me a lot along the way, and my late mom, Helen, that I know she's looking down. To my amazing election team, Madam Speaker, just thank you so much for all your hard work. I've got one of the very best and of course the amazing people of Essex, Madam Speaker, that have put their trust in me for a third term. Madam Speaker, over the last 10 years, we have been in this House time and time again facing legislation that stemmed from the Liberal anti-energy agenda. Bills C-49, C-55, and most notably C-69, the No More Pipelines Act. Each of these bills sought to increase the regulatory framework around energy infrastructure, slowing and in many cases stopping development. Because of these policies, in January of this year, Energy Now reported that since 2015, Canada has seen $670 billion in cancelled natural resource projects. The cancellations of these projects have had devastating impacts on people's lives, with the Montreal Economic Institute projecting that the Liberal oil and gas cap could cause the loss of almost 113,000 jobs by 2040. How striking it is that a political party that has spent the last 10 years throwing up every barrier it could to the construction of new energy infrastructure should now find that it is the urgency to pass Bill C-5, a bill that will only slightly lower some of those barriers. Across Canada, unemployment has risen to 7%, according to the latest data released by Statistics Canada. Liberal job-killing policies have caused this crisis, and the refusal to repeal anti-development laws will only worsen it. Through this act, the government is telling Canadians that the very laws they implemented have prevented them from getting jobs, preventing them from putting food on the table, and preventing the economic development of our country. How many more cancelled projects, layoffs, and losses of income before we say enough is enough? Madam Speaker, what we saw consistently from the last government was sweeping plans and grand promises, but no action. And here we go again. On June 19th, the Honourable Government House Leader said that Bill C-5 is a response to an economic and trade crisis caused by our neighbours to the south. And he's right. Our lack of growth in the energy sector has created a reliance resulting in the United States receiving 96% of our oil exports in 2023. They are now the #1 exporter of LNG in the world, a position which should and could have been held by Canada. If the Liberals had focused on bringing energy products into Canada over the last 10 years, instead of halting their development, Canadians wouldn't be losing their jobs, and we would not be stuck playing in a frantic defense. In the past 5 years, proposals have come from almost a dozen countries that have wanted to purchase or partner with Canada's LNG production. Germany and Poland in 2022, Japan and South Korea in 2023, Greece, Philippines, and Taiwan in 2024. The Liberals have had the last 10 years to strengthen our workforce, economic independence, and diversified our LNG. Instead, they have left Canada without the option and infrastructure to stand on our own 2 feet. Canada should be strong and independent, not scrambling to pass legislation because the government realized they've been making serious mistakes. Bill C-5 promises to speed up the approval process and remove regulatory barriers. If that's the goal, why does the government want to create an entirely new office to oversee each project proposal? This regulatory body has not been identified, may take several months to establish and staff, has an unknown set of criteria by which to assess projects, and does not have a designated minister. As it stands, the Building Canada Act may, at best, reduce the number of months that a proposed project will spend before the new regulatory body. Madam Speaker, to build a major project today, whether it is a pipeline, a mine, an electricity transmission line, or any other project, takes several years, and there's good reason for that. Those years are filled with advanced planning, engineering, road evaluation, and consultations with landowners and Indigenous communities, and then several months to build. Shortening the regulatory reviews, while desirable, will not change that, nor will it prevent groups that oppose such projects from using the courts to hamper and delay their development. Those legal delays will undoubtedly drag on, and we will see exactly what we saw over the past 10 years. Projects will get cancelled, and hard-working Canadians will lose their livelihoods because of this government's lack of planning. Madam Speaker, what happens when the approval of important projects is sped up without proper consideration? Mistakes are made, details are overlooked, and corners get cut. TD forecasts that there will be 100,000 job losses by the third quarter of this year. Madam Speaker, Canada cannot afford this lack of a concrete planning or commitments. More cancelled and delayed projects will lead to more Canadians who cannot provide for their families. Several areas of this bill are vague and non-committal. For example, Bill C-5 fails to outline clear criteria for what is considered a national interest project. And hidden away at the end of Bill C-5, it states that Cabinet has the power to exempt national interest projects from federal laws. This government is handling themselves unchecked power to exempt projects they deem important and telling us not to question it, without committing to repeal the laws that have created these problems in the first place. Additionally, it fails to provide concrete timelines for the new and improved approvals process. The Liberals have merely stated that the goal for this bill is to shorten approval timelines from 5 years to 2, but conveniently have not committed to that timeline in the text of the bill. Not only will this bill make little to no real impact on the timeline of energy infrastructure projects, but the Prime Minister also said that the premiers will have a veto on resource projects and pipelines, which will be certainly cause delays and hinder our fight to protect Canadian sovereignty. At best, moving projects from concepts to useful operating infrastructure will still take several years and billions of dollars. So what is the justification to ram this bill through the House without proper examination and debate to ensure that it will have the same benefits this government claims? Madam Speaker, this cabinet is effectively the same as the last one. For the past 10 years, they have failed to further Canada's interests, increase the Canadian jobs, grow Canada's economy, or strengthen Canada's sovereignty. As my colleague, the Honourable Member for Lakeland, pointed out on May 28th, the Liberals have killed 16 major energy projects in the last 5 years. Why should we trust what they will be able to get done this time around, she went on to say. If this government wants to enact real change and speed up national building projects, then they should repeal their anti-development laws that block those projects so we can strengthen the jobs in our oil and gas sector. Furthermore, they should repeal the industrial carbon tax that is financially strangling our farmers, steel and aluminum and natural gas producers, and causing companies to give up their operations in Canada and move to other countries. Make no mistake, Conservatives want to see streamlined project development without the piles of red tape that have built up over the past decade. We want to work with the government to make sure that that happens. Conservatives have been consistent in our support for natural energy infrastructure, warning the Liberals for the years about the economic necessity of these projects. However, that does not mean we shouldn't do our due diligence, Madam Speaker, and take the time to properly consider this legislation. In its current state, Bill C-5 does not provide real solutions. The crisis caused by the Liberals has robbed Canadians of jobs and stability. Bill C-5 has no impact on the laws causing these issues, the laws that have given us skyrocketing unemployment and an oil and gas sector that is far behind our competitors. Canadians deserve economic stability, but they also deserve transparency and clarity. I challenge the government to repeal their anti-pipeline and anti-development laws, and to allow this House the time to flesh out the details of this bill, to give Canadians concrete timelines and set a list of criteria so it provides real, tangible benefits to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member, on a few occasions in his comments, made reference in terms of his concern about the process. I'd like to remind the member he actually voted in favour of the government's motion that will ultimately see this bill pass this Friday. And you know, I appreciate it, because it highlights the importance in terms of going out of the election and the mandate that Canadians had given not only the government, but I believe the entire House of Commons in terms of building a stronger, healthier economy that the Prime Minister has been leading. That's the reason why he met with all the premiers and so forth. There's a very strong theme that's here. The question I have for the member is, it would appear as if the number of Conservatives have some concerns. Is the member aware of any Conservative amendments? Because we are going to be going into a committee that they will be proposing to give more strength to the bill.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member. Thank you very much for the question. I guess I would just say to the member that, pardon me if I'm a little bit cautious, because I've been around this place for 5.5 years. And time again, what the government has said, what the Liberal government has said, never comes to fruition. So I'm happy to hear it's going to go to committee. I think that's fantastic. It should be debated, should be discussed, because there's great ideas on both sides of the table. But as I mentioned in my speech, Madam Speaker, there hasn't been enough time to debate it properly. And yes, there's definitely a sense of urgency, but we've been failed. Canadians have been failed far too many times for Conservatives not to bring up their concerns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, I don't agree with his interpretation of C5. I believe it's a bad bill, but for different reasons. The issue of giving so much power to the Prime Minister for the definition of national interest. But I have another question. My question is as follows. The Conservatives, in my opinion, for the last 10 years, have always been the official opposition to the government. Those who went against the denial of democracy from the Liberals. But they still made sure that democracy was respected. But now, the official opposition, well, the claimed official opposition, will support the government. So the only opposition in this House is that of the 22 members of the Bloc Québécois, with the smattering of the NDP members and the Green Member of Parliament. So the government now has 400 members in this House. I'd like to hear him about this. In his opinion, has his party turned back on being official opposition for a bill that isn't that good at the end of the day? We don't know how it's going to be used. Is he very comfortable with the idea of trampling democracy to pass this bill? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, through you to the Honourable Member. No, and actually, so I appreciate the question, Madam Speaker, but it kind of puts a bit of a smile on my face because, again, almost 6 years of representing the great folks of Essex, time and time and time again, Conservatives stood here when the NDP and the Bloc actually propped up the Liberal government, and when the NDP decided not to prop them up anymore and didn't have enough folks, then the Bloc propped them up. So I find it a little bit short. I find it half-hearted that he would consider for a moment that Conservatives will not continue to stand and ask the real tough questions and hold the government's hand to account to ensure that the best deal for Canadians from coast to coast to coast has been made. We will stand with Canadians.
Absolutely. The Honourable Member, a very, very brief question from the gentleman from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. I wish to recognize the life of Gloria Gould's mother-in-law to Stephanie Rennick, who works in my office, and Peter Gould. To my honourable colleague, what is the biggest broken promise he sees from the Liberal government in recent years? Thank you.
A 10-second answer from the Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, thank you for the question. I guess in a nutshell, maybe one word is hope. There's been so many promises and such a lack of hope by the Liberals that we're really proud.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, it's always an honour for me to rise in the House to represent the people of Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, who voted me in a fourth time in April. It was a difficult campaign, as is often the case in the Saguenay, because I would say that there was a certain Liberal wave, but this is also a fertile land for the Bloc Québécois. So this was a fight, 24/7 fight, so I'd like to thank the people of my riding who worked with me and voted for me. I'd like to thank my team who worked tooth and nail for me, that supported me, that greatly motivated me in difficult times, because it's the work never ends. We knock on doors, we have discussions with our people. I'd like to thank my team because it's very difficult to do this on one's own. It requires a team around us, and so it's for sure we will work hard together. So today, I would like to talk candidly because the time for beautiful speeches is over. Saguenay wants results. Saguenay needs results, not just empty promises, tangible projects, not just bureaucratic barriers. We don't want symbolic half measures. You might remember during the last election campaign, the Prime Minister promised a number of times that there would be free trade throughout Canada by the 1st of July. That means removing trade barriers between provinces. But once again, we will have to wait. So we have words, but actions speak louder than words. He committed to invest billions in strategic investments to stimulate our regional development, create jobs, and give hope to communities like mine, because we haven't had big projects in my riding for a long time, and every time there are projects that are mentioned, it never comes to be. So today, we have a bill that was hastily tabled that claims to solve the problem, but that, in fact, is just a tiny baby step in the right direction without giving too many details. So once again, we see that this government is not managed by transparency, not motivated by transparency. They just want to tell people that they'll do something, but without actually doing it afterwards. So onto the bill. It has a number of important points, but this opens up things that the Liberals have been blocking for nearly a decade, stopping foreign investors, for example, from coming to Canada. The government seems to finally realize what we here in Saguenay, we have known for a long time, that projects that could launch the economy are being stifled, not because of a lack of local will, but because of poorly drafted regulations from Ottawa. This bill wants to create exceptions instead of tackling the overburdensome regulatory environment. It's not through the if proposal that we will have results. The Saguenay needs coherence, and it needs a true plan to build. Let us take a tangible example. The LNG Quebec project that we've talked about a lot and that is being talked about again, that could have injected $14 billion into our economy. That could have created thousands of jobs and would have positioned the Saguenay as a global leader when it comes to exporting clean energy. A lot of people have told us that rejecting GNL has left a void. What's blocked it? Anti-development bills and regulations that impose such burdensome regulatory and incoherent regulatory measures that investors just don't want to take part. The project wasn't rejected by the population of the Saguenay. It was buried by Ottawa, buried by a government, a very idealistic government that puts a spanner in the works when entrepreneurs want to get things done. A government that doesn't defend its industry and workers, and a government that itself has to buy a major project to make sure that it has to be done, like Trans Mountain. Madam Speaker, Canada needs coherence. The government has a critical minerals protocol that doesn't take into account phosphate. There's a list of minerals that isn't coherent with its own policy. And then there's the issue of the climate that stated that national production will go down by 56.5% if Canada does not increase its investments in critical minerals. And that's why I clearly say today the best way to accelerate projects for national projects is to remove the anti-development liberal policy like C-48 and C-69. That's what we have to do to stimulate investments in Canada, so that our projects like iron phosphate and first phosphate and strategic resources can actually come to be. The Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean is ready to prosper. Qualified workforce, an easy access to the world, processing expertise, aluminium expertise. We have 4 aluminium plants. We have expertise in clean energy. We are ready. And access to world. The honourable members, we have our own timers. It can be very damaging to the interpreters, this kind of sound with the microphones. It can be very damaging to the interpreters to have this sound so close to the microphones. What I wanted to say is that my region is ready. It's not the region that's stalling, it's Ottawa. We're not asking for carte blanche. We just want to be able to work. We want projects to be evaluated rapidly. We want rules to be clear and stable and predictable. Our vision is clear, bringing development back to the Saguenay by betting on our resilience and our knowledge. That means less red tape, less bureaucracy, to encourage a autonomy when it comes to our energy. We don't want to depend on foreign countries. Speeches don't pay bills. Empty promises don't build industry. Poor regulation doesn't create jobs. It is time to build. It is time to produce. It is time to free ourselves from the regulatory shackles that stop us from progressing. It is time to be more autonomous and less dependent of others. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He knows that I like him, and he knows that I come from his riding. There's a Garon Street named after my grandfather, and development is important for the Saguenay. But we had a look at the Conservative platform, and we see that they don't want any environmental assessment. What we see in their discourse is that when there's any environmental assessment, then projects are denied. But instead of improving the project, they decide to tackle the environmental assessment, which means that now we have a party that will no doubt approve a bill that pillages a number of environmental protections federally and provincially. So I'd like my colleague to tell me in what circumstance he believes that environmental assessments are valid, and is it possible sometimes to have projects that don't come to be because of environmental assessment? Do you think that that's a legitimate reason to stop projects? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, our environmental standards are the strictest, and oftentimes there's a doubling of work, and that's why it's difficult to sometimes implement projects that take an eternity to come to be. In Canada, we haven't had projects in a long time because it takes 10, 15 years to finally be activated, but then other countries are way ahead of us because they've already completed the project. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, with all the respect I have for my colleague, the Conservatives keep denouncing our plans as useless spending. even when it comes to helping innovative businesses, creating better jobs and a better economy. My question for my colleague: do the Conservatives want this money to go in the hands and pockets of foreign companies rather than the pockets of Canadians? The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. You know, Madam Speaker, economically speaking, we are the weakest G7 country. We know that there's a lack of projects in Canada, and we've been saying this for a long time. We need wealth. We need to generate wealth here to be capable of transitioning. Becoming green is expensive. If we can't do it here, then when the time comes to improve our technology, when the time comes to improve our recycling industry, well, we can't do this if every time Ottawa says we don't have the money for this, or investors say we don't have the money for that. We're very much behind Europe. So I think that when it comes to projects, we should have had projects implemented a long time ago to create the wealth that would have allowed us to transition more rapidly towards a green economy.
Le député de Kamloops, Thompson Nicolas. Je suis ravie de prendre la parole au nom des gens de ma circonscription. J'aimerais reconnaître la vie d'un membre de la communauté Luigi Colovini qui est décédé pendant que nous ne siégions pas.
His wife, Dedezina, may perpetual light shine upon him. Now, a comment to question to my honourable colleague. The Liberals just talked about money going into the hands of Canadians. What about the motion that member just voted against to put money back into the hands of Canadians that was taken through GC strategies? Does my colleague agree? Thank you.
The honourable député de Chicoutimi.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I'd like to thank my colleague for that very good question. I believe that this money has to go back into the pockets of Canadians. We identified this problem, and now we're compelling the government to send the money back to Canadians. I'd like to thank my colleague for having raised the question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always a great honor to rise in this place and speak on behalf of the good people of Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna. I want to inform you, Madam Speaker, that I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member of Parliament from Mirabel. For the record, this C5 is not a perfect bill, and with respect, there are a few concerns I must point out. Let's start with the glaringly obvious. This bill is dubbed as the One Canadian Economy Act, and yet one of the first things we learn is that provinces and territories must provide consent on major projects. In other words, they have a veto. When you provide a veto to 13 different provinces and territories, you're not creating one Canadian economy. If anything, completely the opposite. In fact, a cynic might suggest that parts of this bill are designed to fail because this Prime Minister just spent an entire election making big promises that he had no intention of fulfilling. Why didn't you get anything built, someone might ask to this Prime Minister, who could then reply, because there was no agreement on what to build. And there, I submit by design, is a huge flaw within this bill. However, we also know this bill contains other measures, in particular under free trade and labour mobility in Canada. Taking action, or in this case, legislatively proposing to take action on internal trade barriers, which have long been a passion of mine. Now, I'll expand on that point. When I was first elected to this place as someone totally wet behind the ears as a rookie MP, I was fortunate to draw quite highly in the private members' lottery order of precedence. Now, back in 2011, before the NDP was in power in British Columbia, tourism was not under attack, and indeed we had a great many of Canadian visitors in my riding every summer. Yes. Visiting local wineries, even in those days we had over 200 of them, Madam Speaker, has always been an immensely popular thing to do, but unfortunately for visiting tourists from other provinces, they could not buy wine at those wineries to take back home with them. Why? Because there was an archaic Prohibition-era federal law that made it illegal to transport wine in person or to have shipped across a provincial border. If a longtime member of this place might recall, I proposed a private member's bill to remedy this and create true free trade in Canadian wine, or so that I had hoped. In those days, the NDP was our official opposition. Hard to believe now, I know, Madam Speaker, who looked to slow down my bill. But with the help of some Liberals, in particular former Liberal MP Scott Bryson, my bill was accelerated and passed in both this House and the other place. Immediately after, Nova Scotia, Manitoba, and of course British Columbia adopted the spirit of my bill. Now, other provinces, not so much. One actually made regulatory changes to block my bill of what it had achieved. Now, I mention this because our Prime Minister has unfortunately made some outlandish statements, promises really, that, and this one I quote, there will be no interprovincial trade barriers by July 1st, end quote. He also suggested that the elimination of these internal trade barriers will create another $200 billion of economic activity into our Canadian economy. Now, I'm not certain if this is wishful thinking or willful political misrepresentation as a result of the recent election. Either way, I submit that the expectations have been created that Bill C-5 will just not live up to. Cela ne veut pas dire que le gouvernement...
That does not mean that the federal government should not do everything it can to eliminate interprovincial trade barriers. And to a certain extent, I support that part of the bill. And that is why I am somewhat prepared to support it. But I must come back to the fact that there is the phrase need for consensus in the other part of Bill C-5. Because even if the Liberal government enables the provinces and territories to have a veto on major projects, we must also recognize that many interprovincial trade barriers occur in the same way, exactly the same way. When one province refuses to find an agreement with the others. That's what frustrates me here. Because there's a type of ambiguous language and contradictory messages in this bill. And I should also underscore the fact that since 2015, the Liberals passed a number of bills, like Bills C-69 and C-48, which ended up eliminating a number of Canadian energy projects. The Liberals know that, but they're too arrogant to admit it. Ultimately, the Liberals have created a regulatory environment that is no longer accessible to the private sector. And instead of correcting that, which would be the obvious solution, the Liberals are creating Bill C-5 to try to get around or speed up this regulatory process thanks to a new system, of course only if everyone agrees. But the exact way that that process would work remains an enigma. And I would just mention that in the past, the former Liberal government had a tendency to try to buy jobs in the electric vehicle battery sector. As we now know, a large number of these so-called investments, as the Liberal called them, completely failed. That's often what happens when a government decides to pick winners and pick losers on the basis of politics. I would also like to come to another topic that I'm also concerned about.
Months ago, when campaigning to become the new Liberal leader, our now Prime Minister flew into Kelowna, and while there, he told supporters that he would use emergency government powers to build energy projects. Now, all part of that was build, baby, build thing we heard so much during the election. And of course, in Bill C-5, there is no such language about using emergency government powers to build anything. Instead, what we do here is this: there must be consensus. And of course, the NDP Premier of BC, David Eby, has already said no. He won't support any new Canadian pipelines built with Canadian steel that export Canadian oil and gas by getting it to Tidewater. He will say, however, yes to BC Ferries built with Chinese steel by Chinese worker in a Chinese state-owned shipyard. Now, I mentioned that last part because none of the Chinese steel is subject to any industrial carbon tax. Unlike here in Canada, where Canadian steel remains subject to the Liberals' industrial carbon tax, on an interview with CTV Atlantic, the Prime Minister was clear that steel made by industry would be targeted for increases to offset his political 180-degree turn on the consumer carbon tax. This, of course, makes our Canadian steel more expensive, less competitive against Chinese steel with no carbon tax. If this Liberal government was truly serious about building one Canadian economy, why ignore the fact that Canadian industries need a regulatory environment that is competitive, creates incentives for investment that will lead to great paying Canadian jobs? Le projet de loi C5 rate.
Bill C5 completely misses the mark on this point. These are relatively modest measures, despite the fact that there have been ambitious promises. At least these modest measures go in the right direction, but the bill could and should have been much, much more ambitious. I would like to sincerely thank all members for having taken the time to listen to my comments and concerns. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I've been listening to conservative speeches all day long, and you would think from listening to them that they weren't going to vote in favor of this legislation. But not only are they going to vote in favor of it based on what they've ultimately been saying, but they also voted to limit the debate on it only a couple hours ago. So can somebody please, perhaps this member, explain the logic behind this to me as to what is going on over there? Are they in favor of the legislation or are they not? And if they aren't, can he explain why he voted in favor of limiting the debate on it just a few hours ago?
The Honourable Member for Okanagan Lake West South Kelowna.
Madam Speaker, the arrogance that comes from that other side. You know what, Madam Speaker? They can't accept a yes. Madam Speaker, there was an election. Now, I argued that the Liberals had done such a poor job under Justin Trudeau that they actually wrecked our regulatory environment so that private capital formation was impossible in this country. Now, by this C5 coming forward, Madam Speaker, this Liberal government is admitting it was a complete failure. But rather than address C69 and C48 and all the other things that I've mentioned, Madam Speaker, instead they're doing a workaround. Now, they won an election. I want to see projects go forward. This is not my first policy option, Madam Speaker. And you know what? The arrogance that this party is putting off while they do this, Madam Speaker, they should be mindful that Joe Clark thought he had a majority as well, and look where that ended up getting him, particularly with a whip that couldn't count.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think our Liberal colleague has a point. I'm also having trouble following. We had the Conservatives' official opposition, which was a strong opposition, under a leader who I didn't always agree with. And in fact, there were a number of things I didn't like about his approach, but that's not the issue. Here, it seems like they no longer have a leader and they no longer have a direction. They're going to support the Liberal gag order, Madam Speaker. Over the 10 years I've been here, over these 10 years, the Conservatives have been telling us that these gag orders are a bad thing. I thought that they care so much about democracy. I don't know what to make of all this. They're going to vote in favor of the gag order. They say they're going to vote in favor of the bill that gives a great deal of powers to the Prime Minister and the government to decide whether or not they're actually going to follow regulation and legislation. And yet my colleague is rising to criticize the bill while saying he's going to support it. I'm confused. Is anyone piloting the Conservative plane here?
Thank you, Madam.
The The honourable member.
I'll say it once again for my Quebec colleague. So first of all, it's because of the Bloc, it's because of the NDP, it's because of the Green Party that agitated against the Harper government's reworking of our environmental system so that we could get private sector formations, we could get important infrastructure built, and they used it politically, Madam Speaker, to win elections. That is something they chose back then, but now, Madam Speaker, by putting forward C5, the government itself, under this Prime Minister, admits that they've gone far too far. Would I want them to address C69 and get actually a system that works well for everyone instead of using this loophole of a C5 to work around the system and to create other issues, Madam Speaker? Absolutely. But guess what? Right now, we need to start getting our resources to new markets away from the Americans. That's something that people in Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna told me. And Madam Speaker, we only have limited time, so I'm going to support that as not being my first option.
The honourable member for Ponoka-Didsbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He and I have both been here for a long time. We watched for the last 10 years as the Liberal government blocked and stymied pretty much every economic development opportunity, particularly in my province of Alberta, but countrywide. And I'm just wondering, as he sees the Liberals who are seemingly taking all of the ideas that the Conservatives have had for the last 10 years, they've swallowed themselves whole. How much barbecue sauce does my colleague think that the Liberals had to put on themselves in order to swallow themselves whole?
The honourable... The honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Let me commend you, Madam Speaker, in putting that particular loud Liberal voice quiet. Because, Madam Speaker, I respect your authority here, and I respect our colleagues here. What I would simply say is this. We came here after a hard-fought election to get things done. I may not necessarily agree with everything in C5, Madam Speaker, but I do recognize that the regulatory environment that the previous government had created had grown unwieldy, out of control. We couldn't build important public infrastructure. That needs to change. That's why I'm supporting the bill.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues. I find it very interesting that we're spending a great deal discussing the bill itself, the substantive aspects, even though we're actually discussing a closure motion. So after only 3 weeks in the House, we already have this gag order. The bill itself is a problem because two bills were mixed into one, and so, as so often is the case, the government has decided to trap members and prevent them from doing their work correctly on the day of the vote. Because the issue is that there's two parts in this bill, and the first one is not contentious at all. You can hear that members from all parties are comfortable with the aspect that has to do with eliminating interprovincial trade barriers. And so what it basically says is that the federal government would take a step back and recognize provincial legislation, but ensure that there's appropriate regulations on goods and services, and if it satisfies the regulations in one province, another province will recognize it. That's true decentralization. That's an example of federalism working, actually. But then we mix in part 2 of the bill, and it's upsetting to see what the title of the bill is. Because they said that it was a bill to create a single Canadian economy. If we look at the behavior of the Prime Minister recently, who's been sitting down behind closed doors with the oil industry, who is making a list of oil projects, he seems to only care about the oil industry. Basically, when we're talking about a single Canadian economy, it seems like we're actually just talking about the Alberta economy. That's the single economy in question, because this entire bill seems to be at the service of the oil industry. And we've been promised free internal trade before Canada Day. But what's particularly startling is their definition of free trade. Seemingly, their definition of free trade is that if a bill seems good to the Prime Minister if the Prime Minister discussed the bill with his little friends from a certain industry, and those friends convinced the Prime Minister that some kind of fake consultation was carried out. I'm not saying that's actually what's going to happen. I'm saying that the bill enables that to happen, and that it's a risk. And if the federal government likes that plan, it doesn't matter if any other legislation should prevent it. Imagine if the Prime Minister says to Donald Trump and says, our definition of free trade is that you can just throw out our laws whenever you feel like it. All of my life, I've worked in the area of economics. I'm an expert in economics. I have never seen such a definition of free trade. Nothing like this Prime Minister's definition of free trade. It's extremely startling. And so apparently, the definition of free trade here, according to this new Canadian formula, is that we could go back to the US and say, yeah, basically, doesn't matter if Donald Trump feels like it, according to this method, if the idea hurts our laws on fisheries, the Indian Act on marine navigable zones, our various laws on migratory bird conventions, and many, many others, such as the Transportation Act, the Maritime Act, the Endangered Species Act, the Energy Regulator Act. Well, no problem. Why not come here and trample all over our environmental assessment legislation, our migratory bird legislation? It's extremely disturbing, Madam Speaker. Imagine going to the US and telling them, this is our definition of free trade. Of course, if that were to happen, everyone in this House would say that our sovereignty has been flouted. Now the Liberals have recently rediscovered this word, sovereignty. And once again, what baffles me is that the Conservatives are supporting this. The bill, fine, we can understand that they support it, but they're supporting this gag order too. And why? Because they're stuck, because they don't have a leader. They've spent years talking of nothing other than the oil industry. We know that Doug Ford turned his back on them and mocked them during the election campaign. And now there's a situation where Daniel Smith has supported the bill, so they feel like they don't have a choice. The Prime Minister is currently popular, and people are going to hang out over the summer at a bunch of barbecue parties and are going to forget what happened.
They voted to scam Quebecers out of $814 million. 2 votes in 1 week, they're voting with the Liberals against Quebec, Madam Speaker. Here's what the Conservatives don't seem to understand. They can continue to support the bill, but also vote against this time allocation motion. It's possible to do both. They need to vote against the time allocation motion and let the committee do its work. Now, they were saying that that was the best political option, so that they wanted to accept the bill as it is. Well, that will not give the committee enough time to study it. It will not give us enough time to amend the legislation. Do the Conservatives have a better definition of free trade? If they do, well, they are going against themselves today by voting for the time allocation motion. They are depriving themselves of the opportunity to improve the bill in ways that they feel would improve it. It's unbelievable. The Conservatives say, well, the Liberals were elected, they form government, and so we're just going to lie down and do nothing. Madam Speaker, what kind of a democracy is this if 3 weeks after the House resumes, the Conservatives are shouting that there's no budget, that we need a budget, that we need transparency, that we need accountability. Yet, after calling for all that, they decide to do committee work, to hear witnesses, not just Quebec witnesses, not just Greenpeace, not just environmentalists, Madam Speaker, witnesses who think the way they do and who will want to improve the bill in the ways they want to, which I wouldn't necessarily agree with. But now the Prime Minister seems to have become the new King of Canada. The Conservatives are letting the Prime Minister and the government do their work. Well, what are the Conservative members being paid for, even, Madam Speaker? There are 44 Quebec MPs in this House, and they're right that there was a fear campaign during the election. There was a fear campaign. That's why Quebecers voted Liberal more than in the past. We know that that's what happened, but they were still elected to defend Quebecers. It's up to them. They tell us that the government of Quebec supports this, unions are for this. The Liberal parrots just keep repeating the same things to us during question period. Well then, why not send this bill to committee? Let's hear from unions. Let's hear from workers. If they feel that Quebecers will fully support the bill, then why not allow witnesses to come in and say so? The Prime Minister will meet oil and gas, and he'll meet with big companies, and he'll have a list of projects for us in the fall. But we don't even have a budget yet. He tells us that this bill can short-circuit democracy itself because it was part of their election platform. Fine, but where's the budget? An election was called. We were told that the world had changed, but public finances have not changed. We're being told to believe that we need a new Canadian economy without any democratic consultations. Well, if they want to govern based on their platform, they need to give us a full platform costed with a budget. People here are not listening. They're playing around on their phones. They're not even listening at all. They were elected to represent Quebecers. The Quebec MPs in this place were elected to defend Quebecers. Currently, there are a whole host of Quebec Liberal MPs who stood against a unanimous motion of the Quebec National Assembly, against the government's One Canadian economy. There are 125 members of the National Assembly in Quebec, and they're all being ignored. Is that what defending Quebec looks like? Why don't they do what they were elected to do, which is defend Quebec? There are 44 of them, Madam Speaker, and I can't imagine how ashamed they must be of how they're behaving right now. I hope they're ashamed. This muzzle motion is unacceptable. We need to respect democracy and send this to committee.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Who am I to defend the Conservative Party, but allow me to do so? You know, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, whether it's in Quebec, Manitoba, BC, or Nova Scotia, or the Northwest Territories, it was universally well established that people were very much genuinely concerned about the economy, Donald Trump, tariffs, and trade. Genuinely concerned, whether it's the aerospace industry in the province of Quebec or the aerospace industry in the province of Manitoba. The legislation that we have before us is a reflection of what the people of Canada in all areas were saying. And that's why the Conservative Party is supporting the closure, the bill. They have some issues with some amendments. Does the Bloc have anything at all to contribute to it? Are there any specific amendments that they would like to see? Will they stand up for the people of Quebec and Canada?
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. The member for Winnipeg North claims that this bill, which is in fact two bills merged into one, if they cared about democracy, they would have split the bill in two bills. Now, I do agree with him. They campaigned using fear as their main tactic. Now, this is a reflection of what the Prime Minister feels. He has total control over his cabinet, over his members of Parliament. He is showing us his definition of free trade. It is an institutional definition, one that we've never seen anywhere. Canadians themselves would never accept this definition if these conditions were imposed on us by the United States, Madam Speaker. The Liberals are pressuring us to pass this quickly through time allocation because they see that they only have a future by working with the oil and gas industry. But that is a trap. And the government likes that. They set a trap for the Conservatives, and the Conservatives fell right into their trap. The Liberals are having a field day.
For Northumberland, Clark.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me. My question for the member is, we have seen some challenges, of course, economically, and it's nearly every expert across there, every economist nearly in Canada, not the world, says that we need to build major projects and we need to reduce interprovincial trade barriers. Does he not agree?
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Economists from the Global Energy Agency didn't say this. OECD economists did not say that. All economists have different views. Where was this in the Liberal platform or in the Conservative platform? This is a time allocation motion. Where in their election platforms was there a commitment to muzzle the House of Commons just 3 weeks in? When did the member who asked the question say during door-to-door, we're going to vote with the Liberals, we are going to side with them after just 3 weeks? With the salary he's paid, and I think if he had campaigned on that doing door-to-door, I don't think he would have been elected. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech. It's interesting to hear him talk about the economy in the context of economic legislation. Now, as for the principle of the matter, the House has been sitting for 3 weeks. The government insists on not tabling a budget, yet they forecast massive deficits. The official opposition has now decided to support this bill. Through this bill, we know that the government will govern without a budget. They will also make decisions in the national interest, but without any law. This is an authoritarian slide. All the power would be given to the government. There would no longer be an official opposition. Now it seems the only official opposition is the Bloc Québécois. We're playing that role. The Honourable Member for Mirabel, 20 seconds. The Liberals were so afraid to lose their seats before the new Prime Minister came in. They were so afraid that they decided to support a personality cult. Now this Prime Minister, who's governing like a king, they follow him blindly, without a budget, without any plan for public finances. But the Conservatives are also so afraid of him that they're supporting him, and that's what I don't get.
Very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to stand in this House and add my thoughts and the views of our constituents on various pieces of legislation. And today, it will be on Bill C-5, an act to enact the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada and the Building Canada Act. And of course, I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Haldimand, Norfolk. So thank her for her anticipated speech coming up momentarily. Before I get into the meat of the bill, this is my first chance to stand and have a speech in this House since the election. So I'd like to thank my team working here in Ottawa and, of course, back at home for their ongoing work. And they keep the wheels on the bus and keep things moving. So I want to thank them for their very hard work and professionalism. I'd like to thank Marnie, Lisa, Tara, my executive assistant, Andrew, and, of course, Mac and Paul here in Ottawa. And, of course, during the elections, the teams of volunteers, there were many on all sides. And in our part of the world in Ontario, we went through some pretty challenging weather. The big ice storm, every municipality in my riding was under a state of emergency for a couple of weeks. And it put a strain on volunteers of all stripes, but everyone showed up day in and day out, and they kept knocking on doors, they kept putting in signs and spreading their respective messages. So I want to thank everyone who played a part in that role. Our democracy is stronger because of their work. And of course,
shout out to my campaign team and my campaign manager Paul, my EDA president Derek, and of course my family. Without their unwavering support, and actually everyone in this place, if you don't have the support of your family, it's extremely difficult to do this job. And the fact that they have my backing, they have my back, and are encouraging me to keep doing this, I thank them as well for their ongoing support. So, Bill C-5, which we're debating today, two main parts. The first has to do with interprovincial trade. So, as we all know, as we've heard in the debate today, Conservatives have long called for the easing of interprovincial trade barriers as essential for boosting economic efficiency, fostering national unity, and enhancing competitiveness in the global economy. And one of the most compelling reasons to dismantle interprovincial trade barriers is the potential for significant economic gains. A more integrated domestic market would allow businesses to scale operations more efficiently, access a larger customer base, and reduce duplication and costs. Of course, here in Ontario, it's estimated that could mean about $200 billion annually in this province. But C5, as mentioned today as well, only takes baby steps and falls short of where we need to be. And I'm afraid C5, unfortunately, may not have any impact at all at removing those barriers to interprovincial trade. The second, of course, and probably the most controversial, it's around natural resource development. So Bill C-5 attempts to address the effects of a decade of Liberals' mismanagement of the economy by introducing measures to fast-track major projects in Canada. After an admission that the Liberals caused the problem through Liberal laws that have made it impossible to get anything built in this country, the Liberals have turned to allowing certain projects, like those politically favored and lobbied by Liberal insiders, like maybe GC Strategies, no doubt, to circumvent those Liberal laws. So Conservatives do agree with the Liberals that it is all their fault, the fact that the economy is stalling when it comes to natural resource development, and that their own legislation has hobbled the Canadian economy and actually has put us at risk due to the desires of the administration down south. So the ongoing dangers of the economic waters that have become unsettled, of course, we've known them. We've called it out over 10 years. The Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines bill. C-48, the tanker ban, which won't let Alberta Energy leave off our west coast, and of course our emission caps, and many more barriers and hurdles to economic growth and expansion have all been put in place by this government. And fortunately, we now get to a place where the Prime Minister is saying that if a project is to be determined in the national interest, federal reviews will shift from whether these projects get built to how best to advance them. Apparently, according to the Prime Minister and multiple media sources, it's meant to streamline multiple decision points for federal approval while minimizing risk of not securing project approval following extensive project risk. So aside from the part where this creates a system where we have more people regulating an industry than you have actually working in it, that's a problem. The Prime Minister has, again, no problem creating more white-collar desk workers with government authorities simply to expand the class of people who will always be loyal for the growth of big government, and that, again, is a choke point for innovation and productivity. So let's be clear. We're not saying let's promote dirty air and dirty water. We all breathe and eat the same things. We want the cleanest possible. But when you have a political class that has no compassion on the impact of their decisions, because government always gets paid first, they always get fed first, they never run out of supply, that's a problem. And it's clear this legislation, without the removal of key pieces of previous government legislation, I mentioned C-69, C-48, and many more, the regulatory system will continue to choke industry and continue to stifle investment from abroad. What the Liberals have done is to continue with this piece of legislation to reduce our ability to extract energy and sell it to the world unless powerful lawyers and lobbyists cozy up to Liberal politicians to get their project fast-tracked. Again, this leads to more government control. And why do you think this is? Well, it's the same thing the Liberals seem to love with so-called green energy, more alternative energy, but green energy. It's mostly about control. So this way, the government decides who gets the government grants and who gets the fast-track approvals to bypass the legislative regulatory framework. Of course, it happened in Ontario under Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne. We all know about the Green Energy Act, where favored companies got these big contracts and grants and were able to steamroll through already in place legislation that prevented some of these projects from going forward. In essence, the government wants you to buy primary services from them with your tax dollars, with all of the grants going to their chosen companies, again, with some link to government. This is how the power broker class does business. And this is why government had no problem pushing TransCanada out of building the Trans Mountain Pipeline. The regulatory burden, the regulatory framework was so much the company had to give up. The only reason it was able to be completed is if government took over the project, again with endless resources at their backing, and that is the tax base, the taxpayers of this country. And that's why it actually got completed, again, through government control. And, you know, if we were in some bizarre world, some upside down universe where you know, there were windmills in abundance. We were getting a lot of our energy from that, and all of a sudden, government found this black goop that came from the ground that was able to power cities and make car engines run faster. They'd be in favor of it. They'd be in favor of drilling, of fracking, because it would be government then controlling that industry, that kind of energy. And with the free market, though, if you don't like a service being provided, you take your money and you go elsewhere. And because of that dynamic, we of course get competition. Somebody is always trying to innovate a product or service to gain a share of the market. And that means people who aren't happy with their current offering, they always find the path of least resistance. They find something better. And that is why, with creativity, with competition, you get vibrant innovation. But when a government agency or entity monopolizes a service, you get pre-approved innovation. You always get innovation based on what the government has in mind. There is always a conclusion, and the grants are handed out based on what that conclusion is. And if you're lucky, you know, you might get some super smart people running a department, and innovation is able to happen quicker. But on whole, if it's left up to politicians, unfortunately, innovation comes second. And that is unfortunate. So I think government isn't good at running much. And if they were, and if people say, well, maybe government is, well, what would happen if the government ran the music industry? Well, you'd probably stifle all kinds of music that the government doesn't like. Yeah, you probably would. You wouldn't get the choice. You wouldn't get the innovation. You wouldn't get, and what is good music, right? The member opposite, I bet you my taste in music is totally different than the members opposite. And that's a good thing. But I guarantee you, if the government controlled the music industry, you'd get what government wants. You'd get what the government tells you is music. And that is unfortunate. So with competition, with innovation, with the freest of markets, you get better product, you get a better quality, and you get better price. And that, I think, is lacking in this bill. We don't actually address that. We are still working on the fact that in order to get this fast-track approval, you have to go on you know, begging, whether you have the right lobbyists or lawyers, to government in order to get that approval. That's not innovation, Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Madam Speaker, during the election campaign, my campaign team and I knocked on thousands of doors and heard from many constituents across the riding about how worried they are regarding the economy and Donald Trump's tariffs. Can our government count on the Honourable Member's support for Bill C-5?
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think what was clear during the election is somehow the administration down south that had been in place for about 2 months or so, maybe 3 months, had been the focal point of the Liberal campaign. However, they seem to have did this you know, smoke and mirror show where the last 10 years of Liberal misery got forgotten about. Right. And unfortunately, now we see the results. Crime is still through the roof. Housing is in trouble. The inflation crisis is out of control. We just saw the latest food prices. The cost of meat is insane right now. All these problems are still here. And they're there because this government is still the same that was here before.
Exactly.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech.
I would like to give him the opportunity to just comment a little bit more on this Liberal government's misalignment between their virtue signaling announcements and their project-killing policies.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Well, thank you very much for the member from Saskatchewan. I think that is a fantastic question. That is a wonderful question. I think that is the essence of all of this, right? On one hand, they'll say, let's get things built and we'll get things moving and shovels in the ground. But at the same time, they have a regulatory framework that currently exists that stifles any of that from happening, while saying if you come begging to government and you're right connected and hopefully you even throw a few dollars to the Liberal Party, you might even get your project approved. It happened in Ontario, the Green Energy Act. Guess there was a whole whack of companies that got projects for the wind turbines and solar panels that were shown to have donated to the Ontario Liberal Party. And I fear, unfortunately, with this framework that they're setting up in C5, that is a dangerous path to take. I don't advise it. I think that's why you have a free market where people have the best applications go forward.
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciated the member's comments. I think we can definitely always innovate more. As the representative for the riding of Waterloo, we believe in innovation. We believe in competition. The comment I wanted to ask, or hear the members' thoughts on, or that there's been other members within the Conservative Party trying to understand what would happen once this legislation passes. And they have been kind of misquoting the Prime Minister, who has been saying that this legislation would actually be removing any federal barriers to interprovincial trade. Does the member agree that we are a federation and that all levels of government will have a role to play to ensure that we have interprovincial trade within Canada that's barrier-free, and that all levels would have to pass legislation, and this is the federal aspect?
Honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
I do agree that interprovincial trade and removing those barriers is a good thing. I do agree when those barriers are gone, we were able to create billions of dollars in economic activity right across our country. The issue here now is the fact that the Prime Minister during the campaign talked about getting free trade, interprovincial free trade done by Canada Day, and the clock's ticking.
Let's get her done.
L'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to my colleague, and how could I put this? Would my colleague support the government for a bill like this if he knew that there might be an election in the next year and that the next government would be a Green Party government and that our Green Party MP would decide that oil and gas was over? There's no oil, no subsidies for oil and gas. So that's a hypothesis. So we're going to go full green. So would my colleague have the same pleasure in voting for the government and with the government if the next government will be of the Green Party, because the Prime Minister will be able to decide what to do?
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
If I heard the honourable member correctly, well, that's why market forces demand this kind of thing. Consumption of oil is expected to go up. We have a lot of it. Let's get it to market, create jobs, opportunity, and wealth right here at home.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, as this is my first opportunity to speak and to rise on a bill before the House in this 45th Parliament, I'd like to take the opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to the people of Haldimand Norfolk for putting their trust in me as their representative for the second term. I'm truly inspired by the people of Haldimand Norfolk, and I'm truly honoured to be their voice in Parliament. Madam Speaker, it is important for Canadians at home to understand the broader context of this bill, Bill C5, the One Canada Economy Act, which is before the House. Before U.S. President Donald Trump took office, the Liberal government was asleep at the wheel. The sweeping tariffs imposed by Trump and his America First policy and his post-Bretton Woods quest that seeks to upend the international order, while it's challenging to Canada, it is not the sole cause of the current trade problems that we now face. Rather, this disorder is simply uncovered a deep fissure within our nation, which has been caused by a decade of Liberal policies that have left Canada weak and vulnerable. Far from being the maple leaf, elbows up patriots they presented themselves to be, the Liberals have questioned Canada's ethos and have undermined the national sovereignty over the last 10 years. They undermine Canada's sovereignty by diverting billions of taxpayer dollars to the Green Revolution projects through the Green Slush Fund that has proven to benefit Liberal insiders. They betted against the oil and gas sector by shutting down pipeline projects while favoring the green investments from foreign autocratic countries with worse environmental records than Canada. The social fabric of our nation and our society was also eroded during the last 10 years of Liberal leadership, creating disunity, making us vulnerable to external threats. It's surprising to see the same Liberal Party that attacked our national identity by changing the names of streets, by tearing down statues of national leaders, and by removing national heroes like Terry Fox from our passport, turn around and put their elbows up and become the flag bearers of national pride. We have the third largest accessible oil reserves on the planet that we leave untapped. And once it's extracted, it goes almost exclusively to the Americans who refine it and who sell it back to us at a profit. This reality exists because the Liberal government failed to have a vision for the future generations and for Canadians, and instead prioritized their own ideological goals for their own political survival. The Liberal government has blocked the production of ethical oil in Canada, blocked LNG and oil development going to international markets. We have failed to build our export capacity, and we have nearly become dependent on the U.S. market. As the G7 meets today on Canadian soil in the beautiful resource-rich province of Alberta, we sadly have the unfortunate status of being the economy with the worst economic growth. The world's economic watchdog, the OECD, forecasts that Canada will experience the slowest growth in real GDP capita among its member countries between now and 2060. Madam Speaker, because the Trump tariff and this government's incompetence, workers are losing their jobs. Canadian families are anxious. Communities are shaken. In Haldimand, Norfolk, where I live and the community that I represent, there are thousands of residents who work at the Stelco mill. Stelco is a vital part of our community in terms of job, economic activities, and business partnerships. Right now, our community is hearing rumors of layoffs, and they are deeply concerned. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government had 10 years of power. The current Prime Minister was the economic advisor for a large portion of that time. They wasted the opportunity and resources, and they have left Canada vulnerable as a result. Madam Speaker, Conservatives want nation-building projects. We want to see projects accelerated. That's why Conservatives support the intent of this bill. But this bill takes only baby steps. I'm concerned that many Canadians are concerned that the Prime Minister is speaking out of both sides of his mouth. He told premiers that they will have a veto on resource project development and pipelines. This government's Environment Minister has also been directly questioned on the commitment to build pipelines, but could not even utter the word pipelines. During the election, we had the Prime Minister engaging in doublespeak, saying to one audience in Alberta one thing, and to Quebec saying something completely different. So please forgive us, Conservatives, if we are a bit skeptical that this government business is not in pipelines. Actually, Madam Speaker, this bill is an indictment on the Liberals' own anti-resource law. If we're serious about removing barriers for workers, we need to also give professionals the ability to work across provinces, stop waste, and allow international doctors who are qualified to practice rather than driving Ubers. We need access to health care, and that is essential, especially in rural communities like Haldimand Norfolk. We're seeing stories of Canadians waiting for hours in emergency rooms that are in desperate need of urgent care. More and more, we're seeing people dying on on wait lists, unable to get the critical surgeries that they need and the treatment that they need. Many residents still do not have a family doctor, which means they aren't getting timely access to care. Madam Speaker, I personally had to intervene in one of these situations and speak to the former immigration minister to help a doctor in Caledonia with paperwork to get it sorted out so that thousands of residents would not have been without a family doctor, and so that Dr. Marilyn Robertson in Caledonia could be replaced with a competent doctor from abroad. If this did not happen, many residents would have been out and left without a family doctor. There are an extraordinary number of bureaucratic hurdles that people have to go through in order to practice medicine in Canada. And this government has missed the opportunity to introduce the Blue Seal standard and get thousands of qualified doctors and nurses working in Canada through passing a sound and rigorous national test. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we as a nation have a great and historical opportunity before us. I am full of hope for Canada. We have the potential to be the most prosperous nation on this planet, and the freest and the most advanced and the most just nation in the world. That is why Conservatives will always be committed to holding this Liberal government to account and calling for higher standards in service to Canadians. We will support the even small steps to strengthen this nation. Conservatives will keep fighting for a prosperous and sovereign Canada, and we hope that this government will do the same. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ajax.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for her remarks. The act before us, the One Canadian Economy Act, seeks to break down internal trade barriers within our beautiful, great country, and also to advance national infrastructure projects. And I'm just wondering if we can count on the member's support.
Honourable member for Haldimand North.
Madam Speaker, I encourage the Liberals to continue stealing our great Conservative ideas. And, Madam Speaker, what is contained in this bill is just baby steps. And it shows some initiative, but there is so much more that needs to be done in order to truly break down interprovincial trade barriers. And Conservatives encourage the Liberals to take those further steps so that we can get on board.
Well done. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie South in
We added the South this year, Madam Speaker, so thank you for the recognition. I've got to admit, it's with some sense of, I'm just tepid in supporting this bill because I've seen over the last 10 years major announcements by this Liberal government, and yet nothing gets done. I'm old enough to remember during the recent election campaign when the Prime Minister made a promise and he said that interprovincial trade barriers would be removed by Canada Day, and yet we're dealing with a bill to deal with the removal of interprovincial trade barriers. So I know this honourable member has been here for a long time now. Does she share this same sense of tepidness that I do in terms of this government's ability to actually get things done? Or are these just more announcements, more of the same? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and Conservatives are pushing, would want to see the Liberals do absolutely more and to have shovel-ready projects. And it's really unfortunate that we had a promise that we would eliminate, that there would be an elimination of these interprovincial trade barriers by Canada Day, and yet here we are still debating this issue. We would like to see this done at a much faster pace, and we would like to see greater steps. And yes, we need to move beyond this rhetoric and actually get this thing done.
Honorable député de Mirabel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague referred to the fact that the Prime Minister during the campaign said something in English for Alberta, but something else for Quebec in French. I'd like to confirm. Is she talking about the English rhetoric, where out west he said that he would force national interest projects upon Quebec? If that's what he said out west. But then he went out east and he said that he would respect provinces' jurisdictions, especially with regard to the environment. Is she referring to the Anglophone rhetoric or the Francophone rhetoric?
I thank my honourable colleague for this question. Well, when we look at both of the statements that were made, they were highly contradictory. Out west, it would be, yes, we are going to build pipelines, we are going to develop, we're going to have shovel-ready projects. And then when they went to Quebec, it would be, no, there'll be a veto. If you don't want something coming through this province, you can veto it. And so there was a double standard as to what exactly this Prime Minister intends to do with making Canada more internationally competitive and making sure that we can have a robust response to these trade barriers.
Well, Deputy Houston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate my honourable colleague for her re-election and coming back to the House. Madam Speaker, I'm curious to know what my member opposite thinks about the fact that they asked for an election, we went to the election, Canadians gave us a mandate to build a one strong Canadian economy. Are they opposed to removing the barriers across the provinces to increase productivity in Canada, to make sure that there's jobs for our young people, and to make sure that, respond to the mandate that Canadians gave us?
Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk, 20 seconds.
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and I congratulate her on her success and victory here also. No, I think the fundamental issue is that these are conservative ideas. We are not opposed to building a one economy and ensuring that interprovincial trade barriers are broken down. That is what we've been advocating for. That is why we've advocated for resource.
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Thank you. I hear applause starting already. I would hope that they'd wait till the end of my speech, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to rise and participate in this important debate on a landmark piece of legislation, Bill C-5. Madam Speaker, our government has a nation-building mandate and a bold and ambitious plan for Canada's future. Our core mission is to build the strongest economy in the G7. As a country, we are facing new and unprecedented economic challenges. Of course, we know that our sovereignty and economic security are under threat, but Madam Speaker, Canadians are resilient. We are ambitious, we are ready to think big and undertake a historic economic transformation that can deliver greater prosperity for future generations. As we know, Canada's relationship with our economic partners is changing. The system of open global trade we have relied on for decades is now weakened and uncertain. And yet, even without the illegal and unjustified tariffs launched and thrust upon us by the United States, it had already been clear for many years that Canada's economy was over-reliant on trade with the United States. True, it remains the greatest bilateral economic relationship in the world, and in many ways the envy of other regions. It is an historic and mutually beneficial relationship that certainly served both countries well, and of course will continue to do so, both out of necessity but also under improving terms that hopefully are being negotiated as we speak. But the current reality is that diversifying Canada's trade relationships and building a more robust domestic economy have become as important as ever. What hasn't changed is that Canada has what the world needs, and that bilateral trade benefits both parties. That's why the government is working to strengthen its relationships with reliable trading partners and allies around the world, while also improving our domestic transport infrastructure, logistics, and supply chains to create a more nimble and streamlined economy. Delivering more of Canada's goods to more parts of the world, Mr. Speaker, and to be a reliable and ethical source of natural resources for more markets will help build prosperity here at home. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to transactions within our borders, the government's goal is to create one Canadian economy instead of 13, as part of our commitment to strengthening internal trade within Canada. Internal trade is an essential element, of course we all know that, for the Canadian economy, but it supports economic competitiveness by creating jobs, helping businesses expand, enhancing consumer choice, and increasing Canada's overall economic growth. But as it stands now, internal trade barriers to trade and labour mobility across Canada cost Canada as much as $200 billion each year. Therefore, removing those barriers that have held back our economy is critical to unlocking Canada's full economic potential. Another major aspect of strengthening Canada's economy is to think big and get infrastructure projects of national significance both designed and completed faster. As a country, we need to accelerate the realization of major nation-building projects that will help Canada become the strongest economy in the G7, deepen our trade relationships with reliable partners, and create good Canadian jobs. Mr. Speaker, the government's goal is to unleash a new era of growth that will ensure Canada doesn't just survive ongoing trade disputes, but emerges from them even stronger than ever. That brings me to the proposed legislation that we're debating today. Bill C-5, the One Canadian Economy Act, is aimed at eliminating federal barriers to trade and labour mobility. It also lays the groundwork to advance nation-building projects crucial for driving Canadian productivity growth, energy security, and economic competitiveness. First, this new legislation addresses the goal to create one economy instead of 13. It would remove federal barriers to free trade within Canada's borders while protecting workers, the environment, and the health and safety of all Canadians. In cases where there is a federal barrier, the legislation would allow a good or service that meets comparable provincial and territorial rules to be considered to have met federal requirements for internal trade. For Canadian businesses, this will make it easier to buy, sell, and transport goods and services across the country. It sounds simple, Mr. Speaker, but smooth internal economic flows have been stubbornly impeding us for a long time. It is literally the friction in the economy that has been there for quite a number of decades, including under both Conservative and Liberal governments. And it's proven, these internal trade barriers have proven incredibly challenging because, of course, you need willing partners in provinces and territories to work on this together. But it seems we have the will today, facing the threats that have come from abroad, specifically from our southern neighbors. We have had a new will from partners to provincial partners and territorial partners to overcome these internal trade barriers. The bill would also make it easier to do business across Canada by removing regulatory duplication and cutting federal red tape. It would reduce costs or delays for Canadian businesses who follow comparable provincial and territorial rules by providing a framework to substantially reduce the burden of federal rules that apply to trade across provincial and territorial borders. This, I said earlier, could add up to $200 billion in economic activity. It could boost productivity by up to 7% and possibly even reduce prices by as much as 15%. This means that a good or service produced, used, or distributed in line with the requirements of a province or territory would be recognized as meeting comparable federal requirements. For example, a food product that meets one province's organic standards or an appliance that meets provincial energy efficiency standards would be treated as if it meets comparable federal standards. Federal recognition of goods that meet comparable provincial requirements will make it easier for Canadian businesses to sell their products across the country and in turn increase consumer choice for Canadians. In addition to tabling Bill C-5, the government is also committed to remove further federal exceptions in the Canadian Free Trade Agreement by July 2025. This will help provide Canadian businesses with greater opportunity to compete across the country. Now, on the subject of labor mobility, the bill would provide a framework to recognize provincial and territorial licenses and certifications for workers. For example, I hear from nurses in my riding of Whitby that they can't easily have their certifications and licenses acknowledged in other jurisdictions across the country, and that it would make it easier for them to work in other parts of the country. So this is, I think, really good news for nurses and for many other healthcare workers. This means that a worker authorized by provincial or territorial jurisdiction could more quickly and easily, in the same occupation, work in other jurisdictions. It goes without saying that making it easier for workers to get a federal license by recognizing workers' provincial or territorial credentials for the same job benefits both the workers and the employers by providing more employment opportunities and a broader selection of candidates. It really increases labor mobility across Canada and widens the pool of candidates for all employers. Mr. Speaker, the second and equally important aspect of Bill C-5, which I've mentioned, is aimed at unlocking and accelerating major projects of national interest. Such significant nation-building projects can help accelerate Canada's economic growth and create well-paying jobs. So you might be asking, what is a project of national interest? Well, I can tell you that they are projects that would make a significant contribution to Canada's prosperity, advance national and economic security and autonomy. They would do this through increased production of energy and goods and the improved movement of goods, services, and people throughout Canada. The projects would strengthen access to Canadian resources, goods, and services to a diverse group of reliable trade partners. Again, this is all within the national interest if you think about what we're really focused on here is expediting these major nation-building projects. They're in the national interest. They're going to help us increase productivity, help the movement of goods flow across the country, and help us diversify our trade relationships and access those foreign markets. To give some concrete examples, such projects could include highways, railways, ports, airports, oil and gas pipelines, critical minerals and mining projects, nuclear facilities, and electricity transmission systems. The idea is that the federal government will determine whether a major project is in the national interest, again, based on consultations with provinces and territories, and will only be designated following full consultation with affected Indigenous people. Indeed, the government is already working closely with provinces and territories and Indigenous peoples to identify and operationalize such projects. Mr. Speaker, the intention is for projects to be evaluated on whether they meet all of the following criteria, and I will reiterate those for those who may need a reminder. They would need to meet the criteria: number one, to strengthen Canada's autonomy, resilience, and security; two, to provide economic or other benefits to Canada; three, have a high likelihood of successful execution; four, advance the interests of Indigenous peoples; and five, contribute to clean growth and to Canada's objectives with respect to climate change. That's a high standard, I realize, Mr. Speaker, but I think when we come together as a nation, as we've seen over the last few weeks with the Prime Minister meeting with First Ministers, there seems to be a real excitement to build big things in Canada again and to get big things done for the good of the country, to stand up for our economic security and sovereignty. When a project gets designated, it would be conditionally approved up front, which is a very unique, I think, and significant change to how we've done things in the past. There would still be existing review processes, but the government's aim is to strike cooperation agreements with every interested province and territory within 6 months to realize the end goal of one project, one review. This means realizing a single assessment for projects and better coordination of permitting processes with the provinces and territories, and streamlining multiple decision points for federal approval to minimize, and this is really important, to minimize uncertainty for proponents. Our economy has been riddled with uncertainty based on the threats that we've been experiencing. The PM's Economic Growth Caucus, we had our major banks' chief economists come, and every one of them said the main word that they think represents where Canada is right now is uncertainty. There's investor uncertainty. It's hard to project for the banks what's going to happen. There's a lot of uncertainty out there. So this is our way of reducing that uncertainty. The goal is to send a clear early signal to build investor confidence and start investment in construction faster. The ultimate objective is to reduce decision-making timelines on major projects down to 2 years. That's a significant improvement, whereas it's taken in some cases up to 5 years or even more. Getting it down to 2 years is ambitious, but I think it's good to be ambitious. When you're governing a country through a crisis, I think we need to be ambitious. We need to get big things built. We need to overcome these internal trade barriers. We need to expedite these large nation-building projects. Now, a federal major projects office would coordinate and expedite these reviews and include an Indigenous Advisory Council with First Nation, Inuit, and Métis representatives. The results of the reviews will inform a single set of binding federal conditions for the project, i.e. we're pulling essentially all of the requirements into one, almost like a term sheet or a document that says you're approved based on all of these conditions. That makes it significantly easier for proponents to go through the approval process because they have everything in one place. They have one window, one office to work through, and a streamlined process, and a will from the federal government to essentially get things done instead of proponents feeling like there's all of these hurdles to jump through. These conditions would also include mitigation and accommodation measures to protect the environment and to respect the rights of Indigenous peoples. As we heard from His Majesty King Charles III last month, when Canadians come together, Canada builds things that last. And as the Prime Minister has said, it's time to build big, build bold, and build now. After all, our country and economic security are under threat. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to commend the numerous premiers who have already taken vital steps to break down provincial and territorial barriers to trade, and this new legislation is aligned with those efforts to accelerate the mutual recognition of rules and regulations. And earlier this month in Saskatoon, First Ministers acknowledged the significant progress that has been made toward removing internal trade barriers and further facilitating the movement of goods, services, and workers across the country. They also recognize that there is more work to do and committed to unlock multilateral economy-wide mutual recognition and labor mobility. That is their commitment. I think it's great. We're working together. The first time in my 47 years I've seen provinces and territories and the federal government aligned to work together, and that's a great thing to see. I think we should all be very proud of that. They also agreed on the urgency of building major projects that produce and connect clean and conventional energy, goods and services to markets across Canada and the globe. Likewise, on June 11th, the Minister of Finance and National Revenue convened a virtual meeting with provincial and territorial finance ministers to advance shared priorities and strengthen Canada's economic resilience. The Minister of Finance and National Revenue welcomed the growing momentum among provinces and territories to reduce internal trade barriers and unlock the full potential of the Canadian economy in line with the federal government's nation-building agenda. In keeping with the positive and optimistic tone of both meetings, finance ministers agreed to remain in close contact in the weeks ahead and keep driving momentum to build the strongest economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, on the subject of building things, the government is also going to undertake a series of measures to help double the rate of home building while catalyzing a new housing industry in Canada. This will both help to meet growing housing demand while strengthening the construction sector. At the same time, I'd be remiss if I did not point out or put in a plug for Bill C4, which is also before Parliament right now. This bill would eliminate the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes at or under $1 million and reduce GST for first-time home buyers on new homes between $1 million and $1.5 million. This tax cut will save Canadians up to $50,000, allowing more young people and families like the ones in my riding to enter the housing market and realize the dream of home ownership. By cutting the GST, as proposed in Bill C4, Canadians will face lower upfront housing costs and keep more money in their pockets. It will also have a dynamic effect on increasing supply, spurring the construction of new homes all across the country. Mr. Speaker, back to the legislation at hand. Bill C5 comes at a time when there is a consensus on the urgent need to strengthen the Canadian economy and make it easier for businesses and Canadians to trade goods and services by removing barriers. It takes all levels of government to make it happen, and the spirit of cooperation in the face of adversity we have seen in recent months is one of the things that built this country and that keeps it strong today. But it can become even stronger. I think we've come a long way as a country. We've built railroads. We've built great things before. Obviously, we want to build big things again. We want to build big and bold and beautiful. That's going to make us a stronger country. The One Canadian Economy Act includes legislative proposals to remove federal internal trade barriers and advance national interest projects. It provides a framework to strengthen the Canadian economy, diversify our trade relations, and increase domestic productivity, resilience, and competitiveness. So I encourage all the honourable members in this House to support this important piece of legislation. It will make Canada stronger. We have the best country in the world, there is no doubt, but we can always build a stronger country. I think it matters that we have a will to work together in this House across party lines. I know that the Conservative members and all members of this House want to build big things in this country. They want major projects. They want to build a stronger economy. I think deep down inside they want to preserve our environment for future generations. They want to ensure that Indigenous communities can be equity partners in major projects. I think these things are core to the Canadian values that we have. I know they're core to our Liberal values on this side. And I feel very proud to be standing here as part of a government that's advancing legislation that's going to build the strongest economy in the G7. I certainly stand for that. I'll keep fighting for that. My constituents voted for me for that vision, and I'm really happy to be here and participating in this debate. I look forward to all of your support on the legislation as we move forward.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Bull River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's without doubt, right, that oil and gas industry is probably the highest value, highest impact industry that is the most nimbly able to react to an opportunity. But yet this lost Liberal decade was the result of the same obstructionist members for the previous 10 years, and they still, by and large, reside in the front bench across the aisle. But yet, they would like us to believe that they could conduct a ballet pirouette that would shame Karen Kane, to think that all of a sudden they're going to allow us, or they're going to allow projects to proceed. A project like Northern Gateway hit all the high points, and I wonder if the member opposite would say if that would qualify.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the honourable member for the question. Canada has so much to offer the world. We really do. I know that the members opposite tend to focus on pipelines and conventional energy, but Canada has so many advantages around the world. Our agricultural industry is a source of pride for us. our critical mineral and mining industry is so much a source of pride for us. We have, Quebec and many other parts of the country have a strength in AI, and which can augment and enhance productivity across industries. Business models can, achieve a lot more. Productivity gains can be had. The clean tech industry, which I'm obviously privy to, they have really a large strength in Canada. We punch well above our weight. So we have a lot to gain, a lot of possibility. I certainly respect the members opposite for wanting to advocate for conventional energy, but I think we must understand that we need a balanced portfolio.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, le député de Mirabel.
The member for Mirabel.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Hello to my friend, through you, of course, the Parliamentary Secretary. There is a bill for free trade in Canada, and that was only one line of their platform, and for that reason he thinks it's legitimate to short-circuit the entire parliamentary process and not have proper debate. They were elected as a minority government, and they had one line about this in their platform, and that is apparently sufficient justification for this course of events. Can he tell us what else there is in the Liberal platform that is so important that the Liberals can have them adopted with a time allocation motion after just 3 weeks of sitting? What else in the platform is that important so that we can know what's coming in the next weeks?
Question, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Great to receive a question from my honourable colleague who I've served with on multiple committees, and I look forward to collaborating with him further. He always asks really good questions. I think that we're having a rigorous debate on this piece of legislation. I think it's a very important piece of legislation, time sensitive given the threats to our economic security. I think Canada and Canadians have voted in a government that had a platform in the last election that was based on building Canada strong. This particular piece of legislation helps us reduce those internal trade barriers and boost our economy through reducing that red tape and deregulating on behalf of Canadians. But at the same time, we're moving forward on expediting major projects. That's going to help get goods to market. It's going to help us generate more revenue for our businesses and grow our economy. That's good for Canadians. It's good for work.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Bay-Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Parliamentary Secretary has extensive experience and background in the field of sustainable development and environmental issues, and we have heard some questions regarding the period of consultation on major projects, Mr. Speaker. I just wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary can explain for the House how the new Bill C-5 addresses those concerns, and if he's confident that the time frame for the consultations is adequate. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I appreciate my honourable colleague for the question and his reference to something that is kind of core commitment for me, which is to build a sustainable economy in Canada. I think this bill tries to strike a balance between where we're at as a country, having to move much quicker and faster, but also trying to balance that with protecting what we hold as very core values on this side, which is to protect our environment, to ensure that we have projects and a major project list that contributes to our climate commitments, that helps Canada take advantage of the clean growth opportunities, but also has mitigation measures, et cetera, that are built in, and accommodations and adaptations that can be built in to the core requirements of any project.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Long Ridge Mountains.
I'm curious, obviously as Conservatives, we believe in moving forward and building Canada. I'm curious to know, will there be a public list of eligible projects that are going to qualify under this legislation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, that's a very good question, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that the member asked me, and my understanding is that the Major Projects Office would have a list that's developed in consultation with provinces and territories. Obviously, that list is not necessarily formulated yet because I'm not sure that all of the major projects have been vetted or evaluated due to the 5-point criteria that I mentioned in my speech.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Le député.
The member for Mirabel. I would like to repeat my question, Mr. Speaker, because my question is an important one. The Liberals feel that since this was included in their election platform, that is sufficient reason for Parliament to not do its job and sufficient reason to short-circuit democracy. But here is my specific question. What are the other elements of the Liberal election platform that he feels are so urgent and so important that Parliament is being short-circuited and democratic work in this place is being undermined? What are the elements of the Liberal platform which, according to my colleague, are above and beyond democracy?
Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for the question. As always, I know he asked good questions, and we often disagree in committee, and I know we can disagree in this House. It's part of what it means to be a democracy. We are not short-circuiting democracy. This legislation has been tabled in this House. We're debating it today. We've debated it other days. It will be referred to committee, is my understanding of it. And the process is important, but it is also important to balance that with the moment that we're in. We have a short window to get this bill through Parliament, and we want to see major projects and those internal trade barriers come down. And that's important to respond to the moment of crisis that we're in, where our sovereignty and economic security have been under threat.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the election was not that long ago, and we saw Canadians, including right in the riding of Waterloo, really be concerned and commenting about a one Canadian economy. And it was a message that was quite well received, and we know that premiers are on side. Today we're having this debate. The NDP is basically not even present in the debate. The Bloc is choosing to oppose this legislation, yet it's not providing any amendments. The Conservatives are supporting it, yet giving speeches as if they oppose it. So I would like to hear from the member, what are the benefits of this legislation? And could he also just reiterate the difference between federal trade, interprovincial trade barriers and provincial ones? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, there's a lot in that question, but I thank my honourable member who I have utmost respect for and have served on committees with her, and she's always insightful. So there's many benefits in this legislation. Obviously, increased labour mobility is key. All kinds of cost benefits. I talked in my speech about the possibility of boosting productivity and decreasing prices for Canadians, which I know we're all concerned of, the cost of living challenges that I know my constituents and I'm sure all residents in Canada are concerned about. We can also get major projects built a lot faster, give investors confidence to mobilize the capital that's needed. We can do big things again at timelines that actually matter within a short period of time, 4 or 5 years, which is fantastic. Where Canadians can actually realize the benefits of major projects as we move forward. So there's much more I could talk about, but I think that's probably all I have time for right now. But thanks.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Surrey, Moose Mountain. Mr. Speaker, I stand today to discuss Bill C-5, the One Canadian Economy Act, a piece of legislation introduced on June 6th, the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act, seeks to unify Canada, the economy by removing barriers to interprovincial trade and expediting major infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, this bill has generated a tremendous amount of feedback from the residents of Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt. I have received dozens of emails from people concerned that this government will manage to turn this initiative from something they claim will be good for Northern Ontarians into a mess. We have seen this Liberal government time after time introduce policies and programs that they claim will help the economy, and instead they have had the opposite effect. I must say I share that view. Bill C-5 should be a step toward economic growth and prosperity for all Northern Ontarians, including Indigenous people. But I don't have a lot of confidence that they will get this right. The Liberal government's approach to this issue raises important questions about balance. Let us explore a few of its key components and the broader context it aims to address. Part 1 of Bill C-5 is designed to create one Canadian economy out of 13. Canada's economy has long been hampered by interprovincial trade barriers, which cost our economy approximately $200 billion per year in lost economic growth. Barriers ranging from differing provincial regulations to restrictions on labor mobility have created disadvantages in our markets, making it harder for goods, services, and workers to move freely across provincial and territorial lines. These barriers cannot continue if we are to compete in the international markets today. Take skilled Canadian workers, for example, some who have had decades of experience and training. They are prevented from working in their fields from province to province. These types of regulations need to stop if we are to grow our economy and improve our productivity. Bill C-5 should be a practical step towards streamlining trade and enhancing labor mobility, which could boost productivity and competitiveness in Canada. And although I support the notion that all Canadians should be able to ply their trades in any province, the devil is in the details. This Liberal government has not laid out how we are to achieve these goals. How will they get all provinces to sign on to these changes? The bill itself does not lay out the plan to achieve these goals of labor mobility. Will this bill allowing labor mobility stand up to legal challenges from provinces and other stakeholders who may not want to see this type of policy implemented? I'm not sure the government knows the answer to that question. I also want to take a minute to discuss the free movement of goods and products between provinces. Provinces have a combined total of about 600 professional credentialing bodies that regulate goods and services within their borders. So these barriers exist in virtually every industry. Alcohol, dairy, and many agricultural products are subject to these barriers. For instance, some products need to be inspected when they enter a province, even though they were previously inspected in their province of origin. It is these types of regulations that end up costing producers and ultimately consumers more money. Part 2 of the Building Canada Act focuses on fast-tracking nation-building infrastructure projects such as pipelines, power lines, and renewable energy initiatives. By streamlining federal government processes, the bill aims to reduce approval timelines from 5 years to 2. This part of the bill is particularly significant for my riding and across Northern Ontario. Energy security and economic competitiveness in a global market, especially in the mining industry, are critical to the future of our communities. We have all heard people speak about the vast resources of the Ring of Fire. The Ring of Fire is a massive mineral deposit that contains many crucial components to our modern industries. Billions of dollars of minerals beneath our feet that could improve the living standards for all Northern Ontario, including Indigenous people. The people of my riding would greatly benefit from the Ring of Fire project. Will the Ring of Fire be deemed a nation-building project? The people of Northern Ontario deserve to know this. I also have some concerns that this bill empowers the federal government to issue a single authorization document covering multiple permits, but what it hasn't done is laid out a concrete timeline in the bill. There has been no discussion or list of what projects would be deemed as a national building project. Who will have input into this list? What will be the criteria to demand a nation-building project? One of my biggest concerns is that this bill gives a tremendous amount of power to the ministers and prime ministers' offices. We have all seen what can happen when too much power is put in the hands of a few Liberal ministers and the prime minister's office. We could very well face a situation where there will be a high degree of political interference by Liberal insiders, and decisions will be made on ideological grounds instead of what's good for the economy and the people of Canada. There must be openness and transparency in this process. For instance, they claim they will ensure consultation with Indigenous people, but there is no definition of what that means or how that process will unfold. On this side of the House, our shadow critics have argued that the bill could be simplified by broadly eliminating project blocking laws rather than creating exemptions. Elimination of Bill C-69 and C-48 would be a good start. They could also look at removing the industrial carbon tax that would help industries invest in new environmental technologies and grow. Private sector companies need certainty, and the fact that this bill will sunset or be reviewed in 5 years does not give them the long-term certainty they are looking for. If a company is going to invest billions of dollars, create jobs, wealth and prosperity for the people of Canada, they need to know what the government is doing long-term. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have long been advocating for the following measures to achieve energy security and a strong economy. We need shovel-ready economic zones. We need to scrap the cap on oil and gas. We need to repeal Bill C-69. We need to repeal Bill C-48. We need to axe the industrial carbon tax. We need to remove unrealistic and punitive electricity regulations. If this Liberal government is serious about standing up for Canada and not having us totally reliant on the U.S., then they will do all these things. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Canada needs giant steps. Bill C-5 is a baby step that will not completely address the issues that have been created by the total misguided policies of this Liberal government over the last decade. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite for his speech and welcome into the House. I'm curious to know, Mr. Speaker, earlier one of his colleagues mentioned that obviously they support, in theory, the idea of building a one strong Canadian economy and removing the barriers. Why are they opposed to supporting this bill?
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I would say to my colleague opposite that it's nice to hear the Liberals copy policies from the Conservative government, but it's not going far enough. We would like to do more, a lot more. What the Liberals announced is a baby step, not a breakthrough, even though the Prime Minister himself, Canada, is in a crisis.
My commentaire, questions and comments. The member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate this member's tone tonight. During the last 10 years, we've saw the Trudeau government bring policy after policy, C-69, C-48, the energy cap proposal, on top of that, the energy regulations, Mr. Speaker. And we said at the time that they're actually making it so difficult for private capital formation in this country for these big projects, Mr. Speaker, because of the uncertainty. Now, this government, the new government here, Liberal government, has put forward C-5, which basically says that the whole system that the Trudeau government put in place was completely over the top and has chased everything away. I know that this member has talked about getting rid of some of these other things. Which would he prefer, C5 or the government to address the awful regulatory environment that they have created under the past 10 years of the previous government?
Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Thanks, my colleague, for the question. Actually, as he's saying, this bill is actually an admission that the Liberal laws are barriers to development. The way to unleash Canadian resources is to remove anti-development laws that block projects like C-69, C-48, the oil and gas cap, and the industrial carbon tax.
And comments, questions et commentaires. I see two members compete. The member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first just say I appreciate the member's comments. I hear some of those concerns, and it's interesting when the member did refer to when the same product needs to be looked at twice and it's coming out of a province, going into a province, and so forth. So I think sometimes things do happen, and when it comes to the security of the country and of people, it's important that we take all measures. I would like to ask the member, does he recognize that the federal government is advancing this legislation to get rid of the barriers of interprovincial trade at the federal level, but that provinces also have work to do? And will he be working with the provincial government to ensure that Ontario products can make it across this country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we have seen that there's a lot of regulations between provinces that are very different, and they all need to come together. I'm not sure how the Liberal government would get that done, because we've seen in the past it takes them a while to admit they got things wrong. They get things wrong, like they did with immigration. They said it took us a while to figure that out, and we didn't quite get that right.
I don't think that's not the question. Keep going.
Keep going, Mr. Answer the question you want.
Anyway, Conservatives want Canada to compete and achieve true economic and energy security. That means shovel-ready.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Foothills.
I was here in 2017 when the Liberals touted their Canada Free Trade Agreement that had more pages of exemptions than it actually did of things where free trade or interprovincial trade barriers were removed. This Prime Minister is at it again, where he says we will have free trade in Canada by July 1st, and now the Liberal members are now quantifying this by provincial and federal. Would the member say that this is just another example of the Liberals saying one thing and doing the complete different, overpromise, underdeliver?
The member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt has less than 20 seconds to respond.
Thank you for that question. Yes, I would say the Liberals say one thing and then do another thing, or take a very long time to achieve anything. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is a nation rich in resources, talent, and opportunity. From potash to petroleum, from uranium to wheat, our country has what the world needs. And yet our potential is being held back, not by people or the land, but by federal policies that make it harder to build and to grow. As we debate Bill C-5, the so-called Building Canada Act, we must ask, does this legislation fix what's broken, or does it merely patch over the cracks? This bill acknowledges that Canada's regulatory system has become a barrier to progress. But instead of fixing the system for everyone, it offers a shortcut for a chosen few. In my riding of Souris Moose Mountain, we don't just talk about resource development, we live it. Our oil fields, potash mines, and the farmers that we have provide food, fuel, and fertilizer to Canadians and our global partners. We understand that development must be responsible, but also possible. This bill claims to fast-track national interest projects, but what qualifies as a national interest remains undefined. Who decides? Based on what? And for how long? The answers are not in this legislation, and that's part of the problem. Section 5 of the bill allows Cabinet to designate certain projects for special treatment. But the criteria are vague, the process is opaque, and the project list is deemed public. That raises serious questions about transparency, fairness, and accountability. What's more, The so-called fast-track powers expire in 5 years. That's not a solution. That's an admission that the government doesn't believe in its own regulatory framework. If it did, it wouldn't need exemptions. And that's what this bill is, an exemption. Not a reform, not a replacement. It doesn't streamline the system for its investors. It picks winners. It doesn't restore confidence in Canada's regulatory framework. It dodges it. This is not how we build national prosperity. This is how we sow regional division. Because when some projects leapfrog the process while others languish, people start to lose faith, not just in the system, but in the fairness of our country. Mr. Speaker, we've seen what happens when politics trumps policy. Major infrastructure projects cancelled, pipelines stalled, billions of dollars in investment lost. That's not progress, that's paralysis. Bill C-5 does nothing to prevent activist litigation or intergovernmental obstruction. There is no mechanism in the bill to protect approved projects from being blocked after the fact, and no real incentive for provinces or regulators to speed up their approvals. What's the point of declaring a project in the national interest if you can't ensure it gets built? Let's talk about timelines. The government says it wants projects approved within 2 years, but the bill does not legislate in any way a deadline. No guarantee, no enforcement. That means more uncertainty for project proponents. Contrast that with the United States, where certain federal energy projects are approved within 30 days. That's what it means to get serious about competitiveness. Here in Canada, we say we're in a crisis, but we act like we're not. The Minister of Natural Resources himself said there is no investment certainty in Canada. But who created that problem? The Liberals have been in power for nearly a decade. Bill C-69, Bill C-48, and layers of overlapping regulation didn't appear overnight. They were built, piece by this government. And now we're told to celebrate a workaround, not a fix, a workaround. What Conservatives are calling for is simple. Make Canada competitive again. Repeal the broken laws, create shovel-ready zones, cap review times to 1 year, fast-track permitting through a single, reliable process. And yes, let's use Section 9210 of the Constitution to declare major projects like pipelines and transmission corridors for the general advantage of Canada. That is how we ensure that national interest is not held hostage to provincial politics or activist pressures. Mr. Speaker, we also need to address labor mobility. We have thousands of foreign-trained doctors, nurses, and engineers who could fill shortages all across the country, but can't work due to a patchwork of credentialing rules. A Conservative government would implement a Blue Seal standard, modeled after the Red Seal for trades, that would allow professionals to practice across Canada if they meet national standards. This bill could have included that. It didn't. Another missed opportunity. I'd like to share a story of a couple I met in Estevan. They run a small oilfield service company. Honest, hardworking, and deeply committed to their community. They told me their biggest challenge isn't financing or labor, it's uncertainty. They never know when the new rules from Ottawa will change everything. They want to invest, expand, and hire, but not if the ground keeps shifting beneath them. That uncertainty is echoed across this country. In mining, in forestry, in clean energy, even in nuclear, where world-leading projects in Saskatchewan remain stuck in regulatory limbo. Bill C-5 offers no assurance that things will get better, only that some projects, some companies might get lucky. Dr. Jack Mintz warned that without regulatory certainty, capital will flow elsewhere, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Investors aren't waiting for us to get our act together. They're putting their money where approvals are predictable, often south of the border. And while Canada stalls, the U.S. moves. While we hold consultations, they build. While we argue over definitions, they approve projects in weeks, not years. We're falling behind, not because of a lack of resources, not because of a lack of workers, but because we lack a government willing to make the hard choices. Mr. Speaker, let me summarize our concerns. This bill leaves too much power in the hands of Cabinet. It lacks clear criteria for project selection. It has no enforceable timelines. It invites legal challenges. It offers no protection against future political interference. It sunsets in 5 years, offering no long-term certainty. It picks a few winners instead of fixing the system for all. Canadians deserve better. They deserve a regulatory system that is fast, fair, and final. They deserve to know when a project is approved, it will be built. And they deserve leadership that doesn't just manage decline, but believes in building something greater. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will continue to support projects that grow our economy, strengthen our sovereignty, and create opportunity for all Canadians. We will work with any party to pursue real reforms, not just symbolic gestures. And we will always stand up for the people who power our nation, from Estevan to Arcola, from potash miners to oil field welders, because we believe in their future, and we will fight for it. Mr. Speaker, Souris Moose Mountain, we take great pride in being builders. Whether it's potash operations around Rocanville, oil wells of the Bakken Formation, or the grain and cattle operations that dot the landscape, we are a region that contributes to the economic backbone of this country. But increasingly, people in my constituency are telling me that they feel their efforts are being undercut by policy decisions made in Ottawa that fail to reflect the reality on the ground. They ask me, why does it take years to approve something that should be straightforward? Why are we losing investment to the United States and elsewhere when we have the resources, the expertise to get things done here? And why does the government keep announcing grand frameworks that never seem to translate into shovels in the ground or jobs in our communities? Bill C-5 should have been the answer to those questions, but it isn't. Instead, it's a narrowly tailored mechanism that selects a few special projects for acceleration without addressing the fundamental problems that hold the rest of the country back. It creates a two-tiered system, one for the politically favored and one for everyone else. What Canada needs is a one-tiered system that works for all, for everyone in every region. We need a system that respects the regulatory rigor of our environment and Indigenous people that they deserve, but one that does so in a way that's efficient, transparent, and accountable. We need to stop creating special lanes and start fixing the entire road. Our caucus has put forward common sense proposals that would accomplish exactly that. A 1-year cap on project approvals, a 6-month fast-track option for strategic projects, transparent national standards that recognize provincial authority, and the repeal of burdensome laws like C-69 and C-48 that have made it nearly impossible to build anything of consequence. In short, we want Canada to be a country where great ideas get built, where workers get hired, and where prosperity isn't an accident. It's the result of deliberate, focused policy choices that support growth rather than stifle it. Mr. Speaker, it's not about ideology, it's about practicality. A strong resource sector helps pay for hospitals, schools, roads, and the public services we rely on across the country. It supports jobs in urban and rural communities alike. And when done right, it positions Canada as a responsible leader in global energy and environmental standards. Because Canadians don't just want a government that points at a few shiny projects and says, look what we did. They want a government that builds a system that works reliable, consistently for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I can appreciate the member's comments. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I do agree with the fact that the Conservative Party has actually recognized the value of this legislation. It was a part of the Prime Minister's election platform, and we very much appreciate the fact that the Conservatives are voting for us to be able to get this legislation passed by Friday. I think that's a very good thing. The question I have is, we hear a lot of criticism coming from the Conservatives. Does the member have any specific amendment that he would like to see that he believes would actually improve the legislation? Is he aware of any amendment that he believes?
Great question.
The member for Souris Moose Mountain.
I would love to see Bill C-69 and Bill C-48 repealed.
Question et commentaires. Questions and comments. The member for Vernon Lake Country, Monashee.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have spent 10 years building walls around the Canadian economy, and Conservatives have been asking them to tear them down. So the Liberals have thrown a C-5 as a sort of rope ladder over the walls, and the Conservative vote for it, and the Liberals' take from this apparently is that, well, if you voted for the rope ladder, you must love the walls. So I'm wondering if the Speaker could explain to the Liberals why we would vote for the rope ladder and still not like the walls.
For Souris Moose Mountain.
there's so many things wrong with Bill C-5, but as Conservatives, we're just so happy that the Liberals are finally doing something about anything. We've spent so many years with them stopping every single project that was proposed in this country, whether it be, it's actually basically, it's like a non-tariff trade barrier imposed on our own industries right here in Canada because of our federal laws. This is something that has to stop, but we're at least glad to see that they're actually trying to get at least something done.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for his speech, and him and I have worked together, and so I'm glad to see him in this place. So I know he's served at the provincial level, and it's exciting to be able to work with him at the federal level, and we were on the tourism file together. So I know he is a champion for his province, and I try to be one to fight for Ontario as the proud member of Parliament for the riding of Waterloo. What I would like to ask the member, as I listen to his speech, I hear his concerns. I think it's important that we get this legislation in advance, even if it is only a step, as the Conservatives are saying, in the right direction. I do think another step will be to ensure that provinces are doing their part to ensure that each of our provinces are able to showcase the best of our products across the country. I know there's stuff in Saskatchewan that Ontario would love, and I'm sure vice versa. Will the member be working with the provincial government, especially with his provincial experience, to ensure that there is no barriers in Canada by Canada Day? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Souris Moose Mountain.
Yeah, just by the structure of this bill, there is no chance that there will be no trade barriers by Canada Day in interprovincial trade. I had the privilege of working on the SIFTA agreement with the members opposite, and yeah, that basically what we did is we got a whole bunch of exemptions, put it together in a package, and called it a Canadian Internal Free Trade Agreement. And this is something that the Conservatives are not looking to repeat. We want free trade for all, for everyone. It makes it would unleash our economies and just make Canada one of the most powerful countries you could ever imagine.
Hear, hear. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Le député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague if he's aware of the discussions that took place between the Liberals and Conservatives before the C5 votes. What did the Conservatives have to put on the table to enable the Liberals to agree to use the Conservative plan? And what did the Liberals give the Conservatives to convince them to support this gag order? One that violates democratic norms. So what ultimately happened during these negotiations? What kinds of chips were on the table in order to put Quebec and Canada in the situation they are in today? What did it cost people?
Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, we believe that energy projects in this country that are responsibly developed, that follow the regulations and follow rules, should be allowed to go forward. That we can power our economy, we can use that money to invest in our schools, our hospitals, our roads, to make Canada one of the strongest countries in the G7, if not the most strong country in the G7. And I know that the Conservatives have a lot of disagreements with the Liberals on this, but one thing for sure I can tell you is that Conservatives are wanting to see Canada prosper.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you. I'm a little confused today. I am newly elected, and I naively thought that our debates in this House aimed to create better policy for Quebecers and Canadians, but unfortunately, I'm realizing that they are rather a matter of obstinately opposing everything that the government puts forward. On the one hand, we have the Conservatives who say that the project does not go far enough and who want total carte blanche. And on the other side, we have the Bloc Québécois who are saying that we're going too far and that we, the Liberals, want to have carte blanche. Maybe that actually means that we've struck an appropriate balance in order to spur on projects of national interest while maintaining our climate objectives and our commitment and obligations to Indigenous peoples. What is clear, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada needs to stand up as a confident, independent nation that is capable of building, producing, and trading according to its own conditions. The unjustified trade measures taken by our nearest partner have clearly shown that our economic prosperity should not rest on the decisions of any other country. This is a decisive moment. It will determine the economic future of our children and grandchildren. This is the time to take advantage of Canada's rich resources, our industrial innovation, and our internal trade. This is the right time to invest in the infrastructure we'll need to move forward. This is the time to start major national projects that will create economic transformation. We are ready to work with our provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous partners to reduce delays and take responsible decisions. Bill C-5 will contribute to projects to produce and transport energy, goods, and services from coast to coast. These projects will focus on infrastructure that facilitate trade and that will enable us to send products and services to those who need them. For example, by speeding up the project's approval process, this legislation will help Canadian farmers who have high-level equipment, irrigation equipment, but don't have the necessary infrastructure to actually send their products to markets. Bill C-5 would also reduce red tape and costs, leave more money in the pockets of Canadian families and workers, as well as more money for communities. And that's why we were elected, to make life more affordable. We know that investing in infrastructure to make trade simpler and to make it easier to move people and goods around Canada is strong economic policy. That is why Canada is investing in the National Trade Corridors Fund, $2.3 billion to support infrastructure projects to improve the circulation of goods and services within and outside Canada. This fund has already funded 81 projects. It has supported major trade projects such as access roads, railways, airports, ports. It has reduced bottlenecks, and it has created more fluid, efficient trade corridors. We also created the Canada Transit Fund with a $3 billion annual budget. These investments will support transit-centered communities. This will attract investment, promote housing construction near job hubs, and will reduce congestion on the roads. That will improve the circulation of goods within and outside urban centers, especially near ports, rail terminals, and industrial zones. By supporting the development and modernization of transit networks, the fund will increase labor mobility and will attract workers to urban centers, especially in sectors like logistics, manufacturing, and services. That will promote trade and contribute to economic growth. There's never been a better time to diversify trade within Canada and abroad as well. We know that we need to be able to diversify our exports and have trusted partners. For a long time, our businesses have been trying to accomplish that, but it's difficult. We all need to play a role together to help them. The federal government's exports diversification strategy is already increasing our leeway. It is going to increase our exports by 50% this year. Canada has a total of 15 free trade agreements with 49 countries. It has 36 agreements on the promotion and protection of foreign investment and many other negotiations currently underway throughout the world. So we're in a good position to create new partnerships and new trade alliances to start a new era of economic growth and prosperity for Canadians. Canada must build new infrastructure at a speed that has not been seen for generations. We need to create railways, ports, airports, highways. We need to support our farmers and send farm products to market. We need to make it easier for people, softwood lumber and other goods to circulate. We must also catalyze the housing industry and build housing more quickly. And we must support important industries like energy, whether clean or conventional. We need to create trade routes. We were not the ones to initiate the change in our partnership with the United States, but things are rapidly shifting geopolitically. So if we want to be at the forefront, Canada needs to build more quickly, more intelligently. We can become our own best ally and thus strengthen our national sovereignty and create the strongest economy in the G7. Bill C5 will enable us to seize this opportunity. It will enable us to invest in trade essential infrastructure to facilitate the circulation of goods and services throughout Canada. It will simplify regulation in order to make it easier for products to be approved. It will reduce overlap and unnecessary red tape. It will improve trade corridors in order to diversify and strengthen Canada's global trade relationships. It will make it easier for skilled workers to work in the markets that need them the most. That's what it means to create a single Canadian economy. In order to seize this opportunity, Canada must use all of the tools at its disposal. Not only do we have what the world needs, but we have everything the world wants. Not only our natural resources, but also our Canadian values. Those are not values that are represented by one party. It's rather the values of Quebecers and Canadians in general, and those values are at the heart of this bill. We are resilient, courageous. We are not afraid of major projects. We can see that everywhere in Canada, in Labrador, in Nunavut, in BC, throughout Canada. We should be proud. It is clear that Quebecers and Canadians have spoken. They are ready. They are ready for Canada to take its appropriate place on the world stage. We're ready to build the products to support our ambitions. Bill C5 offers a unique opportunity to our generation to transform 13 economies into a single Canadian economy and to make Canada the strongest economy in the G7. I hope that we can set partisanship aside, that we can set social media clips aside, and that we can do the real work and get this bill approved. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Le député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. We heard about trade corridors. We heard about 13 provinces and territories and indigenous peoples as well. How will the government be able to do all this while also respecting the legislation of all of these various jurisdictions and indigenous peoples? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for this excellent question. Indeed, this legislation has placed consensus at the very heart of the criteria. I could go into them in more detail, but I don't want to take too much time. Consultation and partnership with Indigenous peoples is essential to creating these projects of national interest, along with solid environmental protection and meeting our climate commitments.
Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member opposite for her speech. She talked about consensus. When I read C5, and then I see what the Prime Minister has said publicly, that each provincial premier will be able to have an effective veto, that to me does not say one national economy. It actually enshrines 13 different economies based on the preferences of that premier. Can the member opposite simply comment on the consensus part being a complete contradiction to what the whole aim of the legislation is for one national economy?
Secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. I would really encourage my colleague to go back and read the project. It is consensus is at the heart of the criteria that have been put forward. The premiers of all the provinces and territories have met. There has never been in recent history such collaboration among province and territories on this, and consensus among what needs to be put forward. The premiers are representing their citizens of their province and their territories, and consensus is at the heart of this project. You can read my colleague can read the 5 criteria that are in the project. Reinforce autonomy, resilience, and security, have clear economic advantage, be able to be executed. Sorry, I'm translating as I'm reading. a priority for Indigenous people and in line with our commitments on climate neutral. Thank you.
Questions, comments? Le député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her election. I listened to her speech. She seems enthusiastic about this bill. But I'd like to know what she thinks about the fact that her leader has decided to pass a number of measures without putting out a budget. He's going to increase defense spending, cut taxes. That's rather inconsistent. Meanwhile, with C5, he's granting himself a number of new powers, like deciding what's in the national interest. And in many cases, it may mean that these projects are not subject to various pieces of regulation. And so this is all dubious, especially with a gag order and without experts at committee. It's concerning. So for a new member arriving in the House of Commons, how does she see this kind of behavior? Is this, in her opinion, the appropriate way to manage the affairs of a supposedly democratic state? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Once again, I am disappointed that the same slogans about a gag order are being repeated. It's been very clear in the bill that everything that we do will be on the basis of consultations with the province's Indigenous peoples, that we will work together to establish consensus, and that these will be projects of national interest. I think, Mr. Speaker, that Quebecers and Canadians are looking forward to being able to be proud of their country and to see us going ahead with projects like this. Quebecers are not afraid of big projects. Look at the big dams that have been built over the last few decades in Quebec in order to become a real leader in green hydro energy. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to participate today in the debate on Bill C5, this bill on the unity of the Canadian economy. This bill would enable us to remove federal obstacles to the free circulation of goods and services as well as labor mobility, while continuing to protect Canadians' health and safety, as well as the environment and Canadian social and economic welfare. This legislation would move forward major projects to produce and connect energy, goods, and services throughout all of Canada and on the global markets. This bill would help Canada to become the strongest economy in the G7, as well as a global energy superpower. In my opinion, what defines an exceptional leader is that an exceptional leader can find the opportunity hiding within every crisis. With Bill C5, our Prime Minister is showing us that he is someone who has that same ability, just like the other great builders of our country. This bill lays the groundwork not only to respond to the threats from our southern neighbor, but also shows us how we can create a new path for the future of the Canadian economy. That is why I will be supporting and voting in favor of this bill. No one in Canada wanted a trade war with the Americans, but that is where we are right now. Fortunately, with this bill, our government is showing that it is able to find opportunity in this crisis. The people of Beauport-Limoilou and throughout Canada are looking to their government for swift and ambitious action to address the current threats. No one has ever won a war, trade or otherwise, by making things up along the way. Instead, we're seeing here a bill that offers us a return to a bold approach. Over time, we started thinking that we had to make a choice when it came to economic development. We thought we could either build well or quickly. But over the course of time, we sacrificed our bold approach. We should not entirely place the blame for the current crisis on the policies of our neighbor to the south. Canada has built great things in the past, but in recent decades, we have somehow forgotten how. In the United States, Ezra Klein just published a book called Abundance. It's causing quite a stir and offers solutions for nations to learn how to build effectively once again. Across the Western world, projects that once took only a few months to complete now seems to take years to even get started. In Canada now, with the threats we're hearing from the South, we can no longer indulge in such an excess of prudence. I'm glad that our government is deciding to take bold action with the paradigm shift. A paradigm shift that should go well beyond partisan lines. Around 60 years ago, it took only a few years to build the St. Lawrence Seaway. This was a major public infrastructure project. It required a great deal of investment. Only the federal government could have afforded it. But that money was not an expense, it was an investment. Today still, dozens of ships per week pass through my riding, coming from or going through the Great Lakes, Chicago, Detroit, Toronto, or Montreal. Over the decades, they have created so much wealth that the initial cost of the seaway seems like a mere handful of change by comparison. And Bill C-5 wants to encourage just this kind of ambitious project. We are going to create economic activity within Canada by creating major projects much like the St. Lawrence Seaway. Infrastructure that will require a high level investment, which needs the federal government to help, but which will enable future generations to have a stronger and more resilient economy. Perhaps the list of projects will be relatively short, but that's because the projects in question are extremely ambitious. These could be projects that will truly, sustainably redefine the economic future of our nation. Of course, a trade war represents a major threat to any economy. But in addition, the current tariffs are arriving at a time when our economy is already fragile. And that is why we also have the other aspect of this bill, which is very important if we want to build these big projects. Abolishing interprovincial trade barriers. Turning our 13 economies into one single economy will have a major impact on something that really concerns experts and economists, the Canadian productivity level. That's another reason I'm going to support this bill. In 2022, productivity among Canadians was only 71% of U.S. productivity. And this productivity deficit has only gotten worse over the last few decades. It was already a problem before the pandemic and the return of Donald Trump. But now, in my opinion, it's become a national emergency. I will be supporting this bill because it's a step in the right direction to fix our significant productivity problem. By removing interprovincial trade barriers, this bill will cause Canadian productivity to increase by 7%. By promoting interprovincial trade, this bill will be a central way of combating the president's threats, and it will also create a stronger, more resilient economy. This bill is at the heart of what our Prime Minister promised Canadians during the election. We're really walking the walk here. We promised to find opportunities, the opportunities that were lurking in the current crisis.
The Minister of International Trade and Intergovernmental Affairs, through this bill, is giving us the tools that we need to benefit from the trade war with the United States. Benefits which we must take advantage of to make our economy stronger for future generations. I'd like to take this occasion to note the exceptional work the Prime Minister is currently doing with provincial premiers and Indigenous leaders. The government does not wish to waste any time, but we cannot set aside the importance of consultation with provinces and Indigenous peoples. Together, we will build tomorrow's Canada. We will build a stronger Canada.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for recognizing the consequences of bad Liberal policy, like low Canadian productivity at 71% of the United States. But as part of the C5, the Prime Minister has said that only projects that are low carbon or decarbonized would be approved. Well, Canada imports about 500,000 barrels of oil from the United States, Saudi Arabia, and Nigeria a year. Will those imports be under the same auspices or the same regulations and new decarbonized or low-carbon rules and regulations that they are going to be putting on Canadian energy projects?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his excellent question. I worked for over 20 years in banks, and I worked for 4 years at the Chamber of Commerce. Business people often asked why projects were being opposed. Economic development projects, for instance. We conducted surveys throughout the years. What we found was that people wanted projects to get done collaboratively. That's what we are proposing today, all while protecting a sustainable environment and all with a view to a strong, prosperous Canadian economy. So we should stop squabbling. We should work together. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend my colleague on his speech, and I also welcome him to this place. I'd like to hear his thoughts on parliamentary debates. He says that his party leader, is walking the talk. That means that what the Prime Minister is currently doing, he must have announced previously. But there was nothing in the Liberal platform that said we will pass any legislation we want, whenever we want, and if other parliamentarians are not in agreement, we will use time allocation and/or closure. I didn't see that anywhere in the platform. Can the member tell me where he read that in the platform? Because the next time there's an election campaign, we need to properly inform people of what to expect. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. During the campaign, our Prime Minister promised to take swift action and make decisions quickly. That is thus what people expect. There's a time for talk and there's a time for action. If we want to find a way out of this crisis with the United States, and if we want to offer businesses predictability, because in fact that's what's difficult for businesses currently, there's no predictability for investment. The Canadian government is now here to invest, which gives business people and businesses confidence to invest themselves and to work on projects. The government is leading the way. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his remarks. I agree with him. Bills do contain tangible aspects and tangible actions, and this bill is very positive. I see many positive elements to it. Here's my question to my colleague. What are two essential aspects of the bill that he feels are the most important? Which, if there were only to be two retained, would he choose? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for an excellent question. Here are my takeaways from the bill. I'm a former accountant and banker, so I'm a numbers guy. What I see in the bill is a 7% increase in productivity. I've been in the business world for 25 years. We've always had a productivity problem in Canada. Now we are making decisions within our country, with provinces, with Indigenous peoples. We can improve our businesses. We are taking control of our own destiny. That's what's most important. That's what we can take away from this legislation. Resuming debate.
For Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Foothills. It's a privilege to rise in the House today on behalf of Edmonton Northwest, a constituency that borders the industrial heartland of Alberta, a constituency with some of Edmonton's largest industrial zoning, where men and women work on behalf of the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, over the last 10 years of the lost Liberal decade, we've seen so much uncertainty. So much of our potential as a country continues to be held back. In a country with the highest amount of natural resources per capita in the world, Canada should not be in the position that we're in. The weakest economic growth amongst the G7, sending our allies like Germany and Japan to non-allied countries for energy, sowing division amongst provinces, people, and regions. As Conservatives, we want to unleash the power of our natural resource sector in partnership with all stakeholders, investors, Indigenous peoples, and all partnerships for the win-win benefit of all Canadians. Unleashing the economy needs to be measured and strategically done, rather than just being driven strictly by ideology. One way of measuring success is by investment. Do the risk takers feel comfortable enough to take that risk and make billions of dollars in investment? Well, it's been many years since investors felt safe to build large infrastructure in Canada. I myself personally was in a room hosted by BC Investment Management Corp. Just two short years ago, and the question was asked of those Canadian capital and investment banks: what percentage of your portfolio was invested into Canadian infrastructure? And the response was abysmal. The response was maybe 5% on average, with no outlook for growth. Mr. Speaker, $500 billion of investment has poured out of this country and into the United States over the last decade. This is due to liberal anti-energy laws, the sowing of division in our country, pitting regions and provinces against each other, ignoring Alberta and the West in particular, and the villainization of our energy sector for all of Canada. But it always wasn't this way. There was a time when provinces took the risk to invest in each other. Like in the 70s and 80s, the Alberta Heritage Savings Trust Fund invested hundreds of millions of dollars into other provinces. Albertans took the risk and made the prudent decision to invest in Canadian energy across provincial boundaries, things like Quebec Hydro, New Brunswick Electric Power Commission, Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro, Nova Scotia Power Corporation, the Prince Rupert Grain Terminal, and still today, multi-generations of Newfoundlanders come to Alberta to build the energy engine of Canada in Fort McMurray. These investments showed we can work together in energy development. Albertans took the risk on other provinces, their resources, their people, because we believed in Canada and it was worth investing in. We believed it would make us a stronger country, and it did. Contrast that with today, where you ask Canadians what they think of Albertan resources and investing in each other. I don't think you would get the same response. Bill C-5 has all the usual talking points, and that's what this has proven to be, Mr. Speaker. The same strategy of safe talking points and rhetoric. What are the measures of success beyond just the rhetoric of Bill C-5 in the legislation? What are the number of projects? How many of these will cross provincial boundaries? What is the investment number? What is the growth in GDP? What are the timelines? How much of that $500 billion will come back to Canada from the United States? Is this tough talk against the states just that, just talk? Sure, we hear this government wants to get things built within 2 years, but they don't put that 2-year timeline in their own legislation. I believe we can build at the speed of business, Mr. Speaker. There is evidence. Our country has the capacity, the manpower, and the ability to do right by our energy sectors. We have no shortage of experience as a country to get large projects done. Take, for example, the Trans-Canada Natural Gas Pipeline. Back in the 1950s, the Trans-Canada Natural Gas Pipeline built 3,500 kilometers of pipeline from Alberta to Montreal in just 3 short years. Still to this day, that Canadian Albertan resource is heating homes in the East. We proved as a country then we can bypass the United States and build projects of national significance, proving that through natural resources, we are a strong, sovereign country. We can get things done. But the ability to get things done has only worsened under the Liberals. They may try tout Trans Mountain as a success, but the project under them went from a $5 billion investment to a $30 billion mismanaged project. Is this the same level of excellence we should expect under Bill C-5 out of their new Special Projects Office? They will also tout new investment of $5 billion into the National Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program. But I tell you, $5 billion on a $30 billion mismanaged Liberal project wouldn't cut it on Trans Mountain, and this same level of incompetence will not cut it on future projects. Cedar LNG has raised the bar to 51% ownership on new projects for Indigenous ownership. And this $5 billion that is supposed to highlight the new level of Indigenous participation in this economy will certainly not meet that bar set by Cedar for the amount of projects needed to make this country a superpower in energy. All this uncertainty only undermines Indigenous participation in the economy, sends mixed messages, and sounds more like the usual reconciliation rhetoric. Uncertainty in the Indigenous spaces only means more uncertainty for Canadian investors and risk takers to build the projects needed yesterday to make our country more strong internally and internationally. Under this Liberal Bill C-5, the government will again have their own laws to make excuse not to get things built. And that's where the real answer lies, Mr. Speaker. The answer needed to make Canada an economic superpower. The answer is repeal Bill C-69, the No New Pipeline Law. Repeal Bill C-48, the tanker ban. Repeal the cap on Canadian energy. Repeal the industrial carbon tax. Repeal those things rather than being too cute by half with Bill C-5. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe in building projects as was proven and done in the past. What we don't believe is more government rhetoric. We don't believe in playing politics of convenience with our national economy. And on this side of the House, we don't agree with raising expectations of Canadians, the provinces, First Nations, and investors, only to pull the rug out from them with excuses down the road from existing legislation. Every day that goes by, this Prime Minister and government is proving that it's more of the same as the last Trudeau government. All about the photo op and not the result. On this side of the House, we support building projects, unleashing the economy, and we will hold this government to account in that regard. On this side of the House, we believe in energy workers, and we believe in less red tape. We believe in legislation that would last beyond 2 to 5 years. We believe in government action that would last generations. We believe in energy security and going beyond photo ops. Canadians need affordable, reliable power and fuel so Canada can be self-reliant and achieve real economic independence from the U.S. We believe in building things across this country for that mission. We believe in enhancing our ports for this cause. We believe in engaging Indigenous nations effectively rather than the same old talking points through third-party institutions. We believe in creating investment certainty for Canadian risk takers. We as a country have done it in the past, and we could do it again with the repeal of those C-69 and those other laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's really important for all of us to recognize that when we talk about Bill C-5, there is going to be an opportunity for it to go to committee. I've posed the question to other Conservative members. I appreciate the fact in terms of how they're going to be voting, but the question I have is, are there some specific changes to Bill C-5? I don't necessarily want to hear about Bill C-69 or other pieces of legislation. What I want to know is, does the Conservative Party have any specific amendments that they would like to see to Bill C-5? I think it's a legitimate concern, and I'm wondering if you could provide an answer to that.
Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, I think the member for his question, and I think it's, again, too cute by half to try to separate out the bigger picture with the smaller picture in C-5 and what it attempts to do. You cannot get this economy built by saying one thing today and then 2 to 5 years take it back, which this Bill C-5 attempts to do. So C-69, C-48, repeal of the carbon tax, industrial carbon tax, those are the real answers that last beyond 2 to 5 years when this Liberal government may take the convenient action of just pulling C-5 and having us back in uncertainty.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Gaspésie.
The member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, les Stigouches. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. In C-5, the idea is to allow major projects to go ahead without too many checks and balances. This worries us in the Bloc Québécois. The environmental protections we've established throughout the years were implemented for a reason. How will Canada's marine environments be protected? Why is protecting the marine environment all of a sudden being done away with in order to allow major projects to go ahead?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I agree that environmental protection has to be done. But I'm not exactly confident that, again, the Liberals are the right government to lead that protection. Again, they say they're for the consumer carbon tax, and then now that's conveniently gone. I share that same concern with this. One day they say they're for the environment, and then they do things like this. So I would say Going forward, when it comes to marine biology and protection, I want to see ports get built. I want to see the tanker ban removed. But I also want to see more legitimacy in the government to get those things done and hold Canadians accountable to that bigger picture rather than just the usual talking points.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. A question for the honourable member. I'm very concerned that we see, again, an example of legislation coming out of this Liberal government that runs a real risk of abridging constitutional rights. And specifically, we know that the Supreme Court prescribed the duty to consult. We do see reference to that in the legislation. However, any consultation has to be meaningful, and yet this piece of legislation prescribes a foregone conclusion. If the Office of Major Projects is interested in a piece of legislation, it's gone and it's done. So what is the point of any consultation if the minister is going to override any objections of First Nations people? Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I share those same concerns. You know, last week in Committee of the Whole, the Minister for Energy said I got 180 consultations over the next 2 weeks with First Nations. How could he actually think that 180 over 14 days is meaningful consultation? This is not a government that takes things seriously. There are proven ways of getting things done with First Nations. My own private sector experience in working with First Nations in Treaty 6 had 68 out of 72 signed up to buy a pipeline. That was driven by the First Nations in the sector themselves, not with government interference from incompetent talking rhetoric points. So there is a way, but I'm not sure this is the way for the C5.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And imagine that you are renovating an old house and you don't worry about the shoddy foundation, the rotted joists or floorboard, the rusted plumbing, and you just hope that the new buyer doesn't notice that you've put some lipstick on a kind of an ugly pig. Well, that's very similar to what the Liberals are trying to do now. They are trying to put forward legislation without dealing with the root cause of the rotten consequences of bad Liberal legislation that has gotten us into this position. We all want the One Canada economy to pass. We want it to succeed. As Conservatives, we want pipelines built. We want energy projects completed. We want to see interprovincial trade barriers torn down and removed to grow Canada's economy. It's been said many times, the most lucrative free trade Canada could have is the one we don't have within our own country. But as we walk through this process and we listen to the Liberals, you can see they slowly walk down on what they've promised and what they can actually deliver. And C5 clearly shows that what they are promising is very different than what they are going to deliver. And Canadians will notice that they're building a house on a shoddy foundation because nothing will get built unless they listen to the opposition members and have some amendments to this bill to ensure that we get things built, like repealing C-69, C-48, eliminating the production cap on oil and gas, repealing the Just Transition Bill C-50. Those are the things that will actually make an impactful difference to ensure that projects get built in Canada. And I want to give you an example. As the Prime Minister first came out, he said, you know, we're going to be building pipelines and national projects. We're going to have a free trade agreement in Canada by July 1st. Well, now that's gone to, well, we'll have pipelines if there's national consensus. Well, this probably won't actually include pipelines, and provinces will have a veto. Well, we're not really going to have a free trade agreement by Canada today because there's a difference between federal interprovincial free trade and provincial interprovincial free trade. So as we have a chance to look at C5, we see what's going on. And I want to give you an example. As the Prime Minister keeps talking about, well, only national projects within the government's own interest will be approved, and they must include decarbonization of oil. Well, what does decarbonization mean of Western Canadian oil and gas? Compared especially to oil and gas imported into Eastern Canada. For example, in 2023, Eastern Canada imported on average about 790,000 barrels of crude oil per day, valued at almost $20 billion. Those imports were from the United States, Nigeria, and Saudi Arabia for the most part. But by implying that Western Canadian energy has to be decarbonized, that means it'll have to be produced and transported under very different regulations, making it uncompetitive to what is imported into Eastern Canada. And I asked the government earlier, will those same regulations and non-competitive rules be imposed on energy imported into Eastern Canada from places like Saudi Arabia and Nigeria? And they wouldn't answer that question. And renowned energy analyst Dr. Ron Wallace said, a federal regulatory requirement to decarbonize Western Canadian crude oil production without imposing similar restrictions on imported oil would render the One Canadian Economy Act moot. It would create two different market realities in Canada, one that favors imports and discourages, or at the very least threatens, the competitiveness of Canadian oil exportation. We can't say we want to build projects and then put metrics and bars so high that Canadian energy projects and Canadian investment can't actually reach that bar. And don't put those same regulatory burdens on energy imported to Canada. That's why it's so important to clear the deck. Repeal C-69, repeal C-48, repeal C-50. Send a clear message to the private sector and foreign investment that Canada is truly open for business, that we are serious about getting these projects built. The Supreme Court, as my colleague from Alberta said earlier, that C-69 is unconstitutional, yet they refused to repeal it. And as a result of C-69, 16 major energy projects have been abandoned, worth more than $600 billion. And 18 LNG projects were proposed by 2015, and only one remains viable, LNG Canada. And that project, Madam Speaker, is only proceeding because it was granted exemptions by the Liberal government to C-69 and the carbon tax. Meanwhile, some of our most trusted allies, Japan, Germany, Ukraine, Poland, South Korea, came to Canada asking for LNG. They want Canadian energy that's clean, affordable, and sustainable. But nonsensical policies and a decision by the Liberal government forced those countries, our important allies, to go somewhere else for their energy. It was, in fact, one of the few times that I was embarrassed to be Canadian, that when our allies in their time of need came to Canada for something that we could supply, that we would desperately want to supply, and we turned our back on them. But those decisions by the previous Liberal government, which most of those ministers are still on the front bench, those decisions have consequences. Germany signed an agreement with Qatar. Japan signed an agreement with the United States, our biggest competitor when it comes to energy. And the value of that agreement. Japan signed a 20-year LNG agreement with the United States valued at $200 billion annually, supporting 50,000 American jobs. Those jobs should have been here in Canada. And that's just one LNG agreement. That $200 billion a year, that should have been building schools and hospitals here in Canada. The revenue from that one LNG agreement should have been helping pay down our debt and lower taxes for Canadians here in Canada. But instead, that $200 billion is going to the United States. By contrast, while the Americans are creating jobs in the energy sector, the Liberals' ideological policies are killing jobs here at home. For example, the Just Transition Bill C-50 has said it will cost about 200,000 jobs in the energy sector, 290,000 jobs in agriculture, 1.4 million jobs in construction and building. In total, the Just Transition Bill C-50 will cost Canada 2.7 million jobs. And the member from Winnipeg North asked me where I got that information from when I mentioned it last week. Well, in a memo to the Minister of Natural Resources from his own department, and I quote, "The transition to a low-carbon economy will have an uneven impact across sectors, occupations, and regions, and create significant labor disruptions. We expect that large-scale transformations will take place in agriculture, about 292,000 workers, energy, about 202,000 workers, and manufacturing, about 193,000 workers. Buildings and construction, 1.4 million workers, and transportation sectors, about 642,000 workers, That adds up to 13.5% of Canada's total workforce in all parts of the country. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, a piece of legislation that is going to impact 13.5% of Canada's workforce, perhaps put another 2.7 Canadians out of work? Well, in contrast, the Americans are creating tens of thousands of jobs by unleashing their energy sector while we stand by and watch. And in fact, last fall, the Bank of Canada stated, "We all see those signs. In case of emergency, break glass. It is time for Canada to break the glass." What we are saying, Madam Speaker, is it is not time for baby steps, which C5 is doing. It is time to be bold. It is time to be disruptive. It is time to grab this opportunity that President Trump has given us. At no time in my lifetime as a legislator, as an elected official, have I seen Canada united. When 75% of Quebecers want an east-west pipeline, when Canadians across this country want interprovincial trade barriers removed, and one time they probably didn't even realize what we were talking about, but they understand the impact and the potential that Canada has if we just grab it. We can't just dance around it. We have to be bold. C5 needs to be improved, and hopefully they'll listen to the opposition and take the steps that are needed to take it to unleash Canada's potential.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Bourassa.
Merci. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was listening to my two colleagues, and I was listening to the latest colleague, and I would like to thank him for his speech. I don't agree on a number of elements. I have a question. I was asked when I was last not proud, but we are proud to be Canadians. We are proud that we were chosen by Canadians in the last election. I heard my colleagues today, and it seems that we're back in an election campaign, but it's over. People have chosen. Now we have an ambitious and bold program. Now the question I ask again to the opposition, are they ready to work with us, to collaborate so that we can move forward with this bill that will really unite Canada and that will make our economy stronger?
Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. But he says he wants to be bold. Well, I'm waiting to see it. This legislation is not bold. If anything, it's underwhelming. They are over-promising and going to under-deliver for Canadians. Absolutely. I think we show them today that we are more than willing to work with the government to try to make this work because we want energy projects built. We want interprovincial barriers torn down. But this bill doesn't do it. So once again, if he is truly committed to working together on this, I would encourage him to listen to the proposals and amendments that are brought forward by the opposition to improve C5, to ensure it actually achieves what the Liberals are claiming it will.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listigouge. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to give an overview. When the ministers decide that a project is of national interest, 13 laws are just put aside. The ministers think that a project has to go forward, irrespective of all acts adopted over the years. And there's a rather ridiculous clause, Clause 21, where it says not only has the government put aside 13 laws and regulations, they can even add some. So this bill is to make good projects move forward. All these acts already exist. Protect the environment, for example. So my question to my colleague is, why does he want to adopt C5 so that even bad projects can just be thrown through without environmental considerations?
Merci, Madame la Présidente, and merci pour le...
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question.
That element of the bill almost reminds me of a doubling down on C69, where one of the elements of that bill that is so frustrating to private investors and applicants is the loop that it puts them through to get any decision on whether or not their project will be approved, because it ultimately comes down to Cabinet and the government to make the decision regardless of input and consultation and science. This kind of reminds me of that, where once again the government will be approving or picking the winners and losers. And these things should come down for what is best for Canada as a result of consultation and science with all Canadians, not just a select few friends and elected officials within the Liberal government.
Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I love the honourable member's assertion that we need to be bold, we need to be ambitious, and we need to be audacious. This is not the time for Canada to be timid. And we talked about this during the election campaign because of the threats that are coming from the United States. But this bill is anything but bold. It's anything but ambitious and audacious. It is actually a very timid bill because it doesn't repeal the things that are holding our natural resource sector and our economy at bay, and that is Bill C-69, C-48, the industrial carbon tax, and other mechanisms that need to be repealed in order for us to be bold. And I'm wondering if the honourable member can comment a little bit more about that.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much for the question, and I couldn't agree more. We saw multiple times before the campaign and after the campaign where the Prime Minister took his fake little red book and signed it like he had some sort of presidential executive powers, which he simply does not. But if he really wanted to do this quickly, and he's trying to jam this through as fast as he could, the fastest way to do this would have been to repeal C-69, repeal C-48, repeal C-50, and to remove the industrial carbon tax and the cap on energy production. That would have been the easiest thing to do, and that would have opened the door to investment and to Canadians, would have shown them that we're open for business. But they don't want to do that. It is like Cinderella's stepmother. You want to bring them to the ball, you want them to come, but you are putting on some impossible things for them to achieve, knowing that they won't be able to do it. And that's what C5 is doing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've had the opportunity to listen to a lot of speeches in regards to Bill C5 today. And I think that what's really important to recognize, Madam Speaker, is the essence of the bill. And the essence of the bill is to advance national building projects, Madam Speaker, that will ultimately lead to Canada having the strongest economy in the G7. That is something in which the new Prime Minister and the administration here has made the decision on. And by the way, Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with my colleague and friend, the member from Barossa. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, that is the essence of the bill. And I would challenge, in particular, my friends in the Bloc and the New Democrats. You know, I said earlier, you know, I'm not one to defend the Conservative Party of Canada, but I can tell you, I respect the fact that they've actually recognized the value of this legislation. They see that in their minds, they might think of it as a smaller step or needs amendments and so forth, but they recognize that this is a bill that should be, in fact, advanced. And I appreciate that. I think, you know, Canadians will appreciate that fact. Because Bill C5 was talked about at great length throughout the country. It wasn't referred to as Bill C5, but everyone in this chamber, I'm sure, can appreciate the concerns that were being raised at the doors during the election that ultimately led up to April the 28th. Our constituents were genuinely concerned about Donald Trump, the trade and tariff issue. They were genuinely concerned in regards to how it is that Canada is going to be able to deal with that issue. You know, we went through change internally within the Liberal Party of Canada. We now have a new Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. And he demonstrated that change by taking a look and responding to what Canadians wanted. In fact, the very first announcement that our new Prime Minister made was to give a tax break to Canadians. And all one needs to do is to take a look at Bill C4, and you will see the tax break is there. 22 million Canadians will benefit by that, Madam Speaker. If you take a look at page 1 of the party platform, we've even had a couple members in the Conservatives make reference to that, Madam Speaker. Page 1 talks about, and I'll read it, to do this, there must be one Canadian economy, not 13, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, C5 recognizes that fact. So we have a Prime Minister and a Liberal Party that achieved more votes in that last federal election than any other political party or leader in any previous federal election, Madam Speaker. We have representation in every region of this great nation. And we understood what it is that Canadians were telling us throughout the nation. And that's why we have Bill C-5 today. Much like Bill C-4, these are critical pieces of legislation. I'm disappointed that the Bloc and the NDP are not necessarily reflecting what they would have actually been hearing at the door, whether, Madam Speaker, it's the tax issue or, in this particular case, Bill C-5. I understand federal and provincial jurisdiction, and I'll spend a few minutes talking about that, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you that this legislation is in the best interest of all regions. It is better for our economy, Madam Speaker. As I am concerned about the aerospace industry in the province of Quebec and the province of Manitoba, and the different industries that are actually, we need to be there to build and get them healthier, stronger, Madam Speaker, this is the type of legislation that will make a difference. You know, we hear from my Conservative friends in regards to, well, you know, it's not going to free everything up. Well, we can talk about labor as an example. When you think in terms of labor, Madam Speaker, there is a significant component of, from the federal side that will in fact benefit by it. But yes, there is a provincial side to it. I recognize that. It's something in which Ottawa needs to talk with our premiers and our first ministers about and to work that through. We are taking a strong leadership stand on that issue. It's incorporated into this legislation, and the Prime Minister has already met. 2 weeks ago from today, the Prime Minister met with all the First Ministers. And I trust and know and confident that labor was a part of the dialogue, whether it was during the official agenda or on the side, Madam Speaker. In all likelihood, both. I can appreciate the urgency. You know, it's not as simple as the Conservatives try to portray. They tend to believe, well, we'll just have a Blue Seal program and we will recognize all the healthcare workers. No, it's not a great idea. And the reason being is I was a provincial MLA for a number of years, just under 20 years, Madam Speaker. In fact, I was the healthcare critic. So when they talk about doctors and nurses and professionals, those are bodies that are certified from within the different provinces. The most important thing that Ottawa can do is two things. One is provide leadership in explaining and trying to convince provinces to take down those labor barriers also, and possibly where we might be able to provide some incentives to do so, Madam Speaker. I was encouraged by the results of the First Minister's meetings. We had the Prime Minister working with different levels, with the provincial and territorial governments of all political stripes, putting Canadians first, putting Canada's economy first, Madam Speaker. And I think the general consensus that came from that particular discussion was very positive. We have seen already provinces that have taken down barriers, Madam Speaker. Now, from my perspective, I'd like to see a lot more. I think Premier Wab Kinew, he's brought forward legislation. He's talking with premiers like Doug Ford, looking at ways in which we can ensure that we can take down provincial barriers. As has been pointed out, there's nothing new in the sense of the issue. The issue has always been there, even when the days when I was an MLA. I suspect if I were to check Provincial Hansard, you'd probably find comments on me somewhere along that line, Madam Speaker, in terms of taking down those economic barriers. But what's important, the important takeaway from here is that we went from a federal mandated election on April 28 to support Bill C-5. That was followed up by a First Minister's meeting. And now we have the legislation before us. And fortunately, we have at least the official opposition that has recognized the significance of it and agrees that it should be passed this week, Madam Speaker. But it's unfortunate that the Bloc and the NDP have not seen the actual merit of having this legislation. I look to the Bloc in particular in terms of the important role that they play as being a political party. As opposed to trying to sabotage, why not look at ways in which they can potentially improve the legislation if they have concerns in regards to it, Madam Speaker? There's an expectation of how it is that we can look at rebuilding an economy. So as the Prime Minister has clearly indicated, that we can strive for the goal of being the strongest and healthiest economy in the G7. That is something that is definitely achievable. We have opportunities that are before us. The legislation can, in fact, enable the national government to continue to play a leadership role on building strong and advanced, strong national building projects that will add value to our economy, that will improve the lives of every Canadian, no matter where they live, Madam Speaker. Whether it is hydro, pipelines, whether it's rail or ports. And I thank you for the opportunity. I see you're about to cut me off, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if you listen to the Honourable Member speak about this bill, one could get a sense that there is universal acceptance of this bill. But quite frankly, there is not. In fact, we heard a Liberal Member of Parliament today get up and talk about the concerns that he has, the lack of consultation, the fact that this bill tramples on rights, including Indigenous rights. So my question to the Honourable Member, in the little time that committee will have to deal with this, if the committee comes back with substantive changes to the bill that improves it and that addresses many of the concerns that we are hearing from across the country with respect to this bill, would the government accept those changes, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you recall throughout the day I've had the opportunity, at least on a few occasions, to ask questions. And the reason why I asked the questions, it was in regards to trying to see if the Conservatives actually have any substantive measure that they would like to see amended within the legislation. Not one of them would give me an example of any principled amendment, Madam Speaker. You know, if you have a principled amendment that you would like to see, you know, I would suggest, whether you're on this side of the House, you know, talk to the department, talk to the minister. If there's things that will actually add true value and can make a positive difference to the legislation, I'm sure that the minister would be open to it. But it's better to bring it in sooner as opposed to later.
Honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm always impressed with my colleagues' capacity to twist the neck of reality. He's a real champion at that. He talked about what he heard canvassing. Well, I can guarantee that when I did canvassing, people were shocked to hear that we had spent $34 billion on widening a pipeline. Today, if you speak to people in Quebec and you say, we want to bring in a bill that will enable us to speed up oil and gas infrastructure, not a soul will agree with that. And I would even encourage my colleagues, Quebec colleagues, to tell him about what they've heard, because I think he'll probably hear something very different.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm absolutely confident that whether it's the people of Quebec or the people of my home province, that what you will find is Canadians are genuinely concerned about the overwhelming issue of the economy, jobs, issues such as tariffs and so forth. This legislation is good for all communities. I will advocate for the province of Quebec as I will for the province of BC or any other province, because what's in the national best interest is in the interest of all Canadians, no matter where they live. It is about improving the quality of life, Madam Speaker, and we can do that if we're prepared to think big and stop playing about backyards. Let's be concerned about our backyards, Madam Speaker, Speaker, but I can tell you the Canadian interest, which includes the province of Quebec, is something that I will always stand up for.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. I wish at this time to wish all the best in the upcoming nuptials to Justin Potestio and Dr. Namat Majes. They are getting married here, and I wish them all the best. I say this with sincerity to my honourable colleague. We hear him talk so much, and this is on a contentious bill. We hear him talk so much. At what point are the other Liberals going to get the opportunity to ask questions? At what point are the other Liberals going to get the opportunity to give speeches? We hear about how much this government values diversity, and yet they have one person that stands up every single day and asks more questions and gives more speeches than the whole Liberal caucus. Is he okay with that? And I can't figure out why the Liberal backbenchers are okay. Did they come here to sit on their hands and watch him speak, or did they come here to make a difference for Canadians? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I get the feeling that the member opposite does not necessarily support my comments. And I can appreciate why, because I like to point out the many flaws within the conservative mindset, that collective mindset. And you know, you might have a few more members that stand up than we have on our side, but I can
remind the honourable member that I have absolutely nothing. Okay, thank you.
The Conservatives might have 2 or 3 members that might have spoke more than on the Liberal side today, but I can tell you, they're all speaking from the same script. You can have different members stand up and speak, Madam Speaker, but if the core of their principled speech is all being fed to them from the back room, well, you know, there's some issues with that too.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by sharing some good news about an activity we had in Bourassa, the 9th edition of the Boulette Festival. Now, everyone thinks that their own grandmother's or mother's recipe is the best. We've had people from Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Portugal, from Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco. And everyone thinks that their own recipe is the best recipe. And we even had an organization for this festival, this meatball festival, that was organized by Fourchette de l'Espoir, Forks of Hope, and I'd like to thank the 3 women behind that, the Montreal North Municipal Councillor, the director of the Fourchette de l'Espoir organization, and finally, Sœur Angèle, who for a number of years has been supporting this project. And so this most recent project was won by a Bangladeshi group. So I'd like to thank everyone who participated in the Meatball Festival. Now, coming back to this bill, I would like to discuss a number of things, starting with the matter of international competition. When you want a strong economy, it's very important that discussions be thoughtful, but at the same time decisive. In a situation where we have a lot of uncertainty and competition internationally, I've heard about, from the other side, about other countries like Japan and Qatar, about how they're succeeding. It's because they sped up the process of approvals. And at a certain point, you do need to speed up that decision-making process. We here, as decision makers, were mainly elected to defend the interests of Canadians and not to defend the interests of existing projects that, even according to the official opposition, are obsolete. Last week, we heard them talking about projects that ought to be obsolete and that are slowing down economic development. So when we see an ambitious project with a clear mandate, with clear goals to integrate the contributions of a number of national or international investments, well, here, We have a bill that would eliminate certain decisions that were made in the past, but in some cases you want that. You want that because sometimes some projects might actually hurt our economy or investments. So our goal here with all this is to try to simplify that decision-making process. And when I was canvassing, what I heard and what I heard in Quebec, my writing is in Quebec, and I heard that people want a strong economy. That's what people want. During a time like this, a time when we're going through a great deal of stressors, we need to be able to make quick decisions. And I would add that when we are taking strong political commitments like we have here with the Liberal government, we need to have one project, one assessment. The minute you start having a whole bunch of different assessments that can take so long, once you lose that, you lose opportunities. And that means that in a world like today's, well, it's not ideal because we're in a situation where we really need quick decision making. So I would invite the opposition, yes, to cooperate and work together. But we need to show that we're very clear on this. We need to show that this is something that affects the future, especially in this current context, where Canadians carefully chose an ambitious government, an ambitious leader. And I would like to see that same boldness on the other side of the House, that desire to work hard together. Because we need to respect Canadians' choice. We need to work with those who are chosen. We need to cooperate. We all need to give our opinion. We need to work in the interests of everyone. Investors, the economy, a single, strong economy. And on that note, I would say thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. In fact, my favorite part was about the Meatball Festival. I liked that part, but then things went south after that. So what I would say to my colleague is that the interests of Quebec and the oil interests of Alberta are completely different interests. We know that in the past, Canada has been quick to invest in pipeline infrastructure, oil and gas infrastructure, and the government has not supported the forestry sector. What this bill is going to do is to make it easier to have oil and gas infrastructure, and that will be at the detriment of the Quebec economy. Does my colleague understand that? The honourable member for Bourassa. Madam Speaker, I understand what my colleague is saying. And in fact, even at the Meatball Festival, we want to actually have great discussions and all work together. It's so important. And what I would just say is that I previously was a municipal councillor in Montreal. And in Montreal, sometimes one neighborhood against another. Sometimes certain neighborhoods have specific interests and other neighborhoods vote against it. And yet, despite that, we all work together because we're all just one country. And we can all move forward, not in the interests of the provinces, but in the interests of all Canadians. And that's what's important, to have jobs, local investment. That's what we want here. Thank you.
Member for Souris-Moose Mountain, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. One thing that anyone who's been involved in private business knows, what you really need to make a project successful is predictability, and you need to know what the rules are. And we've seen time and time again with the Liberals that they move the goalposts halfway through the game. With Bill C-5, they're doing exactly the same thing. Can the member explain why he thinks this bill is a good idea and why not just scrap the bills before it that caused all these problems in the first place?
Hey, good question.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member from Bourassa. Well, I like this question. It's an extraordinary question. And I will tell you why, Madam Speaker. Because it's not the rules that are changing, it's the environment that has changed. And at a certain point, our government, our cabinet, needs to be bold. and we need to focus on indicators so we can be proactive, because things are changing very quickly. And so that's why we need to be extremely proactive. We need to be agile. We shouldn't look into the rear view mirror like the Conservatives are saying we should. We shouldn't look towards the past. We should instead look at leading indicators. We should look to the future. We need to look forward, especially in the current context, especially given the extremely dynamic current situation. We need to be much more agile, ambitious, and bold.
The honourable member for Avalon? No, sorry?
Sackville.
Jesus. Which one?
Next one down. Yep.
Saxville Press. Okay. Yes.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I just wanted to touch on, I think when we talk about energy projects and resource projects, we're a bit narrow, a bit too narrow. So I hear from the Conservative colleagues quite a bit about oil and gas, which is of course part of the equation, but not all of it. So I know in my home province of Nova Scotia, for example, the Premier there, who I served with in the legislature, has talked about the Eastern Energy Partnership, which is a significant wind project, 44 gigawatts. That's 27% of our entire electricity usage. So I just wonder if the member could touch a bit on other projects beyond oil and gas alone that could be significant and move our country forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Bourassa en
35 seconds to the member. Madam Speaker, in a much more unstable environment like this one, any organization, especially a government like this one, needs to diversify. It needs to diversify and attract more investors. It needs to diversify its production. Does my colleague understand that? Like that we need to diversify our natural resources so that Canada not only be seen as a fossil fuel producer, that instead Canada can offer so much, especially in Quebec, which is amazing both in the services, aeronautic sectors, and many others. That's what we need to do. Instead of just focusing on natural resources, Canada is worth much more than that, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Madam Speaker, today I'm going to talk about fear. I'm looking back at the work Manifeste du Refus Global from 1948, which states that the time of manifest fear is over. But this manifold fear, this Red Scare, in fact, well, it's something that has often been brandished by some of the people in the Ottawa regime to scare us. And today, this scarecrow has a new name, the name of Donald Trump, with the tariff threats and the fantastic idea of Canada as the 51st state. We know that the Liberals take any opportunity to advance their electoral interests. There's nothing surprising there. But we can see today that they use fear as a lever to further centralize their government. This should surprise no one. And now we see this fear take yet another name, C5. But let me briefly detour into history, because of course in any crisis, Ottawa takes advantage of the crisis to scare people in order to further centralize, in order to hurt the provinces, especially the only province that wishes to be the home of a distinct nation, which is Quebec. It's a matter of power, and the government is very skilled at using appropriate moments in history to extend its tentacles further into the area of provincial jurisdiction. For example, in 1840, when the British took advantage of crushing the Patriot Rebellion to force the union of the two Canadas, well, we saw that. We saw the same thing after the two World Wars. Supposedly, income tax was going to be temporary, but no, they became permanent. That's also what happened when the sovereignist option under René Lévesque was defeated in 1980, when Pierre Elliott Trudeau and Jean Chrétien took advantage of the situation to unilaterally repatriate the Canadian Constitution without Quebec's signature, which still hasn't signed, by the way. And at that same time, Quebec saw that its veto right was removed. And that's exactly what happened after 1995 with the referendum there too. The fiscal imbalance between Ottawa and the provinces was created at that point. The health and EI transfers were cut. And that created a budget surplus, and that was used for new federal programs that ultimately ended up further invading provincial jurisdiction. Same thing during the COVID crisis, by the way. New complex federal programs were created. It's always the same. So here we have that again here, a very arbitrary and potentially nepotistic piece of legislation. Because it's completely only to be expected that Ottawa will once again take advantage of this so-called crisis happening in the U.S. to further centralize.
The Trump threat is now enabling Ottawa to go even further. They are attacking Quebec's distinct nature by insisting that we need one Canadian economy rather than three. There was a unanimous motion by the National Assembly condemning this one Canadian economy, but this wasn't even discussed or mentioned behind closed doors within the government. There are 44 Liberal Quebec MPs who will probably stay silent regardless of what the National Assembly desires. C5 will probably pass through a Liberal gag order, which flies in the face of the democratic process. A bill with so many repercussions merits detailed study, merits to be studied in every detail. C5 is not some inconsequential little measure. It is a bill which I might even go so far as to say is radical. C5 would allow for cronyism behind closed doors and would in fact flout our legal principles in our society governed by the rule of law. The Canadian Pacific Railway was built to unite this artificial country, the colony of Canada. Through C5, petro-monarchism is really booming and exploding. This time allocation motion, which surprisingly is supported by not only the government but the official opposition, well, this leads us to wonder whether the Conservatives might not take issue with the Liberals for plagiarism, for copying their playbook. They're trying not to be Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives. C5 would implement a very opaque process through which proponents would propose projects behind closed doors secretly and only be overseen by Ottawa. And Ottawa will arbitrarily determine whether said projects are in the national interest. What national interest is would not in fact be defined in the bill. It's very vague in the bill. If the project is deemed to be in the national interest, then it does not have to go through regular consultation requirements. That is, there won't necessarily be consultation of provinces or of Indigenous groups. The minister responsible for major projects will be able to determine that something is a major project. Then, after that, anything and everything is just a formality. Consultations, environmental impact assessments, none of that. Out the window, the minister's decision will be considered the final decision, and anything else will just be formalities, just for show. These are the types of projects that usually take years to be carried out. Ottawa will bind the hands of future generations. Their hands will be tied. They will be impacted by the projects we allow to go forward now. And when a project is deemed to be in the national interest, then the proponent can circumvent all other legislation. The Liberals campaigned on countering Donald Trump. Now here they are governing by government orders, by decree almost. It's not so different from what we see coming out of the White House these days. There was not proper publication in the Canada Gazette 45 days before an announcement. So that will no longer be necessary under C5. There will be no safeguards regarding how the minister will assess a project. There will be no criteria for impact assessment. There will be no criteria for consultations. It will be decided by government order which bill will apply to who, case by case. This is the type of abuse of democracy that we can see from Liberals and Conservatives in Canada. Oil and gas companies are already powerful enough, but they will be exempted from any accountability. There's the Fisheries Act, the Indian Act, the Act for the Improvement of International Waterways, National Capital Act, Navigable Waterways Canada, 1994 Convention on Migratory Birds, Transportation Act of Canada, Canada Marine Act, Canada Environmental Protection Act, Canadian Species at Risk Act, Energy Act, Impact Assessment Act, regulation about migratory birds' shelters, regulation about wild animals, regulation on marine mammals, regulation about the administration of port authorities, regulation of diamond mines, regulation of migratory birds. It goes even further, though, because Section 21 of the bill says that the government can, by government order, exempt project proponents from any bill, not just the legislation I just listed. They could, for example, be allowed to circumvent the Income Tax Acts, the Canada Labour Code, the Criminal Code, the Official Languages Act. That would set a terrible, dangerous precedent. The government should not shelter its friends from the law. Doesn't this remind us of what's going on in Washington, in D.C.? Is this really so different from that? We are being forced to ram this through without serious committee study. The Canadian parliamentary system already looks terrible in the long history of democracy. We are a monarchy. Our system is not proportional. A party can form government without having received a majority of the vote share. The people who are appointed by the Prime Minister to the Senate can block a bill that was passed in the House of Commons. They're always trying to centralize powers more and more within the Prime Minister's cabinet and even within a select few within the cabinet. C5 is yet another step in this dangerous direction by this aristocratic government. Moreover, we're also witnessing a predatory, vampiric act of federalism. About C5, the Prime Minister was asked a question in June by journalists. He was asked whether this bill would make it possible to build a pipeline through a province or through an Indigenous nation without their consent. The Prime Minister replied, no. That's all well and good that he said so verbally, but we would like that clearly stated in the law. In the bill, it says, before recommending a government order, the minister shall consult any level of provincial or territorial government or any group, including Indigenous peoples whose rights are set out in the Constitution Act of 1982, whose rights could be affected by the government order. So the government minister can consult a provincial minister or territorial minister for a project that would go through or be in Quebec. So the minister can consult, but is not obliged to consult. If a consultation leads to a negative result, if the person consulted is against the project can still go through. So provinces do not have any veto right. This is the petro-monarchy at work. We've seen that this is transpartisan, yet scientists agree that 80% of oil must remain in the ground if we want to be even the slightest bit responsible when it comes to the environment. In Canada, we use the oil sands. Oil from oil sands is some of the most heavily polluting oil in the world. Now, there is mention of export of raw materials, and of course that has an impact on public policy. It says in the bill that in order to preserve national competitiveness, we will be able to adjust environmental and health regulations as need be. Resources for oil and gas are set to grow exponentially. When we built the railroad in Canada, we were supposed to make our money back by transporting food products. But what that did is reinforce our dependence on non-processed products. Thus, our dependence on export of raw material will require further investment and spending in transportation and exportation, and none of that will be reinvested in Canada's economy. Even if oil shareholders are mostly abroad and the profits go mostly abroad, which in fact just goes to show how ridiculous oil patriotism is in Canada, any promoter, Canadian share of profits are becoming smaller and smaller, and we're getting fewer and fewer royalties from oil. Canada will soon be shackled We are not at all part of the geopolitical fight for oil. We are a minor player. We don't influence things significantly. But Canada keeps insisting on oil because this artificial country seems to need something to build its national shared identity on. Canada says coast to coast to coast, but that all is at the expense of Quebec and at the expense of First Nations. This is déjà vu, major déjà vu. We thank the Liberals and the Conservatives for this umpteenth demonstration of why Quebecers need their own country, their own nation. We didn't need any more reasons, but thank you for giving us yet another reason which makes our need for independence even more essential. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I truly believe that advancing national building projects will actually make a positive difference for all Canadians, no matter where they live in the country. I suspect, Madam Speaker, if we take a look at any individual province, that there are initiatives that are there within those provinces in which it would be beneficial for the national government to take a look at and work with the different stakeholders. I'm wondering if the member opposite could give any indication whatsoever as to what he believes might be in the national best interest in terms of development of a project outside of being from a separatist perspective.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. Well, our nations are different, so the national interest will necessarily be different. We need national interest as a term to be defined. Hydro-Quebec leads projects in Quebec. Hydro-Quebec built huge dams, and we did so responsibly. We don't want any new projects based on the energy of the past, which makes no sense based on current common sense, economic or environmental common sense. So we don't want that. Now, if the member is really, truly this convinced that provinces would benefit from some projects, fine. But then why are they twisting our arm so hard and forcing us so hard? He seems very convinced that we would all support this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague a question. Would he agree with me about the G7 today? Has pucker up replaced elbows up at the G7?
The Prime Minister incited fear among many Canadians, and I assume many Quebecers, that the greatest threat that existed was with the United States. Well, I would suggest that the greatest threat that we've seen in this country has existed within this country over the last 10 years because of the economic malaise, because of many of the regulatory and legislative policies that this government has imposed. So would he not agree with me that this incitement of fear has actually gone from Trump derangement syndrome on the part of the government to Trump appeasement syndrome?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. With regard to the fear campaign that the Liberals led, I've already covered that. They campaigned using fear. They tried to convince us that they were the best to face Trump. Now they're showing that to us in how they want to govern by government order, basically by decree, and even institutionalize their ability to do that, to really formalize that. Now, what they're doing is somewhat conservative as well. Now, if the question is whether I agree that there was a fear campaign, why are Conservatives supporting the Liberals today? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton for his excellent speech. He reminded us about the distinctness of Quebecers and Indigenous peoples, and I thank him for reminding us of that. Here's what's going on. Currently, in fact, Donald Trump is withdrawing from the G7, and he may have, in fact, reached an agreement with Mark Carney to make a deal on tariffs within 30 days. So was the election campaign, in fact, the opposite of what we were promised in Quebec? What will be the long-term consequences of this? That's what I'd like to hear my colleague speak to. The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. Well, it's too soon to tell what the impact will be, and we will see the content of that when it comes to that. But I look forward to finding out the conditions of our Canada-US New Deal. I hope that we won't be making too many concessions. We will be watching, we will be ready, and we will hound them to make sure we get the best deal.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton from his speech. I have to say that I'm sharing the concerns that have been raised by my colleague and the Bloc Québécois. This is a major issue, the idea of trying to prevent debate on an omnibus bill like C5. My question is quite simple. What can we do right now in the context of minority parliament to gain support from other parties so that the efforts made today and represent the work of a democracy? Actually, it is scandalous what we're seeing today. The official opposition, whose job it is to oppose those very same people who were against any real or imaginary coalition with the government, are essentially in a coalition, this Liberal Conservative coalition. It's a blank check. There's some contempt for a real process of studying this bill. This would need to be done. It's still, there's still time for them to change their minds. Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau, moves.
Amendement, Monsieur Barsalou Duval, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Barsalou Duval, supported by.
Excellent, thank you. Yes. If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Monsieur McKinnon, appuyé.
Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Madame de Brusen, moves that notwithstanding any order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C5 enact to enact a free trade.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, appuyé.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, seconded by Ms. Normandin.
The 10-minute voting period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould. Ms. Chager.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Belanger. Desnati, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mrs. McKnight.
Mrs. McKnight.
Miss Chartrand.
Miss Chartrand.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Miss Alty.
Miss Alty.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zericelli.
Mr. Zericelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Litao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Henley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Klassen.
Madame Levac.
Madame Levac.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. Polowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Akan.
Miss Akan.
Mr. Al-Soud.
Mr. Al-Soud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Miss Niederman.
Miss Miedemar.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Whean.
Miss Whean.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sati.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Yep, let's go. Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Miss Lanceman.
Miss Lanceman.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Albutayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger. Sudbury Est. Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexley.
Mr. Bexley.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Miss Cobina.
Ms. Cobina.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Guglini.
Mr. Guglini.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Home.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mrs. Cronans.
Mrs. Cronans.
Miss Cronus.
Miss Cronus.
Mr. Currick, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Currick, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has now ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical issues, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 29-29, nays contre 305, 305.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Monsieur McKinnon, appuyez.
Mr. McKinnon.
If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
A recorded vote, please.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Miss Freeland.
Miss Freeland.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Belanger. Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger. Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mrs. McKnight.
Mrs. McKnight.
Miss Chartron.
Miss Chartron.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Miss Alty.
Miss Alty.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zericelli.
Mr. Zericelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Isassi.
Mr. Isassi.
Monsieur Litao.
Mr. Litao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Ilson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Akan.
Miss Akan.
Mr. Al-Soud.
Mr. Al-Soud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurtle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. MacDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet, Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Millette, Bay of Quinte.
Miss Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Ms. Naughton.
Miss Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sati.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Yes.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Miss Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapiskasing Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Millet, Kapiskasing Timmins, Mishkegowuk.
Mr. Steinley.
Steinley.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Center.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Center.
Mr. Padser.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Miss Cobinia.
Miss Cobinia.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Googlemean.
Mr. Googlemean.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conan.
Mrs. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr.
Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Back to Mr. Currick, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Currick, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Miss May.
Ms. May.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de...
The House will now await the results of the electronic voting.
Je désire informer la Chambre que
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
the vote due to technical difficulties. They may now do so by using the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Seeing none, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 305, 305. Nays contre 30, 30.
I declare the motion carried. Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C5 at second reading stage.
Government orders, government bills coming. Considération d'une motion portant deux.
Considering a motion on Bill C5, an act to enact free trade and labour mobility.
By Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau moves that the Bill C5, an act to enact the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Debate. And before we go to debate, I'll just encourage members, if they are exiting the chamber, to do so quickly so we can carry on with the business of the House. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Transport and Internal Trade.
Colleagues, thanks for that great support in the House for this essential legislation. Mr. Speaker, as we have seen in this strong cross-party support for this legislation, members understand that Canada is at a critical moment. U.S. tariffs are battering our economy and threatening to push the entire world into a recession. Hard-working Canadians are losing their jobs, businesses are losing their customers, and investors are holding back. C'est pourquoi le moment.
This is why the time has come to act with determination. Where we are in charge here in Canada, the time has come to build Canada strong, to make our country more prosperous, more resilient, stronger.
Minister, along with my colleagues, the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, and met with the premiers at the First Ministers' meeting in Saskatoon a few weeks ago.
Well done.
We talked together about our plan to get nation-building projects moving in Canada. We agreed to act quickly together to get this done. We must, and so we are confident that we will. But even acting with great focus and urgency, these nation-building projects will take a little time. That's why it's so essential for us to press ahead with a project that costs nothing and can be accomplished at the stroke of a pen, delivering free trade in Canada. Economists estimate that truly free trade within our country, making it as easy to do business between, say, BC and Nova Scotia, as it is within one province itself, would add as much as $200 billion to Canada's economy. At this time of crisis, that is a boost we definitely need. Free trade in our own country is a great idea whose time has come. Now that the LCBO isn't stocking American wine, it makes more sense than ever to be sure Nova Scotia and BC wines can be found on its shelf. A registered nurse qualified in Saskatchewan should be able to get right to work if her family moves to Newfoundland to be close to aging relatives. A plumbing firm in Winnipeg should as easily be able to expand to do jobs in Kenora as it can in Brandon. And a trucker should be able to drive from Halifax Harbour to the port of Vancouver without buying permits to cross between provinces and wasting precious time making technical adjustments after he rolls across each provincial line. Freer internal trade and easier labour mobility will also help boost our housing industry, including the construction of modular homes, which can bring down the cost of building new homes and get them finished faster. Parce que, en bout de ligne,
because at the end of the day, the decision to build a strong Canadian economy, one Canadian economy, is a matter of trust amongst ourselves. The decision of realizing that the delicious steak you eat in Calgary is certainly good enough to be served in Charlottetown. and that the dental hygienist that people love in Moncton is just as wonderful when she does the same job in Quebec City. Australia is a country that we have so much in common. Australia chose to build a continental economy, one economy 30 years ago. Australians decided then to trust themselves. And over the last 3 decades, this has made all Australians richer and has strengthened the bonds within the country.
For Canada to do likewise. The wave of patriotism that has swept across our great country over the past few months has been truly inspiring and invigorating. Let's seize the moment to turn that love of Canada into action by trusting each other and creating one single Canadian economy from coast to coast to coast. C'est pour ça.
This is why we've put forward this bill. We want to do away with any kind of barriers to internal trade and build one Canadian economy. For far too long now, there have been useless barriers to trade. The time has come to foster recognition of regulations at provincial and territorial levels, to facilitate the activities throughout the country and allow qualified workers to take these opportunities that are open to them regardless of where they may be.
Across the country towards this laudable goal. PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba have all passed legislation to remove barriers to internal trade. British Columbia has passed its historic Economic Stabilization Act, and Quebec is advancing its own reforms. Memoranda of Understanding between Ontario and other provinces, including Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, PEI, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan, as well as powerful regional agreements like the New West Partnership, signal new levels of cooperation and a commitment to bring down barriers to internal trade and to make labor mobility easier. And I want to salute my native Alberta for its pioneering leadership on this issue. À l'échelle nationale.
Nationally, through the Internal Trade Committee, we have been speeding up our efforts to do away with any kind of obstacles to this free trade and ensure that there is mutual recognition in areas such as trucking, consumer goods. We want to facilitate residential building, addressing these interprovincial issues relating to labor. We're also making progress with respect to recognition of certain qualifications as well as other work that we are doing. I would encourage all members in this House to strengthen our support for a strong Canadian economy.
Leaders from all political parties agree on. After the First Minister's meeting in Saskatoon, premiers of all political stripes were enthusiastic about our shared mission to build Canada. Premier Canoe said, it is a generational opportunity for Canadians, but it is also a generational opportunity for some of the poorest communities in our country.
Premier Legault said that the meeting was excellent.
Dear colleagues, is truly not a partisan effort. These are nation-building priorities, ones that benefit every region, every business, every Canadian. And what a delicious irony it will be for us to respond to tariffs imposed from abroad by finally tearing down the tariff and trade barriers we have imposed on each other. Let's get this done once and for all and deliver free trade in Canada.
Hear, hear. Bravo, bravo.
Let's get get this important work done together. I know that we can do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the Minister of Transport for her speech here today. First of all, she did mention interprovincial trucking, yet the bill has nothing to do with interprovincial trucking. I'd like her to maybe account for whether or not she's prepared to show some leadership in that area. But more than that, she's talked about consensus. And Mr. Speaker, essentially, the Prime Minister has given a veto to every provincial premier. That means this bill will enshrine 13 different economies by giving each provincial premier a veto. Would the minister please tell us to explain why the contradiction? You can't have one national economy if you have 13 different decision makers when it comes to getting big projects built.
The Honourable Minister of Transport and Internal Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me begin by recognizing, as I did before the Senate today, the really pioneering work that the member for Okanagan has done on this issue. I think all of us remember, who could forget, his slogan of freeing the beer. He was ahead of his time. I have emphasized that this is not a partisan bill. This is about work that I believe all Canadians can support. We're very lucky. There is a window right now to get this work done, and I'm really grateful to the members opposite for supporting it. I also want to address the issue of trucking. Trucking is absolutely essential. It is essential to make it easier to drive trucks across the country. That's why I mentioned it in my opening remarks. We're going to have a trucking hackathon at
Questions and comments? The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the minister with respect to this bill. In a way, it's almost a threat of war against First Nations. I went to the Senate earlier today so as not to hear the national chief, who actually was discussing the importance of respecting UNDRIP, the importance to consult ahead of time, and that was literally botched here. There was no free, informed prior consent from First Nations. Does the minister commit to responding to the Grand Chief's request? That is, to have these discussions with Indigenous people. She asked for that to happen in the summer and the fall. She's asking for an answer from the minister. The Honourable Minister, thank you for the question. In the legislation, we are clear that we will be working closely with Indigenous people, with First Nations, with the Inuit, with the Métis. We have 5 criteria to determine if a project is important. One of these is that it has to advance the interest of Indigenous people. I would also like to point out that we've announced that we will be funding almost $20 million per year for these consultations that are so essential with Indigenous people. And I also want to stress the importance of $10 billion for the participation of Indigenous people.
House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Honourable Minister for her speech and all the work that she's doing to make sure that we actually honor the mandate that Canadians sent us to this House to do. Earlier in this House, I heard a lot of questions around the government is moving too fast, or what are the actual benefits of removing these internal barrier trades, and are they actually going to have an impact on jobs within communities across Canada? Maybe the member can answer on that question. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transport, about 35 seconds.
Okay, great question. Up to $200 billion. Our internal trade barriers are effectively a 7% tariff that we impose on ourselves. Think about how much national focus there is on tariffs being imposed on us by other countries, and yet we impose a 7% tariff on each other. Let's trust each other. Let's seize this opportunity. Let's help ourselves and help each other.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, Kapuskasing, Mushkegowuk.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great humility that I rise today for my first speech in the House of Commons. I would like to use this opportunity to thank my constituents of Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk for electing me to represent them here. I am honored to have earned their trust and to serve as their voice in our nation's parliament. I would also like to thank my team for their dedication throughout my campaign and my family for their unwavering support in this new chapter. The riding is a vast and diverse region, rich in natural resources, strong culture heritage, and resilient communities, and I am committed to ensuring their voices are heard and their priorities are upheld. Monsieur le Président, c'est avec une
Mr. Speaker, it is with great humility that I rise today to deliver my first speech in the House of Commons. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the residents of Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk for electing me as their Member of Parliament. I'm honored to have earned their trust and to be their voice in our nation's Parliament. I would also like to thank my team for the dedication throughout my campaign, as well as my family, for their support in this new chapter. This riding is a diverse region, rich in natural resources, strong cultural heritage, and resilient communities. I'm committed to advocating for their interests and reflecting their values in my work.
Last Liberal decade, our economy has experienced the worst economic growth in the G7. We've become more dependent on the United States, and the buying power of our workers' paycheck has declined because of Liberals' laws have blocked resource development. Despite having the most resource per capita of any country on Earth, we continue to fall short of our economic potential. The recent tariffs from the United States have turned this problem into a full-fledged crisis, one that underscores the urgent need to rebuild economic priority for all Canadians. The Prime Minister has recently introduced Bill C-5. A very small number of interprovincial barriers will be eliminated by this bill, which is better than nothing, but tens of billions of dollars of obstacles at the provincial level remain untouched. In my professional experience as a forestry executive and through my 45 years of work in the forestry and mining sectors across northeastern Ontario, I've seen firsthand that barriers that stand in the way of productivity, investment, and opportunity. Bill C-5 in its current form fails to meaningfully eliminate such barriers. It is not the economic breakthrough this Liberal government wants Canadians to believe it is. Rather, it is a minor baby step and a missed opportunity to reach independence and self-reliance. Le projet de loi C5 ne corrige pas.
This bill, Bill C-5, does not actually address the structural issues that are holding back Canada's economic development. While this bill does not propose anything that slows down free trade or infrastructure projects, it lacks a concrete vision for adapting to our current situation.
In at home, Bill C-5 is split into two parts. The first part is the free trade and labor exchange across Canada. The second part being projects that are deemed to be in national interest, which will have their approval process streamlined by reporting to one point contact. This includes provisions for the federal government to determine whether a major project is in the national interest based on consultation with provinces, territories, and Indigenous people. Pour ceux qui écoutent à la maison, le projet.
For those listening in at home, Bill C-5 is divided into two parts. The first part deals with legislation that regulates free trade and labor mobility in Canada. The second part deals with legislation to build Canada, providing that projects deemed to be of national interest will benefit from a streamlined approval process and a single point of contact. This part includes provisions allowing the federal government to determine whether a major project is of national interest after consulting with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples.
Despite its ambition, Bill C-5 falls incredibly short of delivering true free trade and getting major projects built quickly. There are simply too many fault points in Bill C-5 for us to accept the bill in its current state. Le projet de loi C-5 ne présente aucun échéancier.
Bill C-5 does not set out a concrete timeline, does not provide a public list of priority projects, and lacks clarity. These essential aspects are, however, indispensable, would allow us to have an assurance of speed, accountability, and public confidence in the process. Without these safeguards, the bill can't meet its objectives nor the expectations of Canadians.
Laws are barriers to development, and this bill is an admission to that. There is a way to fast-track unleashing Canadian resources. That is to remove the liberal anti-development laws that block projects in first place, like C-69, C-48, the oil and gas cap, and the industrial carbon tax. Ce projet de loi, comme plusieurs lois,
this bill, like many of the Liberal government's laws, reflects a limited approach and confirms that there are restrictive laws in place reducing our necessary economic growth.
28 projects in nuclear, uranium, mining projects, oil and gas, hydro, roads to unlock, critical minerals, stuck in federal review. Those are real projects with real proponents. By his own argument, the obvious place to start, which wouldn't even require legislation, would be to fast-track those assessment and approvals. Look at what is already being done south of the border in the United States. They approve major energy projects such as ours, oil, gas, critical minerals, uranium, on federal lands in as few as 28 days. You, the Liberals, now promise a 2-year timeline, where Conservatives propose a 1-year conservative wait time, I should say a maximum wait time, for approvals with a target of 6 months for project of national importance, to uphold the duty to consult also and actually get projects built. The Liberal government need to get with the times if they really want to make Canada truly self-reliant and competitive with the U.S. We need to actually compete. The world is becoming only more chaotic and fast-paced. We need realistic times to deliver our projects, or we risk staying left behind. Canada has what the world needs. We need to give it to them when they need it. Le Premier ministre affirme que nous...
The Prime Minister claims that this is an exceptional crisis. If this is true, why accept a 2-year delay? In a real crisis, leadership requires urgency. 2 years is simply too long, and Canada is dependent and vulnerable to the United States. This proposal will continue to hold Canada back and leave its resources unused in the ground.
Canada to compete and to achieve true economic and energy security. That means shovel-ready economic zones, scrap the cap on Canadian oil and gas. Canadians need affordable, reliable power and fuel so Canada can be self-reliant and achieve real economic independence from the United States. The way we handle our resources lays the ground for the future of our country. A country that is self-reliant, independent, restoring the Canadian promise of anyone who works hard gets a good life in our great Canada. Thank you.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to the member across the way on his maiden speech to the House. You know, I'm taking a look at Bill C-5, and I've had the opportunity to ask this question of members' colleagues in the Conservative caucus. And I've yet to hear, and we appreciate the fact that you're supporting the legislation, and we're going to see it pass on Friday. But are there anything specific? I've yet to hear anything from the Conservatives saying, here is an amendment that we believe would make a difference. Does the member have any sort of a change he would like to see to the legislation itself?
The honourable member for Kapuskasing Timmins, Mushkegowik.
Well, as I mentioned, there are 28 projects right now in nuclear, uranium, mining projects, oil and gas, hydro, and roads. Critical minerals, and they're stuck in the process. And these would be the great ones to start with, and the laws would not need to be changed.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know, and if the member could explain, the bill as it is formulated at the moment could allow, for instance, the federal government to consult Quebec, and Quebec says, no, we do not want a pipeline here. And there's absolutely nothing in the bill that shows that it would take consensus or approval of Quebec before a pipeline can be constructed. I'd like to know if the member is aware of this reality and if he agrees that the provinces should have the last say on these projects. Well, I listen to the news every day, Radio-Canada. And what I hear from the population in Quebec and their premier is that they are open to negotiations on a pipeline.
Member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
I would like to congratulate the member for his first speech in the House. He said he worked in the forestry sector. So what measures can we take to support the forestry sector in Canada as part of Bill C-5 or as part of other initiatives here at the House? The Honourable Member for Kapuskasing Timmins, Mushkegowuk. What we need to be mindful of is that the forestry industry, we are the leaders in it.
That are still going on after 45 years. I've seen sawmills in every single province, pulp and paper mills. In Ontario, where I worked, there was 21 pulp and paper mills when I started. There's 3 left. Wow. Let's make sure this doesn't happen to the rest of our industries. It is easier to fix than to rebuild. It will take us 20 years to rebuild the forest industry. And we have the huge forest, healthy forests, and we will need to process them. If not, they will burn down.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to congratulate my colleague on his speech this evening. I have a very simple question. This is a very complex piece of legislation. I understand that the Conservatives will be voting with the Liberals to support it. What I don't understand is why, with such a complex piece of legislation, the Conservatives voted with the Liberals to prevent the Prime Minister from coming and testifying at committee. They had an opportunity to have the Prime Minister come and explain why this omnibus bill needed to be rushed through so quickly, why this omnibus bill wasn't...
Point of order, the honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe after we've taken a vote on a matter, it is appropriate for a member to refer to the comings and goings of the Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the same point, I understand where the member's coming from, but the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, on the same point, or can we move on the same point?
The standing orders clearly indicate we are not able to indicate how a member voted. However, we are able to discuss how parties voted. That is within the standing orders. So I would like...
I think we can move on.
Why the Conservatives voted to not bring Mark Carney to committee.
Order. Okay. I know where the member's coming from. We can't use proper names either, but let's move on. We'll allow the member an opportunity to respond to the question. The honourable member for Kapuskasing Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Could the question be repeated?
In 10 seconds or less, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Conservative Party of Canada vote with the Liberal Party of Canada to prevent the Prime Minister from coming to committee to explain why he's brought forward this piece of legislation.
Member for Timmins-Kapskating, Mushkegowik.
It happens.
Resuming debate. Please debate.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Bill C5, I believe we should take inspiration from La Fontaine's fable of the tortoise and the hare. The federal government is currently behaving like the hare. Everything has to happen quickly. It doesn't take time to do things properly. We must act now. It's a matter of life and death. But the reality is quite different. The tortoise may move slowly. It does a thorough job of analysis. It thinks, it questions, it evaluates, it makes sure its work is done properly and that it reaches the finish line in time. There is no point in running. You just have to start at the right time. We are currently doing the exact opposite of what this fable teaches us. The Bill C5 opens the door to abuses. Every day we talk about the American president to justify why we are moving quickly. By invoking the national interest, he was able to impose tariffs. And what is the response in this bill? To give ourselves the same powers, essentially. Because, yes, a project of national interest will allow us to override federal laws and, more importantly, the laws of Quebec and the other Canadian provinces. Drill, baby, drill, Canadian style. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm from a mining region, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Laws and regulations exist for a reason. The number of abandoned mining sites in our territory is incredible. And because, yes, in the past the mining industry was somewhat cavalier, things have changed because our mindsets have evolved, but also because Quebec has strong environment laws. There are currently more than 38 former mining sites whose restoration costs are close to $600 million, according to Quebec's Sustainable Development Commissioner, Jannick Lambert. The mining industry has changed, as I was saying, and today it's much more responsible. For instance, to avoid the mistakes of the past, financial guarantees are set aside for redevelopment and restoring of mining sites. In addition, technology and innovation, particularly in companies in the Abitibi-Témiscamingue region, are making it possible to do better. An example would be the Mont Miguel project. This project will start operations in the next year. It's proof that you can have an agreement with the First Nations when you discuss about the project with them from the get-go. So this project doesn't fulfill this philosophy. Ottawa will go into major projects that will take years to realize and maybe even decades. So we are engaging future generations. That is why we have to play the tortoise. We have to be aware of the details. We have to make sure that our bills answer our needs. And mines should they have their permits more quickly? Yes, but not by sacrificing key elements, not by skipping necessary environmental assessments. The environmental studies that Quebec is requesting may very well be the only studies that are required. The BAPE has the competences to do that. As long as the decision to conduct these assessments, Quebec must always have the final say on projects. This Bill C5 even gives itself the right in Section 21 to exempt developers from any law whatsoever by decree. This doesn't make any sense. This is exactly what we are seeing from this government in terms of their relations with the First Nations. The process to get to this bill does not fulfill any of the engagements of this government towards First Nations. The conversation is not sufficient. It's just they're sending them a little letter of 3 pages. It should be more than a box that we check. They need to sit down, listen, assess the problems, find the solutions. Consulting doesn't mean you have to agree on everything, but it's about having a real and sustained dialogue. So, the rights of the provinces, First Nations, should be respected and taken more into account. But this bill completely ignores the most elemental aspects. Mr. Speaker, when I engage with the First Nations, I do that out of a belief in reconciliation. And we should give them the means. They should have the means to do so. And C5 really harms reconciliation. And it's not just about coming up with a bill and saying we're going to promote the interest of the First Nations. There are 13 acts and more pieces of legislation that aim to protect the environment, the flora, and the fauna. One is the Indian Act. Indigenous communities also represent the future, Mr. Speaker, and we need to think about the 7 generations to come. That is why tortoise is the symbol for them, for First Nations, of the creation of the earth. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give you a couple of quotes as well. I was at the Senate today to hear what they were saying. The great chief, Miss Woothouse-Nipiak, she was saying there are many of our members who have not been consulted, who are not here today. Some are fighting forest fires. So slow down, take the summer, speak to Canadians, speak to First Nations. We know what having Trump at our borders is like, but we should not be afraid. We should not engage in Trump politics among ourselves. We should take the time to do things correctly. And then she adds, let's take the summer, let's take the autumn, let's take the time necessary to talk about this bill, to talk to Indigenous nations, First Nations. We have had some conversations, but I cannot share these with you because I don't have all of the details. The chiefs will have some discussions, and we will have the opportunity to do things differently to bring people around the table. So, Mr. Speaker, the National Chief of First Nations is making this call. The Association of First Nations in Quebec and Labrador share this opinion. They are against C5. C5 is pretending to reduce administrative formalities and build the nation, but it goes against the constitutional order and the rights of Indigenous communities and the common path to reconciliation. The obligation of consulting First Nations is not a procedural obstacle. It's not an inconvenience to manage or a box to check. It's a constitutional imperative. It's in Section 35, as we all know. It's been confirmed many times by the Supreme Court of Canada, and it's part of Canada's engagements in line with UNDRIP. This bill does not represent a legislative reconciliation. It is simply indifferent. I also would like to quote from the APN's legal expert on Bill C5 again. She says the obligation to consult and the standards of free and informed consent are not to be found in this bill. They are not materially there. With more appropriate consultation, they could meet this threshold. This bill needs amendments, but they haven't taken the time to consult with First Nations. She also says consultation should also include right holders, and it should touch the flora and the fauna, hunting rights. That's the bare minimum. That's the essential. That represents meaningful consultation. Now, we also have provincial legislative assemblies dwelling on the question. They are mobilizing First Nations. In BC, there's a bill. In Ontario, there's another bill. In Nova Scotia, there's Bill 6. In Quebec, there's a similar bill. They all meet the obligation of consulting Indigenous peoples. So there is a movement which will probably create a crisis situation in Canada because they are refusing to respect the rights of First Nations. In Quebec, there are chiefs speaking out against this bill who say that biodiversity and their way of life should be protected, ancestral ways of living. These are not things that the government can choose to adopt or not. There are chiefs in Ontario who are saying that they're completely against Bill C-5. They support, they defend their own positions. There's Abraham Benedict, a chief, who says that. And they say that First Nations and Indigenous groups should be at the bargaining table. So, Mr. Speaker, all this to say that we are whipping up a crisis which we will not be able to resolve today, but it might go before the courts if the First Nations are not listened. Questions and comments?
Honourable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. I would like to thank the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for their speech. Can the member please tell us how come, well, what we're looking at, rather, is that for the first time in a long time, maybe we will allow Indigenous communities to be a direct partner in a bill and take part in the design and conception of projects, and they will reap the economic benefits. So I'd like to hear the member on that point. In C5, there's that promise of a future that is going to be a lot more interesting for First Nations. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member for Prairie is simply underlining this lack of respect vis-a-vis First Nations. So the later consultation, just sign the bill and we will take care of it. That is this government's problem. They are going after the acquired rights of Indigenous communities, but I'm standing up against this kind of behavior on behalf of First Nations, Mr. Speaker.
In Lake West, Kelowna South.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly appreciate my Bloc Québécois colleague for his speech. The last Liberal questioner raised the issue of First Nations and consultations and made it sound like the Liberal government has that all covered. They've decided to appoint an advisory board, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, and I wonder if the member shares my wonder as to why the government makes no legal reference to this advisory committee or this advisory panel in C5 as legislation. It seems that the government wants to say that consultations are part of the law, and yet it does not include any reference to this advisory committee that they have put together.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In all due respect to my colleague, here again, it's the same fundamental problem. We are putting Indigenous communities in a box and we're giving them a little something, and we just call it consultation, but this is not reconciliation. This is not dialogue with the Indigenous communities. We have to act from the get-go, and the way this government behaves is simply irresponsible. Question and comment, the Honourable Member for Repentigny.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like my colleague who gave a brilliant speech, I'd like him to come back to the idea of prior and enlightened agreement. He's saying that they're saying that they're going to consult. What about consulting First Nations? Could my honourable colleague help colleagues understand what's the difference between consultation and obtaining prior consent? The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, free, prior, enlightened consent. It's a person who has to give it. You can't impose it on someone else. And that person has to feel ready to give consent. It's up to him to take the decision. And that would be when that person is ready to give consent. It's not up to Parliament to impose the moment when a First Nation should do so. This has to be done through dialogue by giving the other party the time to be ready to give consent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, this is called a violation of rights.
Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, mon collègue député.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague. Well, I have a question for him. It's simple and it's short. Could the Bloc Québécois and members of the opposition, are they ready to work to make the changes necessary to C5? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and for her sincere interest in this issue. Of course, I hope to do so, because this is a continuous dialogue that we should have. If C5 is adopted quickly, it'll be before the courts for years and perhaps decades. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this speech is dedicated to all those, and we always see them during election campaigns. They all say, my vote, it really doesn't matter, it won't change anything. But, Mr. Speaker, we're here to tell you that an election commitment taken solemnly, it counts. It means something. And in our election platform, we talked about the necessity to make a shift in our government's policies. And we're here to reassure people, your vote counts. Once a government is elected, it fulfills its promises. And we're here to respond to this cry of the heart on the part of Canadians, and also coming from people in Gatineau, whom I have the honour of representing here in the House. I say to them, your vote counts. We're here inspired by the urgency of the moment and by our will to serve and fulfill our promises. Canadians gave this new government a clear mandate, an urgent mandate. We want an economy that works for everyone. We were voted to eliminate obstacles, increase opportunities, and achieve results that will count in their daily lives, and that is what we are doing. Before this government was called back, we presented Bill C5 because we are going through a period of uncertainty, and Canadians cannot afford no action. We need to bring down trade barriers. We need to build a Canada that works better and do this together. We have to provide real benefits, tangible benefits to Canadian workers, to Canadian businesses, and to Canadian communities.
Our economy has been divided, not by ability, not by ambition, but by artificial borders and outdated rules. Right. The One Canadian Economy Act addresses this directly. First, it will remove federal barriers to internal trade and to labour mobility. It makes it easier for businesses to operate across the country. No more needless duplication of approvals, no more inconsistencies that raise costs and delay investment. A company in one province will have a clearer, faster pathway to sell its goods and services in another. And the same, Mr. Speaker, goes for workers. In this House, we hear all too many voices that don't recognize that worker having trouble getting licensed in one province or another. Right now, a certified professional in one province may still have to go through redundant processes just to work in another. This slows down hiring, it frustrates skilled Canadians, and it limits where people can go to find opportunity. The One Canadian Economy Act will help break those barriers down. By facilitating greater coordination across jurisdictions, we will move closer to a truly national labour market, one where people can take their skills where they are needed without unnecessary red tape. Et deuxièmement, Monsieur le Président.
And secondly, Mr. Speaker, this bill will allow us to quickly realize large-scale projects, infrastructure projects that are essential to building the nation. Clean energy projects, housing, transport, which is the backbone of the Canadian economy of the future. Because of this bill, we will be able to build a Canada and will be able to streamline the federal processes of the federal approval processes. We'll be able to do things more effectively and more quickly. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. This will not be done to the detriment of the environment, First Nations rights, or public consultation. We will continue to honour our word and our responsibilities. We hope to be able to respond to the urgent needs of Canadians who are now dealing with processes that are too slow. This bill guarantees that we will be effective.
Expect from their government action, ambition, collaboration. We're not here to talk about why things are difficult. We're here to remove the barriers and get things done. And make no mistake, the barriers we are targeting come at a real cost. A cost in productivity, a cost in jobs, a cost, Mr. Speaker, in confidence. The reality is, Canada has some of the most fragmented internal economic rules in the industrialized world. We make it easier in some cases for goods to move across international borders than between our own provinces. That's not only inefficient, it's irrational. The Senate, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, economists, chambers of commerce, unions, all have pointed to the significant ongoing costs of internal trade barriers. These are billions of dollars lost in economic activity every single year. Billions, billions that could be invested in growth, in clean energy, in housing, in innovation. We can no longer afford, Mr. Speaker, to leave that opportunity on the table. Ce projet de loi respecte la...
This bill respects provincial jurisdictions. It would have us work in partnership, but it also defines national expectations. This economy has to work as one.
Introducing this legislation with urgency because the moment demands it. We are facing labor shortages across sectors, construction, healthcare, transportation. No one of our ridings are immune. Skilled trades. We're facing growing demand for infrastructure. And we're facing a global economy that's moving fast, with countries investing heavily in supply chains, clean energy, and productivity. Canada cannot afford to be slow. We must match our ambition with action, and that is exactly what this bill represents.
This bill is an optimistic one. It has based on the conviction that Canada works best when we work together. We believe in a country where people are free to build their lives, their businesses, and their future without artificial barriers. We believe in a country where provinces and territories work together for economic growth, and not where they compete with each other with useless duplication. We also believe in a country where governments take on the challenge, realize what we are dealing with, and act in a determined way. That's what we are doing today. We've all been through this. This will never happen unless we work. People have said we can't do it. There's too much bureaucracy, too many regulations. Levels of government don't speak to each other. But this bill is a response to those issues. It's an effective one, and it allows us to dream. I said the other day, it has been said that today we wouldn't be able to dream of a Bay James project, or to an Expo 67, or to building a subway in Montreal, or to a bridge between Prince Edward Island and Northumberland. This bill brings back ambition and the ability to dream.
Before this House rises for the summer, we are asking Parliament to give this legislation the urgent attention it deserves. Give Canadians back the possibility of dreaming to build and dreaming to build bigger. We want to debate this bill. We want to examine this bill. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we want to vote on this bill.
Yes.
Right on.
In the election campaign, our leader said, it is time to build, Mr. Speaker. We truly believe that it is Canada's time. It is time to rid ourselves of these needless delays, bureaucracies, and rules. It is time to get our ambition and strap it on to meet the needs of this new economic era. Canadians are counting on us to move forward, not stand still. The One Canadian Economy Act is a win for people, for the Canadian economy, for Canadian workers, for Canadian investment, for Canadian unity. Vive le Canada, Monsieur le Président. Let's get
Mr. Speaker, long live Canada.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Since this bill in Part 2 sweepingly replaces multiple ministers and multiple departments, multiple quasi-judicial entities with a single minister, in Part 6 it says the Governor and Council may by order designate a member of the King's Privy Council for Canada as the minister for the purposes of this Act. I wonder if you could tell this House who the minister responsible for this Act will be.
Good question. The Honourable Government House Leader.
I don't know that we Jane.
Let him finish his words.
The member from my honourable friend from Manitoba seems very exuberant this evening. What I will tell him is that this bill is animated by a single spirit: to streamline these approvals, to make sure that we have the ability to dream big in this country, to take on major national projects that can transform our economy, to get rid of these needless overlaps and duplications, whether it be between jurisdictions or inside jurisdictions. And that is why a minister is clearly designated in this Act for the purpose of shepherding these major projects across the line.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, for the Government House Leader, it seems that the Canada that he's dreaming of is the Canada of Pierre Poilievre. Now, he can go on saying that regulations slow down projects, but we all know that there's no builder who really wants to pay for certain things. Now, there was a project that was built, and that was the enlargement of Trans Mountain. I would like to hear from the Government House Leader if public money will be invested in these gas and oil projects. Mr. Speaker, as we've already heard and I've said, we have been investing in renewables. We've been doing that for a long time, and Quebec can be very proud of our green record in Quebec, because it was Robert Bourassa who dreamed big, who had ambitions for Quebec, and it was that very ambition that we're trying to capture for our children and our grandchildren. We don't want to talk about a little Quebec, but a great Quebec, a Quebec that has ambitions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to first thank the honourable member for his speech. What a great speech, actually. Yes, it was a great speech that captures the spirit of Canadians who sent us to this House to make sure that we deliver on some of the most important key things. Like, he mentioned labor, Mr. Speaker, and I know that he was the Minister for Labor at some point, and he went across the country talking to workers, and so he actually understands the importance of moving these barriers for workers. Maybe the member wants to expand on the benefits of removing these internal barriers across the country, and the benefit that it will have on workers, not just in his riding, across Canada, and in our ridings as well.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thanks so much to my honourable colleague, and we've all heard the stories. We've all heard the stories, whether it be in Newfoundland or in any part of our country. Right. Workers who want to take their skills, make them portable, go to another place. That's why we've put in place, for example, the labor mobility tax deduction, so that workers can take their skills more easily and be compensated, just like any white-collar worker would be paid his or her moving expenses for moving to find opportunity in another location. But the largest frustration, Mr. Speaker, is among those who have a red seal, who have their ticket, and they want to be able to practice their skilled trade from one province to the next and couldn't get through the red tape and the hassles. Well, we're taking that away. The federal government's showing leadership, so are provinces, and we're going to get it done for them.
Member for Northumberland Clark, a very brief question.
So
the Prime Minister promised to have free trade in Canada by Canada Day. He also promised that all federal and provincial trade barriers be gone. So that begs the question, will a nurse from British Columbia be able to work in Ontario after this legislation is passed without reaccreditation? Yes or no, please?
The Honourable Government House Leader, an equally brief
I want to give
response.
credit where credit's due. Doug Ford. Doug Ford, maybe my honourable friend should call him someday. We talk to him regularly, and he's put in place a bill that ensures that there is reciprocity. Reciprocity for any province who wants to pick up the challenge of these barriers to working. Doug Ford will tell the member, if he calls him, that that work has been done, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, le prise du débat. The Honourable Member for Kenora-Kiiwetinoong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to congratulate you on your appointment to your position as well. It's great to see you in the chair, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I think that's worth a round of applause, or at least a few applause here. Sorry to embarrass you, Mr. Speaker, but I appreciate, hopefully you'll give me some more grace now and some extra time in my speech as a result. So allow me as well, Mr. Speaker, to thank the great people of Northwestern Ontario for sending me back to serve a third term in Parliament. This is my first opportunity to rise and give a full speech in this new Parliament, and it remains a distinct honour and privilege to represent the people of Kenora-Kiiwetinoong in the House of Commons. I'll just briefly thank, I don't have time to list everyone, but thank my family, the volunteers, the campaign team, all the people that put in the time and effort to knock doors, put up signs, do all the work to ensure that we had a successful outcome, and that I could be back serving the people of Northwestern Ontario. So now to the matter at hand, C5. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to focus more specifically on the Building Canada Act within C5. Of course, it's been mentioned throughout the debate that it would require a new major projects office to render decisions within a 2-year timeline, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is a good step, something that I'm personally happy to see the government finally moving in this direction, but it's interesting to note that after 10 years of Liberal government, we see them finally recognizing that things are not moving quick enough and that major projects are being stalled across the country. I truly believe that in bringing forward this legislation, Mr. Speaker, that the government is admitting to 10 years of failure, 10 years of roadblocks, 10 years of red tape and bureaucracy that has stalled projects, particularly when it comes to mining, Mr. Speaker. Now, the minister has said, I should clarify, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources has admitted that it does take too long to get a mine approved in Canada. It's incredible to hear him say that. Welcome news to hear him say that to some extent. But again, Mr. Speaker, this government, the Liberal government, has to recognize who's been in power and who is responsible for the fact that it takes too long to build a mine in Canada. Today, the Mining Association of Canada, for that matter, notes that it takes 15 years on average to get a mine approved in Canada. I've seen other estimates that are higher, Mr. Speaker, but from the Mining Association of Canada, they say it takes 15 years. Obviously, an incredibly difficult situation for any investor, any proponent to want to invest in our country, knowing that they're staring at potentially a 15-year or longer timeline. And this is of important note because Canada is, of course, a top mineral and resource producer. Resource development is critical to our economy, not just the great jobs it provides for people across Northwestern Ontario and across all of Canada, the livelihoods, the paychecks that put food on tables, put gas in the gas tanks of vehicles, and ensure that people can have the life that they want to succeed and be prosperous. But mineral development is critical to our economic independence, Mr. Speaker. Truly now more than ever, as we see coming out of this lost Liberal decade, it's important that we get our critical minerals to market. But over this decade, we've seen roadblocks, we've seen barriers, we've seen red tape, and now we have the worst growth, Mr. Speaker, in the G7. The Liberals talked obviously a good game in the election. They said that it is time to build. They said a lot of the things that we have been saying for 10 years plus, Mr. Speaker. And it's now time for them to step up and put it into action. Because I know a lot of Canadians, maybe they want to be fair, they want to give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe, but they really have a hard time believing that this Liberal government, after all that they've done after 10 years, is actually going to step up to the plate and get our critical minerals developed. And the world needs more Canadian minerals. The International Energy Agency, Mr. Speaker, says that the demand for clean energy will require at least 71% more critical minerals than are currently being produced globally. But in Canada, according to the Mining Association of Canada, many minerals are not even being produced at the level they were a decade ago. The demand is going up, our production is going down, and who's stepping up to fill the void, Mr. Speaker? It's other countries such as China, where there's not as strong environmental regulations, there's not as strong protections for labor and for jobs, Mr. Speaker. It's other countries' dictatorships that are stepping up to fill that void that Canada is leaving behind. Now, of course, I mentioned the economic independence angle of this as well. With the threats from the United States, the uncertainty from the United States that has been produced, again, now more than ever, Mr. Speaker, we know that we have to move forward with these developments so that we can bring home the paychecks, bring home the wealth, and bring home the security to our own country, Mr. Speaker. But these delays and red tape have held, as I mentioned, have held back the industry in Canada. There are actually, Mr. Speaker, 42 projects that are under the federal assessment right now, 22 of which pertain to mining, 9 for transportation, and 4 in oil and gas. And the Minister, again, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, has said that there's a lack of investment certainty. Well, it's no wonder after 10 years of his government that there are 42 projects in a backlog currently under assessment. 12 of those projects are delayed, Mr. Speaker, are in Northern Ontario, representing a combined 2,100 jobs and nearly $2.7 billion of investment. And I'd like to touch on a couple of them, if I may, Mr. Speaker. One, the Crawford Nickel project. It would be north of Timmins. Mr. Speaker, it's been under assessment since 2022, and it would add 900 jobs if it is approved. Springpole Gold in my riding, Mr. Speaker, it's northeast of Red Lake. It's been under assessment for 7 years and represents potentially $2 billion in GDP growth, Mr. Speaker. An incredible opportunity for people in northwestern Ontario and for our economy as a whole if this government is able to get out of the way. The Great Bear Gold Project southeast of Red Lake. Lots is going on in Red Lake. It's very exciting, Mr. Speaker. Lots of opportunity if we can capitalize on it. But the Great Bear Gold Project has been under assessment since 2023. And the Northern Road Link Project, north of Thunder Bay, it is a project proposed by Martin Falls and Webequie First Nation. It's been under assessment since 2023 as well. Lots of opportunity for true partnership, I think, between the federal government and these two nations, and really a corridor to prosperity for not just those two nations, but for our country as a whole. But again, these are all the positive things that could be happening. There are 42 of those positive things, those projects that are being stalled. And the government is bringing forward this bill now. They say, okay, they're going to get things moving in 2 years. But I say, why not start with the 42 projects that are currently under assessment? They're bringing forward this whole new regime, this whole new bureaucracy to hopefully move things forward within a 2-year timeline. And in many respects, I appreciate that step that they're taking. But after the neglect, after the constant roadblocks for 10 years, why not go for the low-hanging fruit? These 42 projects that are there, ready, waiting for some certainty. So I know my time is running short, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to end by saying that Conservatives are happy if even one project gets accelerated, Mr. Speaker, but more must be done. We definitely have to appeal Bill C-69, the No New Pipelines Bill, Bill C-50, the so-called Sustainable Jobs Act, the industrial carbon tax as well, Mr. Speaker, to help ensure that we can make Canada more competitive and thrive in the current economic situation. And Conservatives are ready to work in this chamber with all parties, Mr. Speaker, to unlock the resources that we have across our country. We propose shovel-ready zones that provide permitting, clear conditions and boundaries to start building the pipelines, the mines, and other major projects that we need to grow our economy, provide great jobs for people in northwestern Ontario and across the country, and of course, secure that economic independence and security that I spoke about previously, Mr. Speaker. The resource sector certainly needs a break. They need some relief. They need some support from their federal government, and Conservatives stand ready to get that done, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I look forward to any questions and comments from my colleagues.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member from Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his explanations. I think all of his comments have actually found answers within the bill. This issue of the decision-making process that he was referring to, the idea of having less of a weight for the decision-making process when he talks about any kind of oil and gas. That's not the only thing. Also, we want to diversify our economy. My question for my colleague is quite simple. Given that all the answers are there, those concerns about the economy, one single economy, that of all of Canada, would my colleague be prepared to work with his party in order to really contribute to making this project move as fast as possible for the benefit of Canadians?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, as I said earlier in my comments, Conservatives are happy to see even one project accelerated. We think it's high time. It's long past time after this government has I wouldn't even say dragged its feet, but put up barriers and distinct roadblocks purposely to stop development over the last 10 years. So it's in some respects heartening to see that they're coming around. We're ready to work with them. We're ready to work with all parties in this House to ensure that we can unlock the vast potential of the resource sector across Canada, provide good jobs, provide more economic independence and security, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, my Conservative colleague, Shares, is actually also on the Indigenous Affairs Committee. In fact, I think he will be back on that committee, so it will be a pleasure for me to work with him. I have a question to him. What question would he ask of Indigenous representatives if C5 were to come before our Indigenous Affairs Committee? Would he be concerned about the free, prior, and informed consent aspect? And what answer would he expect from representatives from First Nations? Does he think C5 meets the needs of First Nations?
Member for Kanoriki-Watonong.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. I do appreciate working with that member as well. Look forward to getting back to committee shortly here and working with them. I think the question was, I think, pretty hypothetical. I'm not going to try to guess what a hypothetical individual may or may not say, but I would just comment to some of the discussions I've heard and some of the things I've spoken to in my speech as well. I cited Martin Falls and Webequie First Nation, two communities with a major project that they are hoping to see move forward. They've been stalled in the government's current process, and they're looking to continue to move forward so they can bring prosperity to their communities and to the country. And I think it's important, obviously, that we, when we do get to committee, that we hear all voices across the country and ensure that we're doing as much consultation as possible. Thank you.
Questions, comments, the honourable member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Kenora for his intervention here tonight. I'd like to specifically point out that I believe he was saying that the previous Trudeau government had failed over 10 years to create a regulatory environment where private sector capital could form and come together and build big projects, whether it be mines or other forms of infrastructure that we need to be successful in our economy. C5 is literally an admission of that. Now, the thing I wanted to ask this member, one of the fatal flaws, I think, to this legislation is that the Prime Minister has given a carve-out to each provincial premier. And by saying that something is in the national interest is essentially saying that it overweighs provincial interests. Now, by saying that a provincial premier has a veto, does he believe, like I do, that this legislation essentially creates, again, 13 economies and not one national economy?
The honourable member for Kanoriki-Watonong, about 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the member from British Columbia for that question. It's definitely a concern that I have. obviously we're as Conservatives, we're wanting to see one Canadian economy. We're wanting to see these barriers broken down. But allowing any province to have a veto really flies in the face of that. And this government has talked a lot about the need for consensus to get major projects built, but they don't even know how they will actually define consensus, Mr. Speaker. It's very concerning, and I definitely agree with the member and his sentiment in that. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, colleagues. Today, I'd like to address Bill C-5. This is a bill that Ecojustice describes. This is environmental law and well recognized in Canada. They say this is a project that will allow this is a bill, actually, in this case, that will give the Prime Minister superpowers that have never been seen in the context of modern environmental law. This is never seen before. What we're seeing today as a bill called for by Canadians, as the Liberals claim. In fact, it's going far, far further than what has been set out in the election campaign. The government is reviewing the project approval system, the environmental assessment process, is completely revising its own legislation to protect the environment, to protect the health of Canadians. And it's doing this with no mandate to do so. No one in Canada saw that there was any very clear proposal from the Liberals during the election campaign to that effect, saying that they were going to do away with 13 environmental laws that go far further, actually, than the environment. Also, migratory birds, legislation that affects Indigenous people. They're talking about 7 regulations that the government is now casting aside completely, not having to abide by the types of legislation that was democratically voted on in this House. How is the government acting? Through a gag order. Speedily. It is putting a gag order on parliamentarians so that we are not even able to ask questions, not even hear any witnesses, and ram things through with a system that Stephen Harper would have been embarrassed to put forward. It's actually feeding into any request from the oil and gas sector to do away with any obstacles or environmental protection. This is what we're talking about here. The Bloc Québécois, in its wisdom, asked for these 2 parts of the bill to be split. The first part on trade. We were saying on that front, okay, we could come to some consensus on this. There are some things that could be improved, but it makes sense. As adults in the room, we said, hey, we're going to do our work as representatives, as elected parliamentarians. Given what Canadians expect from us, we should ask the right questions regarding this bill. But that, unfortunately, is not happening. This is not only us, actually. The First Nations have said, this makes no sense. We were not consulted. First Nations were not consulted. The government is rushing things, and there's no justification for that. This is the very beginning of this government's term. There's no urgency. There's no project actually on the table. No proponent has come forward with any project, and the government is acting in an entirely undemocratic way. If you look at this bill, despite what the government may be saying and the fact that there needs to be consensus apparently among all provinces for these things to be considered in the national interest, the Prime Minister is saying, yes, there will be consensus. No bill will go forward. No project will go ahead without consensus. But in the bill, the word consensus doesn't appear anywhere. Why didn't the Prime Minister write it out on paper to say, I will be looking for consensus so that all the provinces, territories, and First Nations will agree to this, that this is in the national interest. He didn't write this down because, in fact, he wants these superpowers, meaning that you could have pipelines imposed on provinces, despite the fact that the provinces or First Nations may say, no, we don't want this. If the Prime Minister actually wants consensus, then he needs to write that down in the bill. It's nowhere to be found. And then we hear that these, quote, national projects in the national interest will be done through some kind of decree. The government itself will make these decisions without having to abide by any criteria as to what is a project in the national interest. It will be deciding for Quebec what these national interest projects are. There's nothing mandatory here. He can say, okay, mentioning the fight against climate change as potential factors to be considered, namely means that he can say this doesn't matter at all. He can trash that. He can build pipelines. He can expand the oil and gas sector, throw out the fight against climate change, do what he's been doing since he's been in office. And, if you look at how this translates, you can say that the Bloc Québécois, we are alarmist. When I look, however, at the First Nations response, the chief of the First Nations, the Assembly's First Nation herself, and the former minister, the member for Beaches, he's on the government side, and he mentions that the idea, under the guise of responding to the threat posed by Trump, we are sacrificing other important values. We're not the ones saying this. This is a member on the Liberal side that is concerned about the government going ahead without any justification and applying some kind of a gag order. When I look at the former environment minister, now Minister for National Identity today, he refused to say whether he supports the bill in its current form. Why? Because he wants to see amendments. The current minister says he's not willing to say whether he supports this bill in its actual form. But what's the government doing? Speeding up consultations, reducing the number of witnesses, the ways in which we could consult, the ways in which we could improve this very bill. That's the point of democracy. And even here within the government, I note that there are some concerns being raised. And third member, the member for West Vancouver Sea to Sky Country, says Bill C-5 confers extraordinary powers because there is a tariff war underway. He's saying this is for a 5-year stretch, that this is excessive. Why grant these powers for 5 years if the free trade agreement issue can be addressed within the next 5 years? There's no justification for this in this bill.
We have seen anti-democratic abuses in the past. During the Duplessis times, for instance, there were deals behind closed doors. But this bill is the antithesis of transparency. It completely sets aside public consultation. The government will come to an agreement with project builders, decisions will be made, and some projects will be referred to as being nation-building projects. This has never been done before. Pre-approval, even before what a project is. We don't even know what the project is, and they're talking about the pre-approval. So, Mr. Speaker, we have now been seeing steps back in terms of environmental protections. They are going against their own bills, and and pieces of legislation. It is a significant problem, and it's something that everyone here should be against. We cannot believe in this pipe dream of unlimited growth, but that is exactly what we're seeing. So the Bloc Québécois will move a series of amendments because we are constructive, and we hope that the government and the opposition will be reasonable, because right now they're using a rocket launcher, the government that is, and it is similar to the Emergency Act in some ways. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, even though I do not agree with a lot of the points he made today, and I'd like to correct a number of things. When they say things will be done behind closed doors, we really have to say things correctly. We should not really mislead Canadians. And there will be federal agencies who will be involved. My colleague forgot to mention one thing. There will be a decision process in place which will replace a process that was too long and that meant that we lost opportunities. We will have a federal agency for environmental impact assessment, and we will have an agency to consult with Indigenous communities. My colleague talked about oil and gas, but it's not limited to that. There are other economic opportunities that we are losing. Will he be okay to work with us? I have to give some time for the answer. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the comment from my colleague from Bourassa, but I would ask him to take a look at the text of the bill. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker, when a company presents a project to the government and when the minister in charge can come up with decrees and call projects nation-building projects without any information being publicly available, without any individual being informed, without any details being out there about this project, they can take a bill and they can completely thrash the environmental impact assessment legislation. So why would the government put this in a bill if they do not intend to do exactly that? So that's why I'm concerned, and I'd be happy to sit down with the member across the way and talk to him about the situation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're at an interesting moment in Canadian politics, I think, because this Liberal government is trying to run against many of the things that were core to Justin Trudeau's governing agenda with their party over the last 10 years. And part of that governing agenda under Prime Minister Trudeau was to set up this impossibly complex web of regulations and processes that made it very difficult for economic activity to proceed, in particular that made it very difficult for major projects to move forward. And then you have the same people coming in and saying, oh my goodness, we have this problem with major projects not being able to proceed. And so we're going to have this bill that will, in a limited and temporary way, allow some abridgment of that process for chosen projects. Wouldn't it be better to simply undo the mess Justin Trudeau created rather than abridging that process through this bill?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I have to admit that I'm not sure I fully captured the question, but what I will say is I think it's important to remind ourselves that the world is not flat, Mr. Speaker. We are faced with the reality that is climate change. And even though Conservatives would like to bury their heads in the sand and pretend it doesn't exist and we have nothing to do with it and we cannot really continue and get rid of all environmental assessment and approve all projects and roll out the red carpet for oil and gas companies, it doesn't change the reality that in the west of Canada we have forest fires, and last year we had the most costly year in terms of insurance. But we will be responsible. We will be here to represent people who elected us, who want us to protect the environment. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask a question to the Honourable Member for Repentigny, a very simple question because I know that he is an expert in environmental matters. What would be the impacts in Quebec? Would the Environmental Impact Assessment Agency come into play? Would it be threatened, for instance, by this bill? Mr. Speaker, the member for Repentigny, 30 seconds, please. Mr. Speaker, what's clear is that despite the words used by the Prime Minister, the environmental sovereignty of Quebec is not in this bill. So it does threaten Quebec's power to say no to projects and to request solid environmental impact assessments. So we're going to present amendments that we hope will be supported by both sides, both the Liberals and Conservatives.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to start my speech this evening. It is my first speech in the House this Parliament. And I would like to take some time to thank the constituents of Edmonton Strathcona for putting their trust in me again. I'd also like to thank my incredible team, both in Edmonton and in Ottawa, for all of the work they do to help me. And of course, it wouldn't be a maiden speech if I didn't take a moment to thank my dear husband, Duncan, and my two children, McLean and Kelty, for their support. So, Mr. Speaker, tonight we are discussing the way that this bill, C5, is being pushed through Parliament. And I have to tell you, I have to start by saying, you know, Canadians are not short on ambition. You know, Canadians want big, ambitious projects. We want nation-building projects that create good, unionized jobs. We want to create secure futures for our families and for our communities, and we want to create infrastructure that meets the needs of the 21st century. We want that. That's clear. That's not up for debate in the House this evening. In fact, I support the objectives of C5. The problem I have is that Canadians require a government that can actually deliver. So we all want a government that has ambition and that has big ideas, but we need a government that can actually deliver. And the way that C5 has been drafted and the way that this government is pushing C5 through in such a ham-fisted way means that I have a lot of doubts that these projects will actually ever get built. Today I rise to speak out against the way that the Liberal government is attempting to ram through Bill C5. So this is a piece of legislation that is not just flawed, but that has dangerous overreach that threatens the democratic principles that underline this House and, in fact, this country. Let me be very clear. I support the idea of transformative investment. I support creating good unionized jobs. I support building infrastructure that will serve generations to come. But we cannot and we must not trade away workers' protections, transparency, accountability, environmental protections, and Indigenous rights in the name of expediency. Because that's what this bill does. It is an attempt to push forward nation-building agenda without democracy, and that's a problem. Let's look at what this bill actually does. C5 has two parts. And the first part, I have a lot of support for. You know, this is a piece of legislation that will make it easier for workers to work around this country. It'll make it easier for us to have one Canadian economy, not 13 economies. And it will help. There's potential for it to have some very, very good outcomes for workers. Of course, as parliamentarians, we have an obligation to do our due diligence, to look at this legislation, to ensure this legislation is strong. It is the second part of the legislation that I have really big problems with. It expands federal authority over how major infrastructure projects are approved. It centralizes power in the hands of a few cabinet ministers, giving them sweeping discretion to decide which projects are strategic or urgent, and therefore exempt from the usual federal processes, environmental reviews, consultation requirements, public debates, etc. This means that ministers, not Parliament, not Indigenous groups, not Canadians, decide what gets built. Now, I'm from Alberta, and I've seen what happens when decisions about our lands and our resources are made behind closed doors. I've seen what it looks like when economic development ignores environmental costs. Right now, Albertans are rightfully furious with their provincial Conservative government, who has opened up coal mining in the eastern slopes of the Rocky Mountains once again. And I've seen time and time again how Indigenous communities are left out of decisions that directly impact their lives and their futures. So when I see legislation like we have tonight, when I see legislation like Bill C-5 that strips away the few checks and safeguards that we have, I can't remain quiet. And this is not just about this Liberal government. Let's imagine a different government, perhaps a Conservative government with Pierre Poilievre. Under Bill C-5, that government would have the power to greenlight mines, pipelines, or highways without any meaningful environmental assessment, without any duty to consult with Indigenous nations, without any debate in this House, all with the stroke of a pen. Does this sound like the Canada that this Prime Minister ran on? Is this what he told Canadians they were voting for? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, exactly.
And let's be very clear about what kind of power grab this will actually mean on the ground. When you take away transparent processes and meaningful consultation, what happens? Projects don't get built any faster. They end up in court, communities feel shut out, and so protests happen, blockades happen, legal battles drag on for years, and we get no progress, we get gridlock. And this isn't hypothetical, Mr. Speaker. It's the history of Canada's broken attempts at nation building without democracy. Remember when Stephen Harper tried something similar? He pushed for Bill C-45, also known as the Jobs and Growth Act. It's a piece of legislation that was designed to streamline infrastructure approvals by curtailing environmental reviews and consultations. But as political reporter Althea Raj has mentioned, the Building Canada's Act, C-5, is the type of legislation that, quote, Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper may have been too timid to bring forward because he would have feared for the public backlash. Now, why? Why do we have this? Because Canadians have rejected being out of decisions. Indigenous people have rejected being sidelined. Environmental groups have rejected the erasure of safeguards. And guess what? Under Stephen Harper, nothing got built. Projects failed, the backlash was real, and the consequences were clear. Bill C-5 isn't some brand new plan. It's a recycled strategy. It's one that history tells us won't deliver on its promises, but instead will fuel conflict, division, and delays. If this government wants to build real infrastructure, real jobs, and real nation building, it needs to start by respecting democracy and not undermining it. And if you're worried about the climate crisis, you should be even more concerned. This bill allows projects to be declared strategic and pushed forward without evaluating their long-term impact on our water, our air, our wildlife, or our emissions. That's not planning for the future, that's gambling with the future. And I want to speak directly to the workers in my province, those who built this country. Those who built this country and weathered the ups and downs, the booms and busts of Alberta's economy. You deserve good jobs. You deserve stability. But those things can't happen if the federal government thinks that they can sidestep environmental and Indigenous concerns. Anyone who has ever built anything knows you have to build it right the first time. And let's not pretend that there isn't urgency. You know, Donald Trump has turned everything on its head. There is an economic urgency to act. There is a climate crisis, and there is urgency to act. Canadians build more. We need to start building more with Canadian workers and Canadian products and Canadian resources. It is urgent. But urgency does not give this government or any government a blank check. I'm proud to be part of a party that fights for good jobs and good governance. I will not accept the false choice between economics ambition and democratic accountability. We can have both, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we must. So I say to my colleagues in this House, let's build. Let's build things. Let's build big things with Canadian workers. Let's build things with Canadian products. But let's do it right. Let's protect workers' rights. Let's protect Indigenous rights. Let's protect the environment. No more pushing legislation through, because what happens then is nothing gets built. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I always find it somewhat interesting. You have the NDP here in the House, and then you have NDP governments. Whether it's British Columbia or Manitoba in particular, Wab Kinu's been absolutely fantastic, recognizing the value of legislation of this nature. And when we talk about pipelines, remember, you know, the member from the former Premier of Alberta, Rachel Notley, was a very strong advocate for the importance of pipelines. But then you get the NDP here in Ottawa, which continue to go to the far extreme to the left. And my question to the member, because I know there's leadership ambitions potentially on the other side there, does she not recognize that the legislation that we have before us today is good for all of Canadians, Mr. Speaker? And why wouldn't she support the principles of the legislation?
Why won't she?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you very much. I think the member perhaps didn't hear what I said, because I said that I actually do support big nation-building projects. But when you do it wrong, like Stephen Harper did, when you do it wrong, like C5 is, those projects don't get built. They end up in court. There ends up being protests. There ends up being blockades, because they're not doing, this government, the Liberals, are not doing the hard work to ensure that we are doing adequate consultation, to say nothing of how undemocratic it is to ram a giant bill like this through with 2 days at committee, with no parliamentary oversight. For a man who speaks so much in the House of Commons, you would think he would have some sort of respect for Parliament.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my colleague back to this place. There are many things that I could focus on from her remarks, but just I think it's worth drilling down on one piece of clear misinformation. She made this comment, Stephen Harper got nothing built, which is outrageous and verifiably false. Many pipelines were built under Stephen Harper. The Northern Gateway pipeline to Tidewater was approved. And significant progress was being made on the East-West pipeline. The Liberals passed legislation designed to kill those projects that were already in the process of having been approved or being planned. So, will the member maybe seek to clarify her claim, her false claim, that nothing was built under Stephen Harper, and identify the projects that were built under Stephen Harper?
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in my opinion, the one thing that I think we actually can prove that Stephen Harper built in this country was a whole bunch of division, a whole bunch of groups that were muzzled, scientists that were muzzled. Oh, and he also built, I believe it was 7 affordable homes during his decade.
Question and commentaire.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague. His speech was reasonable and sound. I'd like to know what the impact would be on his constituent if you didn't have an environmental evaluation. What would the consequences be in terms of pollution, etc.? The honourable member.
For that excellent question. You know, in Edmonton Strathcona, what people want to see is a reasonable approach to developing nation-building projects. You know, my dad was a truck driver. My family works in the oil and gas sector, and I will tell you that having projects stopped in courts and held up in gridlock because we don't do the proper work is a real problem. Also, making sure that we are protecting our wild spaces, that we are protecting our wildlife, and that we are ensuring that those environmental protections that Canadians have worked so hard for are not able to be run roughshod over by a minister. I think that's what Albertans want to see from this government.
Resuming debate of the fees debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise to speak at second reading to Bill C-5. But I wish I never had to speak to the bill because I wish I'd never had to read the bill. And reading it and understanding it has been one of the most crushingly depressing experiences I've had since I was first elected to this place in 2011. As the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona quoted a noted journalist, Althea Raj, as saying this is the kind of bill Stephen Harper would have liked to bring forward, but he wouldn't have had the nerve. This is an abomination, and it is not necessary in the quest for building a strong Canadian economy. It doesn't remove the interprovincial barriers to the extent they need to be removed, because that's not within the federal government's purview to do with the stroke of a pen. But it says it's going to. It's going to remove some of the barriers where the federal government can, and then the next part of the bill, which is rather a separate bill and should have been dealt with separately, Part 2, is an entirely different construct, and unlike anything I've ever seen before in legislation. So let's try to walk through this calmly, dispassionately, and urge that the government rethink the way in which this bill is being rammed through Parliament within 4 days. That is not defensible. The bill requires amendments, it requires study, and although I've heard many members in this place, Liberals, stand up and including the government House leader, say, we want it studied. Well, if you want it studied, you have to schedule hearings. They can't take place in less than 24 hours and call them hearings that heard from witnesses and experts. The programming motion is as offensive as the bill itself, and that's actually saying quite a lot about it. I've been struggling with trying to decide which adage does this bill really prove? Haste makes waste, or the road to hell is paved with good intentions, because both are undoubtedly true. Nous avons ici un projet de loi.
We have an unbelievable bill before us with powers for the Cabinet and Prime Minister alone, without any obligations. It's just their idea.
Part 1 is the one part that's getting the least attention. When I read it, I thought, well, labor mobility is a good thing, and I've been railing for years about the need to get rid of interprovincial trade barriers, particularly for creating an east-west, north-south electricity grid. That's something we desperately need in the quest for climate action. There are things we need to do across this country to make us a truly modern, industrialized nation, and living up to the calls to justice for the missing and murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Commission of Inquiry. They said we must have safe, reliable, affordable public transportation across this country. We've lost bus service, and Via Rail is inconsistent. That's a true nation-building project. That is actually Pierre Berton's national dream, kind of nation-building project. But we don't need to start out by saying in Part 1 that we know what we're doing, and we're in such a hurry that it's important that we run the risk of reducing standards that protect health and the environment. I was called up short when I got an email from the Canadian Cancer Society, because my initial response to reading Part 1 was, well, I don't have to worry about Part 1. Labor mobility is a good thing. Harmonizing standards is a good thing. It wasn't until I read the Canadian Cancer Society's memo that I remembered how getting rid of regulations in the UK under Margaret Thatcher led to mad